vaccination.
You've been fast and strong.
You'll get all-time classics like
I got the jam. It's been too long. I'm glad to be fast. Yes, I got the juice. I took two. Tell me, Dr. Fauci, what you want me to do, because I'm fast.
Enter to win a signed copy of the album by Brian Johnson & Johnson.
I took a fast vaccine during quarantine. It was the worst damn shakes I have ever seen. I'm never
Legendary hits like
quarantine for just 2 weeks. Stay away from me for just 6 feet. CDC will tell you lies. CDC and ignore all your cries. Hell's bells. Oh, Angus, are you alright? A palsy. Oh, you're shaking, oh woman. You're shaking. Hell's bells. Somebody call a doctor. Where's Fauci? A palsy. Dr. Fauci, hello. Hell's bells. Hello. Dr. Fauci. A palsy. Hello.
Don't know, I announced.
Thanks to you kids, we now know the virus is a hoax.
For Senate primary challenge Susan Collins, January of 2025. I made it official at the FEC on February 14th. That's when I was able to do so. I told everybody then. For people who don't know, I announced I was running for Senate primary challenge Susan Collins, January of 2025. I made it official at the FEC on February 14th when I was able to do so. I told everybody then, and then of course the GOP chairman of the main GOP called me, and we have the video on our website, VOPUSARadio.com or danceradio.com, I believe it's there as well. You could hear the whole conversation about you need $1 million to be a serious candidate and how he's talked other people out of running as well. So he also says in the video, which is great, that the main GOP is not going to endorse any candidate until after the primary. Well, today, February 10th, 2026, Susan Collins announced that she's running for re-election. Miss, I'm only going to do 2 terms. So thank God the world is saved. And of course, the love fest from all the GOP senators, the Senate GOP committee, and of course the main GOP, all excited and charged. Here we go, Susan is in. Well, the funny thing is, the primary is in June. So like I told you all last January, like I told you all last February, March, April, May, I told you they're never going to even let me on the ballot. It was never going to happen. And then there's other primary challengers as well that came after me. I was the first to declare it, first ever. And now other ones, they're not even going to acknowledge our existence. I told you last January, it's going to be between Janet Mills and Susan Collins. You said I was crazy, among other things. Well, it's not about being right. It's about reading the tea leaves and telling you what they were going to do, forecasting it and sharing it with you a year in advance, because that's what I do. So it's no surprise they're already celebrating as if Susan Collins is already victorious. In the GOP's mind, in the commercials, by the way, does anybody really have a Susan Collins doll? Because if you do, you might be the saddest person in existence. I digress. But they're celebrating as if she already won the general election. And we're not even at the primary. We're months away from the primary. This is what they do. This is how they silence any voice of opposition that isn't a part of the machine. I told you they were going to do it. We proved to you they were going to do it with the video, because it's all about that money, $1 million buy-in. The Constitution doesn't say that, does it? No. Of age, legal citizen, no felonies, but magically, $1 million buy-in. But don't worry, the GOP already dropped, what, $45 million on Susan Collins? And the primary hasn't happened yet. Gee. Told you that was going to happen. So while you sit there and you share your same things, only she could win, she's the only one that stands a chance. I know it's easier to surrender the state. The state is doing great. You're paying low energy costs. Food costs are down. Well, that's not her. It's never her fault. She's amazing. She's a youthful firebrand, a conservative America First warrior who's going to be in the Senate, I guess, another 200 years, because she's never going to go anywhere. Because it could only be her. So you keep making the excuses, and those of us who do more than talk and more than post on social media, we're gonna keep doing what we do in spite of you. It's not about proving who is or isn't a real Mainer, who is or isn't legitimate. Our actions speak otherwise. We do, you talk. That's the difference. So I hate to say I told you so, because it hurts the state and it hurts this country, but yeah, I told you so. So what can you do? Write in change. Write in change. If not now, then when? Oh, only she could win. Okay. So when she runs for her next term in 6 years, what will she be, 80-something? Is that okay? Do we accept that? Just surrender, right? I don't exist for people who quit. I exist for the fighters. I'm a voice for the voiceless. That's it. Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice. And I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house, I lost my job, changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and RINO establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Sperglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now, your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet, because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve, as I have always been. BOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say.
Breaking news, conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been killed after being shot in the neck.
Getting more light on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
No King demonstrations around the country on immigration. Everybody. The government shutdown.
It's a government shutdown. It's a government shutdown.
People on the right. He's slamming Republicans.
Owen Schroyer is leaving InfoWars.
You are a backstabber.
Israel.
The two shared a look and a hug, and what followed has become one of the most viral moments of the year.
Y'all know that looks wrong. That looks bad.
The placement of her hand.
That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You don't have the cards.
So we stop. It worse.
20 surviving Israeli hostages were freed from Hamas. A treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
And we will build a city hall. Agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today.
We gotta stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. Israel derangement syndrome. I'm not gonna stop talking about it. I'm talking about Israel. Israel. Israel.
Why do they call us so
Nazi.
You're a Nazi promoter. Nazi promoter.
Welcome to the next wave of rebellion, awakening, and resistance. Let's rise above the noise. Welcome to Politi-Shock.
This show is loud, crass, in your face, and talks about something no one else will speak of. It's called The Truth. Welcome to Politi-Shock, the show that shakes the very foundations of the establishment. Broadcasting live since 2007, with millions tuning in every week. We're here to expose the lies of the New World Order, the military-industrial complex, Big Pharma, and every corrupt institution trying to silence your voice. This is not safe for work. 1,000% pro-liberty, pro-Trump, and pro-America first. Get ready for 3+ hours of uncensored truth bombs as we tear apart the liberal narratives and the globalist agenda. Because we're here to fight back against Agenda 2030 and the depopulation plot that's creeping into our society. Dismantling the lies. This is Politi-Shock. Brought to you by MyPillow.com. Use promo code VOPUSA or call 1-800-822-5206. Now, here's your host, Dan Smariglio.
And that's how you do a long intro and try to pack as much as you possibly can into it. And that's exactly what I did. I like the music. What can I say? Welcome, everybody. I am Dan Sperglio. This is Politi-Shock, and you're listening live on the Voice of the People USA radio and television network, coming to you worldwide, all across the globe in 191 countries. We are everywhere. I'm practicing my fading skills. All right, I'm not doing so great, so we're going to drop it, okay? So if you already downloaded the app, you'll see that I sent you a notification about an hour ago. Because, yes, I'm still testing things, and it seemed to have worked, so I'm very proud of myself. So with that being said, it appears as if we have a lot to talk about. But first, you're going to the website, VOPUSAradio.com, VOPUSAradio.com. If you haven't done so already, please do me a favor and download the apps on iOS and Android. Type in VOPUSA, and then it will pop up. All right? You'll find them. They're there. So do that. You can watch for free. You can get notifications as to when your favorite shows, or maybe the shows you don't know about yet that you don't know will become your favorite shows, are going to be coming on. Let me adjust my camera because it's going all over the place here. This is what Grassroots looks like, baby. But I advise you all to do that, please. And it's free, so why not? And there's a ton of other shows on there, a ton of past shows on there, a ton of new shows coming. There's everything and anything you could possibly want, because the network is live, the network is active, and it's just the beginning. So welcome to the next evolution of Voice of the People. If you see that ugly little UPC, is it a UPC code? QR code, excuse me, up in the corner. It's actually, it looks like a regular QR code. The ugly part is the weird little demented StreamYard doohickey thing. It's not a watermark because, we pay for this crap, but it's actually a QR code that you can go to if you would like to donate to what we do here at the network, building everything out of pocket. So I say that with the caveat, knowing that I'll be attacked and people will say that I might be trying to benefit off of my new campaign that I just launched. Now, it's not the fault of many, and I know I'm going right into it here. I apologize, but hey, last week was a fun 2-hour conversation. It became almost 4, as always. So, and yes, I'm still using a virtual background. I apologize. I'll aim to do better. But people love to make comments, all right? And in case people haven't been following, what's up, Destructor? Yeah, we're on YouTube again too, by the way, which is really crazy. And unfortunately, I paid the freaking money to get my stupid blue check mark back on my @DanSperglio on X. I don't know why, because I hate X with a passion, but nevertheless, I'm doing it for a month. Because again, the political experts online, the people who know more than you and I, say that my profile doesn't look official enough. Well, here's a newsflash for you. You see this? I contemplated tonight, and maybe I'll do it just for the benefit of my longtime listeners to give you something to laugh at. I said to Hollis before the show, I said, maybe I'll wear my shirt and tie, my suit tonight, just to really mind F everybody. I thought about it. I did, but I realized that I'm not going to do that because, quite frankly, it'd be uncomfortable, and, well, screw that. And why do I bring all this up? Because if you've been listening to the show for a long time, and yes, we have a ton of people that are watching us for the first time tonight. Guaranteed, right? I could see it. I know it's happening. Hello. And I'm sorry I'm not giving you some jovial, warm welcome and say, oh, thank you so much for joining. To the majority of you, it's not your fault. But to the rest of you that know better, all I have to say is, where the hell have you been? Huh? Where the hell have you been? Let me put the comments on there. You donated $20? You donated $20 to the network? Dude, why are you donating? Listen, I hate asking for money, period. That's probably why I'm a terrible campaigner. But, thank you. MAGA Dirtbiker right there in the chat room. That is one of the patriarchal members of the MAGA Lions who we love, and we're going to get on the air. So I didn't even know you did it. Thank you. And you didn't have to do that, and I love you. Yeah, we're working on things, so many things that it's been crazy. I haven't even been able to pay attention. Kind of lost track of the days, But we'll get back to that because, I want to highlight this man and his crew because I love them and they're cool. So apparently, Hollis's hand just morphed in and waved to you all. All right. So apparently, a lot of people, and they found out over the past, 48 hours, 72 hours, that guess what? I'm running for Senate in Maine. Well, yes, I am. And some people say, I love these comments. Well, who's this guy? I never heard of him before. Newsflash, I never heard of you before. So, you know what? Fuck you. But anyway, that's not nice. That's not nice. I should be more professional, so I'm told. I should be more political, so I'm told. I want to say something to you. I don't care about being political. I don't care about being politically correct. I don't even care if you like me. That means nothing to me. Because quite frankly, when I cared a lot more, I decided that I had to step up and do something that I did not want to do, but felt obligated to do. Because everybody spent all their time talking about Susan Collins is a RINO. We need to get her out. We need to get her out. We need to get her out. We need somebody. We need a primary challenger. Where is Elon? 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 Oh, and then the switch. Laura Libby, Laura Libby, Laura Libby, Laura Libby. I'm doing this on purpose. I hope I annoy you because it annoys the hell out of me. Laura Libby, Laura Libby, Laura Libby. You know where Laura Libby is? Kissing the ass of Susan Collins because let's face it, she sucks. She's always sucked. Laura Libby, whatever the hell her name is a lightweight at best. And yes, I'm copying and paraphrasing from the man himself because she's a freaking fraud. She's a self-ambitious nothing. Oh, wait, let me throw your comments back at you. Well, she's the best we could do in Maine. She's a warrior. Not really. Not really. One day I'll tell you the stories and the things that I know about her trying to get people to back out of certain gubernatorial campaigns as she was testing the waters. Amazing how they speak up and get so loud. And ooh, it's just like an influencer. I'm silenced. I'm suspended. I can't talk. But now I'm so popular. Vote for me. Oh my God. It is like politics 101 of the most nauseating fine. And I feel good being able to say this now because I've wanted to say this for a long time. Laura Libby sucks. All right. She's always sucked. But digress. She's the best you've got. Anyway, so I stepped up last January. It said, I'm so sick to death of people talking about doing something about the rhino, but doing nothing. Talk doesn't equate change, okay? Talk isn't action. Talk is talk. And quite frankly, it's cheap. So I got pissed off and said, you know what? If anybody's going to shake up this foundation, if anybody's going to try to drop a deuce in the middle of the political arena, it's going to be me. So why not be me? You know why? Because I'm not, this is my lack of Mainer credibility. I'm not a natural born Mainer. No, I chose to move to the state because I love the state, never been to the state, but always wanted to move there. So we did. Okay. So I figured once I started finding out about all the wonderful things that go on there, and it's a shame you don't hear about the good things in Maine. And I also, every time I tell people at Maine, you know, what do I always hear? What do I always hear? Oh, the lobster, the beaches, the lobster, the beaches. Oh my God. Do you know anything about the state? It's like the simplest thing in the world to say. I get it. Fine, so be it. But where I lived was about 6 hours or 7 hours north of the lobsters and the beaches. I live in the county. That's where our house still exists to this day. In Frenchville, Maine. And I wanted to go there on purpose. I didn't want to be downstate. I didn't want to be in Bangor. I wanted to be in an area which I thought was beautiful. Still had a belief in God and country and decency. That's where I wanted to go. Okay, and we'll get back to that experience soon. And shout out to Aaron, Amy, Aspen. I don't know if you're watching, but I love you all, and I miss you guys every day. And for those longtime listeners, you know who they are because I've told you about them and you've seen them in the chat room. For those who don't know, there's some amazing people from Maine, which I thank God for every day. That also goes out to to Manny, to his family, and obviously the entire Bernier crew. Much respect. So I decided to announce that I was running. So all these people that spent all their time talking about how we need a primary challenger, what did I get? And excuse me, but I'm paraphrasing here. Fuck you. You're not even from here. You're not a real Mainer. You don't belong here. You lived here for a year and a half. You only live in the county because you're poor. Only poor people live in Frenchville, Maine. Only losers like you want to come in and change a state. Only flatlanders like you. You want to turn our state into Massachusetts. Okay, so I didn't get to respond the way I would have liked to respond then because I guess maybe I was trying. But again, from the bottom of my heart, you are some of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. Like literally, your IQ must be negative fucking 100. You are asshole, dumbass idiots who can't even insult right. And I'm embarrassed for you. It wasn't a fact that you hurt my feelings. It was the fact that I was literally embarrassed for you because you're obviously of lower mental status, lower mental capabilities. Literally, if you're going to insult me, one, you have a lot of work to do because I've been insulted, threatened, and everything else by the best of them, and that didn't get to me, so you certainly aren't. But when I actually had to look up and see what your stupid terminologies mean, that's sad. But I digress. They spent all their time attacking. Well, I'm too harsh. I'm not centrist enough. I'm not moderate. No. Well, you know what's not moderate or centrist? Do you know what's like not so loving and, oh, let me come and wrap my arms around you. Let me hug you, great people of Maine. Let me be your savior. I don't want to be your savior. There's one above. I don't want to be your friend. No, what I am is a voice for all those who are either too scared to speak up, who can no longer speak because they're dead or, missing, or the chicken shits who are part of the problem. Okay? So me not being a natural born Mainer actually gave me a little bit of an edge, a little bit of advantage. Not with people from Maine, not all of you. There's some good ones out there, and I acknowledge you. Unfortunately, I can count you on two hands. But the rest, because you see, I could talk about the things that are not lobster and beaches. I could say things because I'm not trying to make your state into Massachusetts because I don't say Cabot. I don't talk like that. I'm not from there, okay? Newsflash. Freaking morons, I swear to God, some really dumb people. But no, I came in and learned a lot about what goes on there. And shout out to Nick, Cindy, Ben, all these people that came forward, you know, Stephen, Arnold, you know who you are. And I decided to talk about all the missing children, all the dead children, the drug trafficking, the sex trafficking, human trafficking. Understand there's a difference. The corrupt officials, the corrupt police, the corrupt judges, the corrupt government officials in the state house. Unfortunately, corrupt border patrol agents as well, in the northern part, allowing things to flow through and pass through. Land theft, magical, mystical suicides, murder, all these things you don't hear about when you think of Maine. And I'm not just saying this to fluff my own ego, if you will. I have no desire to be a politician, and I never will be a politician. Say hell froze over for a minute, okay? And I managed to beat your troglodyte, disgusting little Walking Dead zombie, Susan Collins, and but you won't win in the general. You won't win in the general. You won't win in the general. You won't win. Oh my God, will you please just shut the fuck up, okay? Seriously, it is so, that's why I don't even acknowledge your stupid comments, because at this point, it's already old, it's already tired, and your good little puppet bitches saying the same words on repeat over and over again. You're no better than the left that you protest, okay? Because again, with the left, you know what you're getting. Josh and I have spoken about this on Sunday nights. The left is evil, the radicals, but we know they're radical and mentally so whatever. They're mentally retarded. We know this. They're indoctrinated. But you all that claim to be on the right, and you fight for change, but you need to keep things the same because, it's gonna go this way. It's gonna be this way. It's gonna be. Your acceptance is weakness. Your weakness is contagious in a state with a very small population, and that contagion has spread throughout. And it's sad. Maine has a chance to be the Texas of the Northeast of New England, whatever you want to say. Instead, Maine is a lost cesspool. Beautiful, gorgeous state with some fantastic people. But that beauty is being gutted every single solitary second of every single day by design. And it has to do with you all who like to criticize and judge and pass your judgment and tell us all what we need to do to win and how we should win, or you can't win. You're not being helpful. You're pontificating. The irony is the majority of you don't live in Maine or own property in Maine, but you like to say, but I vacationed there. Oh, you vacationed there, so you're obviously an expert. Well, I was in Bar Harbor once, so I know what Maine needs. Well, you know what? Frenchville and the St. John Valley, sure as fucking hell, isn't Bar Harbor, people. Okay? Kennebunkport and Caribou and Fort Kent are very different. But it has one thing in common. Beauty. Natural beauty. And some really, truly great people as well. Being left to wither, rot, and die because of your complicitness. I'm not talking about the left. We know what they are. I'm talking about you, the ones that claim to be either the Christian warriors. There's a lot of you. The most godliest people I've ever seen in my life. Don't cast judgment, except if you're me, you can cast your judgment because you are perfection. You know better than all. Or the conservative crew that thinks you know better, but your idea of better is let's just accept Susan Collins because she's the only one that could win in a general. As I said in the video, and I'll say again, and this is hard for me to admit, but I'm going to come clean with all of you right now. All right? Joe, Jason, Destructor, get ready. I'm going to say something that, it hits a little bit, but I feel like I got to make this confession. I know that I'm a bit hardcore. I know that I'm a bit abrasive, a bit blunt, a bit explicit. But I'm only half of the warrior firebrand that Susan Collins is. Susan Collins is my hero. I wish I had balls the size of Susan Collins. She has been an amazing warrior for truth and justice and the conservative way, always putting the good people of Maine first before her bank account, before her stock portfolio, before her shitty hardware stores, before everything, she is a hero. Or for the woke class, a heroine. I wish I could be as strong, as vibrant, as spry, as youthful, as energetic, as honest as Susan Collins. Thank you. See how stupid that sounds? That's as stupid as you people saying that she's all we've got. She votes with Trump some of the time, but the whole world right now, it went from everybody jerking off over Susan. Oh, everybody, go, Susan, go. Run, Susan, run. Listen, I want to see Susan Collins run 5 feet, okay? Listen, I'm not doing ageism here, but let's call a spade a spade, all right? This bitch is like 150 years old, all right? She could barely talk. She could barely walk, but she's got her sneakers. Only thing she runs to is her bank account when she keeps getting richer and richer and richer and richer every single day. We've already exposed how she steals elections. Go back to the show with Chris Leeson. It's shared on the VOP USA Radio X account. It's on our website, VOPUSARadio.com, and the shows on the Dan for Senate section. You could find it all over the place. Smurfs, okay? One lady on disability from Pennsylvania donated 7 times in 1 hour to Susan Collins for over $4 million. That's one example. We read them live on the air. I'm going to get Chris Leeson back on the show, okay? We exposed this a long time ago. Oh, but the left steals elections. The left steals elections. Well, so do the corrupt establishment. Okay? So your acceptance of her, well, she's better than a Democrat. With a Democrat, you know what you're getting. But what's worse is a hypocritical career criminal demon like Susan Collins just lying to get in. But that's right. Let me go back to this real quick. So we were all jerking off into a sock over Susan Collins running, and the whole world was celebrating and rejoicing. It was disgusting. Led, of course, by your conservative rock star, Laurel Libby. Oh, Susan is such an inspiration. If you're looking to aspire to be that, all right. No, you'll be big in Maine. Okay. There you go. You'll be big in Maine. Congrats. Wow. But you all lack courage. You all lack courage. You all lack balls. You say things like everything they say, people, to the world at large, everything they say is contrived. About 5% of it comes from their heart. The rest of it comes from staffers, from focus groups, from think tanks. They give them scripts. They say these things to get the attention. They get the attention. They get invites elsewhere. Raise their social, fucking stature. Make the money. Win the reelection. Play victim. Make the money. Win the reelection. It's what they do. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I just want you to know that it comes from your right-wing heroes just as much as it does from the left. Okay? I'm just saying. So $5 million dropped into Susan Collins' coffers the other day when she made her glorious announcement. I'm still running. And again, those videos, like they literally made me throw up in my mouth a little bit. Like it was this. I'd rather watch that other. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I don't want to see the other dude. I'm not even mentioning the other guy, that like the sick little asshole dude that's running for the Democrat nomination. That walking retard. He doesn't stand a chance. You think he does, but he doesn't. Janet Mills will never get the nomination. Mark my words, she's going to get the nomination. I guarantee you. Her and Susan are friends, of course, but they'll go throw jabs at each other the way 70-something-year-old demon criminals do. And they're going to attack each other, and they're going to have a hard-fought fight to the finish. And it's going to cost almost actually it was more than $1 billion they're estimating to be spent, I believe. But I don't even remember the numbers. We talked about it. Why? Because we talked about it over a year ago. Hollis might remember. I don't remember. But it was either $850 million or $1.4 billion is going to be spent on one Senate race in Maine. Oh, but it's for control of the Senate, don't you know? So we went from this little disgusting crypt keeper getting all over the news and getting all the love from your favorite. "Oh, why would Tom Cotton endorse her? I'm shocked. They suck. They've all sucked. They've always sucked. They've never been on your side. They've never been America first. It's a facade." And if you are actually surprised that these people would write these love posts about Susan Collins, then you're pretty dumb. You're pretty dumb. Anyway, 2 days later, what do we have? Everybody call Susan Collins because she's holding out her vote for the SAVE Act. She's holding out. There's your conservative majority. Would I be surprised if she votes no? I would say I expected, but it's campaign time. So expect her, as the report said, she wants negotiations. She wants something that's going to make her and her career criminal husband as well richer, you poorer, and then she'll vote yes. So a few of you little idiots out there can go and say, "Oh, look, she did the right thing when it counts. Remember, she votes with Trump 62-42. I've heard all these numbers. I love it. Everybody's a genius. You know, like everybody. Oh, well, she votes with Trump 13% of the time, and it's the most important time. So she also voted to impeach. She voted for, like, I could do this all day. All right. And believe me, in the comment section, I'm seeing it. Laura Libby sucks. Right? Just mark my words. One day I'll do a nice little tell-all about that one. And me, I have no biases. I look at it like this: the golden rule, the new golden rule of Dan, if you remember, don't be an asshole. I mean, I'm an asshole, but don't be an asshole. Be a decent person, mean what you say, and do as you say. That's kind of it, right? And don't walk all over little people, threaten people, try to extort people. Well, these are like the guideposts I have to decide if you're actually maybe a decent person. And Laura Libby, sorry, friends, not a fan. I mean, you could go and blow my mind and make me change my opinion, but my gut's big enough. I'm going to trust my gut because when certain boxes are checked, that's never going to change. But again, it's the best you've got. Okay. The best we've got is acceptance. It's accepting of defeat. It's accepting of living in servitude. The best we've got. So now, if Susan Collins does go, and vote for the SAVE Act, people will say, see, she comes through when you need it. Oh, and she's in charge of the Appropriations Committee. She's the chair. Well, thank God for that. Seriously, thank God for that. Susan Collins is in charge. She's an important person that you could always count on. Are you that dumb that you can't see through it, or do you just not want to believe it? Which is it? I'm dying to know. I can't dumb myself down that much to think like you, to act like you, to say what you say, because I woke up a very long time ago and I see these disgusting people for who and what they are. I see the game for what it is. So I'm just very, very curious. What is it that makes you wholeheartedly believe? Is it from desperation that you have to cling on to the only little glimpse of hope that you have? Is that it? I'm not even being like sarcastic here. I mean it. I would love to know. And we made sure at work the other night at great expense to ourselves and went through hell. They are NPCs. Amen, Destructor. You know, like we literally, we went through what, 6, 7 hours. We started at like 4, then it was like 1 a.m. But we now know that we will have phone lines open very soon. Probably not the entirety of the show. Probably do it 1 hour a week on Politi-Shock, maybe a half hour, something along those lines. But yep, we're going to take your calls, real phone numbers too. You could call in old school and do it the way you used to do it for those who remember. So maybe that'll be one of the questions I pose and save or put it in the chat room. Again, it's like everything else. There's so many of you watching right now, but you want to sit in the back room and not engage. You want to sit and judge and everything else. And somebody said, I hope they don't find anything stupid on Dan that they could use against him. No, listen, I'm begging for it. Please use Politi-Shock against me. Please. I beg you. Because you know why they haven't yet? Why they haven't? is because the things I talk about. It's the same reason why I haven't been sued yet. Because when you say things that are factually accurate and you can actually back up, they want nothing to do with you. They want to erase you. They want to forget you exist. Try to deny your existence. It's from fear. Fear of being exposed. It's a brilliant thing. But I'm literally one of the only ones that have been swatted. The victims of the right. Oh, I got swatted. Please. You know, and then lest we forget, you know, all those people are getting sued all the time. Well, you talk out your ass to be sensationalism, you know, be sensationalist. You want to say things to grab attention. Oh, I'm going to talk about a real juicy political topic and that'll get them. Oh, how riveting. What I say that seems shocking or controversial are just things that are truthful. Yes, I give my opinion. Yes, my opinions can hit hard sometimes, but that's my opinion. I don't want you to think like me. I don't want you to act like me. I want you to think, period. How hard is that? But apparently it's very hard for some. So many people, like they just hold on to this hope that things are going to magically change. And they're going to have to ask you, and I'm not wishing death at all. I mean, I think Susan Collins should be in jail personally. I mean, and I'm never going to back down from that. I called her out in 2010 to the USA Today, and everything still holds. And what I called her then still reigns supreme today. But honestly, like, what is it? Well, she's the only one that could win statewide. So at her age, in her condition, and who knows, she could outlive me. Do you see her going many more years? I mean, in Senate and Congress, the cool thing is to do is like die and then they prop your body up there. But and that's the same as voting. You know, you still count as a vote. It seems to be what they do. Because God forbid we have age limits or something along those lines, or term limits. But don't worry. Your conservative hero, Susan Collins, said in 1996 or 7, whatever it was, she's only going to go 2 terms, even if there's not a term limits bill passed. She's a woman of her word and conviction as she runs for her 6th term. So, but we don't talk about that because she's the only one that could win in Maine. She's the only one that could win in Maine. She's the only one that could win in Maine because you people are like, you're unbelievably weak and you're unbelievably scared and you're unbelievably silent and you're not fighters. That's why. And the only one that could win, her votes come from the middle and from the left, okay? We know ranked choice voting is bad. Yes, I've heard it all the time. RCV. Yes, experts. You blow my mind with your knowledge. I am blown away every day by your unyielding ability to teach me something new. You know she's the only one that could win. You know, she's the only one that could win in areas where Trump lost. You know, she's the head of the Appropriations Committee. You know, she votes with Trump 13, 14, 16, 26, 62% of the time. You know, like, oh my God, shut up. You know why you say these same things all the time? Because you can't speak to one damn accomplishment this woman has done in her 89 years of being in office. Nothing. That is the truth. Tell me one thing she's done to make lives better for America and all the people of Maine. Not just, well, the fishermen. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Okay, great. So she helped unions. Fantastic. She helped workers. Fantastic. Did that help all workers? Did it help all unions? I don't even like unions. Did she help everybody? No, she didn't. So you regurgitate these talking points over and over and over and over. I'm going to tell you this just so you know. It's not a matter of you getting to me. It's not a matter of you like having that last laugh. Now, at this stage, it's a matter of me not just ending you in the comment section because I will eviscerate you. Because I like to be a little crass and blunt. Because obviously, when I receive these comments, I want to point the finger of shame and condemnation at me and then spread their political knowledge to me. They're putting me down. So you hit me, I hit back. I hit back hard. And again, like the video says, I say the things that you're too afraid to say. I will go there. because free speech is a bitch, isn't it? So no, it's a matter of me just quite simply being good. But also, every time I see those comments, I'd be swinging down. You're nothing. You're idiots. You are the NPCs. You are useless bottom feeders. The majority of you are from Idaho, California, Washington, Virginia, Florida, New York, Illinois. But again, you're the geniuses. And the sum, out of all the comments, the 3 or 4 that are from Maine, you are indoctrinated. So I don't respond to you because you bore me. Not because I think I'm better than you, because I've ascended. I was never like you, but I'm beyond your crap. Yes, I have a show that's made exactly $0 because of this political campaign. I have a show that's been going on this July 3rd for 20 years of doing independent media. You want credibility? How about this? Here, I'm going to make an announcement to the world, all right? And maybe I'll throw it out there and shove it in your faces like these douchebags do. Maybe I'll get that disgusting, sloppy, fat fuck pedophile lover, Steve Bannon, to run with it, you know, because he's all about the people and the MAGA warriors. That's why he's been on the show so many times. You know, let's throw it out there, okay? I'm being interviewed by the New York Times tomorrow. You're just using it for attention. You're just using it for notoriety to push your stupid network. Don't see? I saved you the trouble of the comments that you'll try very hard to type or type really fast like you're getting me. I'm going to get him now. Hollis, we got to get back that video we did of my one time on Twitter sitting in the parking lot of the gas station in Fort Kent when I was making fun of the, Elon's a Nazi. Remember? Like, you beat me up hard with those fingers on your screen, don't you know? Anyway, I'm being interviewed by the fake news New York Times tomorrow for the work that I did in 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, all those years that I did before the Trump movement, before the America First movement, before anything, when we were fighting against illegal immigration, fighting against human trafficking, exposing kids for cash, doing all the things that we did. It was never about glory seeking then. It was all about doing the right thing and speaking up. And people thought I was bold and abrasive then. That she spoke with a man who I respect very much. And I really should try to get him on the show one day. Amilcar Arroyo, who's the head of a digital Latino media. Wow, that sounded terrible. A digital Latino media group in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. Shit's unscripted. What can I say? And he has El Menzero as well, a Spanish newspaper. And he was opposed to me. He supported illegal immigration. I've been opposed to it and fighting out against it, getting attacked and sacrificing because of it for coming up on 20 years. But he showed more class and respect to me than your superhero fake Lou Barletta ever did, while we were his de facto used to be his campaign surrogates and get him elected, all while going out there and taking the hits, losing your jobs, getting death threatened, everything else. But it wasn't about him, wasn't about anything else. It was about doing the right thing. But Amilcar Arroyo was a great guy to me then, and he's still a great guy. I decided to call him yesterday because I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I say this because the New York Times story is going to be about the work that we did then, how it plays into what's going on now. You see, some of us, how long have you been around? I've been in the movement since 2020. I've been in the movement since Trump came down the escalator. Right here. One, I don't have to say I'm in the movement. I was the movement. And that sounds like an egotistical thing to say. It does, right? Because I have zero ego when it comes to this shit. It's a God's honest truth. I do not care about credibility. Well, I care about my credibility because integrity is everything, but I don't care about getting credit is what I'm trying to say. I don't care about being a figurehead or a leader or anything. I cared about doing the right thing. I cared about helping people. So when nobody was protesting against illegal immigration, when nobody was being a voice for the victims, when nobody was doing anything, I started something and went through great hell and expense to turn it into something special, something massive with tens of thousands of people at every single rally we did. And some, you know, like got out of hand because they came and they attacked us and they did all the things they did, but we continued to fight. Not to be extremist, but to spread the message about unity beyond party lines, because there were people, hateful people, loving people, Christian people, atheist people, Democrat, Republican, and everything in between, that agreed that it's not right that we're giving a free pass to illegal alien criminals. So they would all come out. I was up against Soros then. They didn't think it was right that they were selling convictions in Northeast Pennsylvania and putting preteens and teenagers in jail and doing sex tapes and trafficking them through the prison systems and ruining their lives and causing suicides and everything else. They didn't think it was right. Neither did I. I was loud, I was blunt, I was vocal, so I did it. Wasn't paid $1 to do it. So that's why I say I was the movement, because nobody else was doing it. Because I had to be loud. I had to be bold. I had to get the attention. Because when attention comes, maybe something will happen and it'll wake other people up to do something. Be moved to action, not to think like me, not to sound like me, although a lot of you do talk like I do. You just don't want to admit it. You lie to yourselves. It's nothing to do with me, not then, not now. It's about you making a conscious decision to fight instead of talk, to care instead of social media care. That's it. So yeah, I'll be interviewed by the New York Times tomorrow. And has nothing to do with I don't even think she knows I'm running for office. Surprise, surprise, maybe. I don't know. ABC News wants my headshot for campaign 26. ABC, fake news, big one. You know, the one that Trump sued and beat down every time. Them. New York Times even mentioned the campaign. That's good. I don't care. But it's about the work that I did do and the fight that I've been in long before a lot of these fake people ever decided to jump on the train attached to the nipple with a teat, if you will, to be grammatically correct. And I say all this because it's not about me. So you people, then I get the comments, we're going to laugh at them later. I'll wait for Hollis is on, until Hollis is on. But, you know. Well, when did he announce? I never heard of him until now. I announced last January. There's some guy, Rocco, or I don't even know his name. A truck driver from Philadelphia who's running or something. Like, good. All I know is when I announced there was nobody else. Why? Because nobody else had ever run against her. And I did. It's not like I had to be propped up. He's the hero coming to save us. It was like, damn, how come nobody else did? How come nobody else did? Are you campaigning? Are you going door to door? Why? When the state rejects you, when the people reject you, you think I'm going to continue to put myself out there? You should have campaign consultants. Give me your 30,000. There's a fucking QR code. I want 30,000 because it costs 30,000 up front for a campaign team. Then it's 25 or 20 or 12, depending on which ones you go with, $1,000 a month. I'll be waiting for the donations to come rolling in. Wait a minute. No, don't donate to that one. That's for the network. Go to dansforleo.com and donate to the campaign. I'll expect it tomorrow. Since you all know better, you should have a campaign spokesperson. Yeah, me. You should have, you know what it costs? Money. Well, what makes you successful? You need to be out there every day. You need to be out there doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. Blow it out your ass. Okay, there's my professional response to you, my retort to you, if you will. The days of you telling me how I should be are over. I'm over. I've been over you for a very long time. Because I've done this, and Joe is a part of that. We've brought in 300, it was either $36 or $66 total, that they took their cut. The money's still sitting in the account. We haven't even brought in enough money in this campaign to file with the FEC. He doesn't stand a chance. He doesn't stand a chance. Ugh, that's not real. No. You just, and this, every time you make those comments, I want you to know something, especially you douchebags with the hundreds of thousands of followers and you influencer class. Again, fuck you to everybody in the influencer class. I hate you all. I always have. I always will. You're welcome. But, you know, all of you that think like that, you out yourselves. Because this is exactly what grassroots looks like. Paying out of pocket, dealing with it all, is exactly what it sounds like. Losing my job, having to give up my house and rent it, and can't afford to live where my house is, that's just the consequences of you're a nobody. But still, they came for me. But like always, you can't take me down. You can't. You couldn't run me off the road. You couldn't suicide me. You couldn't disappear me. You couldn't do anything because I'm a little bit more out there than you anticipated. At the same time, I'm smarter than you dumbasses. So when you say that, well, you need to have a bus. Well, you need to have this. You need to have that. So in other words, you want the real grassroots candidate that has millions of dollars, a bus, a fancy campaign, fancy advertising, because that's what a real grassroots candidate looks like. You are the walking embodiment of Pavlov's dogs. You have been MK Ultra'd for so long, you don't even know your name. And I feel for you. I just don't care about you. What I'm doing, maybe it's a kamikaze mission, but somebody said I'm polling at 1%. Then I saw some other, mom of data Republican. Oh, these heroes on X. Oh, he's only polling at 6%. I'm only polling at 6%, huh? How's that? That's with no fucking campaigning. So, you know what? Amazing. And I announced long before anybody else, right? But if called to serve, I will serve because it's not about me. It's about giving you a chance because, again, back to my point before, the bitch isn't getting any younger. So what do you think is going to happen when she retires or if she doesn't just let Janet get in now, which very strong probability. I called that out in January last year as well. And I still don't believe she'll really vote for the SAVE Act either because she's got to be that hardcore moderate to appeal to the dumbass lefties of Maine. Mark my words. But hey, I don't have to claim to be Nostradamus here. I'm gonna make these predictions. More of what I say is correct. But like I always say, I don't want to be right. See where it's going. I'm the one where I don't care if you like me. I don't care if I like the way I look, the way I speak, this is what real looks like. This is how real sounds, I guess. I say the things you're too afraid to say. Or I say the things in public and take the shots that you do from behind a keyboard. It's not because I'm better than you. It's because I guess I was brought up differently. I'm 43 now, but I was brought up differently. I don't know what else to say. Oh, it's real. It's damn real. It's true. It's very true. Thank you for that laugh, Destructor. I needed that. I need that moment of levity. And believe me, I know I'm going on this rant and this is a lightweight rant. So all you new people watching, all of you out there who will sit there in silence and judge and condemn, believe me, you've seen nothing. You've seen nothing. Consider yourselves lucky. Here's what it comes down to. I have been fighting for election integrity to kick every single illegal alien criminal and their anchor babies from every country all over the world the hell out of this nation forever. But publicly for the last 20 years. I've been fighting for the rule of law for 20 years. I have been fighting for people for the victims, fighting for legal immigrants who get screwed over worse than you could possibly ever imagine because of illegals. I want them all gone. I want the landlords that rent to illegals to be put in prison, their properties confiscated, and turned into shelters for the homeless and the veterans. Don't care if you like it. I want the businesses that hire illegals to face charges and have their businesses taken from them, their licenses revoked. That's so hardcore. That'll never fly in moderate Maine. Change doesn't come until you set the precedent. And it takes somebody strong enough to push for real change. Otherwise, nothing at all changes. And the only thing that happens, you fall into an abyss, and then it's beyond irredeemable. You're never going to get it back. So don't like me. I support the SAVE Act, the many names it's been for years prior. I had 287G implemented in various municipalities throughout this country, constitutional protected, giving local police the authorities of ICE agents to arrest and detain illegals until the feds come and pick them up. I've also helped sponsor and pass bills for legislation against illegal immigration all over this country. Never received $1, only received hate, attacks, and death threats. And I don't have any feelings negative about that. As you heard, I'm not a fan of unions. I think unions mostly suck. Pay us for the right to keep you working. You pay us and then we'll give you some of your money, but we'll fight on your behalf as long as you pay us. It's always a middleman, isn't there? Is there some good out there? Possibly. There you go. There's one thing I'm slightly amenable to. I don't just instantly love you because you're a union. You have to support us. No, I don't. As I've seen a lot of shit unions out there. I want to see illegals out of our country. And I want to see the homeless off the street. I want to see pedophiles not be protected. I want to see them put to death. I want to see Maine be restored to its years of grandeur, which I didn't even know it then. All I knew were pictures as a kid looking there and always wanted to move. Always wanted to move to Caribou. I've been to Caribou. I was much happier in Frenchville. But still, I've heard the stories. I listened to people. Generational wealth thrown away by the state governments, by these businesses up there that take from people, take land, take houses, take businesses, take whatever they want. I want to fight for those people. Not your corporations, not your big box this, not your consulting, not your unions, no. A fighter for the real people. Well, how are you going to appeal to Southern Maine? You know what? A rising tide, right? You know how the saying goes? But no, maybe I'm more akin to the people of Northern Maine since you have to make it so tribal. Because I understand the working class. Because I am the working class. But hey, they keep firing me because I stand up to do the right thing. Amazing, isn't it? It's amazing the whirlwind of shit that goes on. But I'm still here and still fighting. Because somebody has to. Because somebody has to speak up for the ones that are being forgotten, that are being victimized every second of every day in a place that you would never even think about. So hate me, condemn me, talk about my language, talk about my appearance, talk about whatever you want to talk about. I don't care. How's that saying go? I'll be your huckleberry. I'm not that old. People need to stop accepting the failure and hoping that the demon will somehow become something of light, of glorious, righteous indignation and save you. You have to save yourselves. You know why I know, and this is going to sound egotistical, you know why I know I'm better than Susan Collins? I'm better than another shitbag, the Nepo baby and his other Nepo kid and all that crap. All these people, you know why I know I'm better than them? Because I'm not them. Because I'm owned by nobody. Whether you like me or hate me, if hell freezes over, I was elected to serve you, I would serve exactly the way that I speak. I would be fair and operate from a place of integrity, and I will expose the living shit out of every single thing. I would probably be censured in the Senate day 2 because I say the things that need to be said, and I bring up the things that they all know about but choose to ignore because they're paid to ignore them. The people deserve better. Our veterans deserve better. Our legal immigrants deserve better. Our farmers deserve better. Our business owners deserve better. Our workers deserve better. But let's just go and accept the old. Let's just go and make excuses for it. I'm done with excuses. And let me be very bold and frank when I say this. The bitch is going to die or going to retire inevitably. So what then? She's the only one. What then? And what would change? A disgusting criminal smirk queen, USAID whore, and her corrupt husband. What would change? Somebody has an R after their name, but votes with the left all the time? Or somebody on the left that votes like a leftist all the time? What exactly would the difference be? Susan Collins, is it what your energy cost? I mean, hell, I've heard her give more glorious speeches. She'll like to say the names. Madawaska, Kent, Caribou, Presque. She'll like to say the names every now and again, but speaks with vigor when she talks about the importance of our partnership with Canada. Fuck Canada. You know, it's like, this is what you choose. Well, it doesn't matter if you choose her. She's selected. And we're not done with this. Let's gotta get to the main GOP. Well, you shouldn't attack the main GOP because they're the best we have, and we really can attack them. We need to unite against the left. No, we need to unite against the establishment shitfucks that have been killing everybody, that have been screwing everybody over for decades. The main GOP is shit. They are dog shit. They are lower than shit. Screw the main GOP. And your corrupt piece of shit, former failed cop police guy from Massachusetts who's your chairman. You could all go straight to hell. We're not going to endorse anybody until after an open and fair primary. But there you are endorsing Susie, and the primary is not until June. Gee, if only somebody would have said the quiet part out loud, like Dan did last January, when we recorded our phone call with him and put it out there to the world. Oh, but let's not talk about that. We need all the help we can get in Maine. What are you going to do to bring in new voters? Again, as I said then, I'll say now, what the hell are you doing? What's your plan? You're the jerk-offs to get all the money from D.C. You're the jerk-offs to take people's money and mail campaigns and everything else. You take people's money, What do you do? What does the GOP do? Besides go and circle jerk around the... So let me be clear. I don't want the endorsement of the main GOP. They suck. And they're shit. Or they're the only conservative media outlet we have in Maine. Oh, they're so wonderful. Tucker Carlson had them on. but they're funded and a part of the Heritage Foundation, which is run by the Soros of the right. Wow, such heroes, such patriots. I don't want to be your friends. I don't want to be your candidate. I don't want anything from you. I want to be the change that the people deserve, even if they don't truly deserve it, that they deserve, and then get the hell out of the way. With the hopes that maybe it'll set a precedent. Maybe it'll get people to wake up, fight back, instead of accepting failure, accepting death, accepting less than over and over and over and over again. Because as far as I'm concerned, as far as Maine goes, which again, Crown of America, Maine, I shit you not, has to be one of, and Aaron and Amy, if they're listening, they'll be surprised that I even say this, one of the most beautiful states I've ever seen. One of the most beautiful places I've ever been. And I do love it. But it might as well be a part of Canada. That's how little anybody cares about it until election time. You pretend to care. And you all turn a blind eye. Imagine what $800 million can do for the roads in the St. John Valley, in the county as a whole, the state as a whole. Imagine what it could do for farmlands, businesses, grants. Imagine what it could do. But no, we're going to throw away $800 to $1.4 billion on an election between two disgusting, haggardly criminals. And that's not a problem for you. You accept that. And women will still be trafficked. The drugs will still flow. The people will still be suicided. Families will be devastated. Businesses will be shut down. Houses will be lost. Land will be stolen. Innocent people incarcerated. Judges paid to do what they do. And the world will go on. Because you chose to sit on your ass and say, this is the best we can do. You sit there and you want to see, like, are you worthy of my support? What is this? A fucking, like, like a fashion show? Do I have to get up and do a spin for you? Do I have to dance for you? Will you like me enough to throw me your useless support? Newsflash, I'm not that guy. And if you want that guy, fuck you, go out and find him, because I'll never be that person. You want a chance for generational change? This is your chance. Not because I'm oh so wonderful, not because I'm such a pure polished politician, because I'm not a politician, because I'm somebody who hates politics, hates the thought of being a politician. I'm somebody that wants to actually do the things that you will not, the things that you hope to see done, but will never be done, because you don't have people like me going after them and actually fighting for it. President Trump didn't invite me to the White House because I'm some half-ass loser that has to sit there and kiss ass all day. Now, President Trump watched my last rally in 2010 from Arizona. President Trump knew who I was, saw what I did. Like the fact that I didn't kiss his ass, that I'm actually a fighter. We need more of them, and not these part-time prima donna scumfucks that go on national TV and pretend to be something they're not, just to get your reliable vote, and you keep giving it to them. But then again, even if you don't, you're giving it to them anyway, because they steal the votes. I represent something that they're afraid of. And I mark my, and again, a life of anonymity sounds fantastic. If I could help people, wake people up, save some children, end some bad shit going on, take down corrupt people, and you never know my name, be fantastic. When the Kids for Cash came out again, 2 years ago, a year ago, whatever it was, when Biden pardoned one of the judges, a couple people said, how come nobody talked to Dan Striglio? You know what? And it's funny, like, you don't get the credit. I don't care. I know that I help save lives. That means more to me than anything else. A life of anonymity will be fantastic. But you're not afforded that luxury sometimes. So fine. I have to be in the spotlight. My spotlight, the shadow that I cast, though large, consider it a middle finger. Because I'm the one that will never be bought, will never be owned, and will do and say the things that nobody else will. If not now, then when? When do you take a chance on change? When she's dead? When the governor sets a special election, appoints somebody? Or maybe Collins will appoint somebody. Gee, I'm sure she'll appoint only the best America First fighters. But you don't care about that. Because you just want to be right on X. So you sit there and have little micro orgasms while somebody retweets your post. You're pathetic. And with that, my X account, the land of free speech, at Dan Sprigger, I let the check mark go like months ago. It was why I pay to be suspended. I pay to be shadow banned. I pay to be all these wonderful things, which has gone on for years and years. Oh, some genius say, that's not true. That's not true. I'm from Maine and I know that you need to be a victim. No, dumb fuck. It's not about being a victim. It's about pointing out truisms that people like myself, when you say things that they don't want you to say and you're over the target, they will try to silence you and they will try to kill you. Well, neither one of them work. Guess what? You build your own, you get out there anyway, but they're going to shut you down any way they possibly can. Hence why the Dan for Senate ME X account was taken down after 12 hours and is still gone to this day. Did you appeal it? Thank you, ex-novice, oh genius of all. Perhaps you figured it out. You've cracked the code. Did I appeal it? Yes, dipshit. But I went from, I think it was like 5,998 followers. I think now I'm over like 8,400 or something in like the last 2 days. Some people are already mad. Well, why aren't you following back? Because I can't. So I paid for your stupid check mark tonight. I'm not going to say I didn't pay for the year and I might let it lapse after this month. I only talk to verified accounts. Well, verify this. But you know what? There you go. I'll give you your blue check mark, okay? So yeah, we're shooting up right now because, I shouldn't say such a thing. Sorry, I'm anti-drugs and anti-drinking. My bad. But we're shooting up in followers right now on X. Yay. We're going to party hard later with that one. Woohoo! I couldn't be more blown away. They like me. They really like me. And with the exception of a handful, most of my support tweets come from people out of state as well. I mean, whatever. So we have a lot to talk about. This is just the beginning of the show. It is an hour and 22 minutes in. Oh my God. I'm going to steamroll through other things, I promise you. But I'm going to play something for you. I'm going to find a video and I'm going to play it for you because you deserve a break from me. But again, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not going to be what you think I should be. I'm not going to look the way you want me to look. I'm not going to speak how you want me to speak. I am who I am. I'm the one who will stand up against anyone and everyone because I fear nobody except God and my wife. And I say that with love, obviously. Nobody else scares me. Nobody else can intimidate me. Nobody can buy me. So when he's not from Maine, as I've said before, I'll say again, nope, I'm not from Maine. I wasn't born in Maine. Why do I care more about your family's legacies than you do? Why am I willing to fight for you? Why am I willing to fight for your land, for your state, for everything than you? So why not put your pathetic biases and your own egotism aside and say, somebody has enough balls to actually do something. So you know what? Forget him. And I want that. It's not about me. Everybody who writes my name, because you're not going to be able to vote for me, okay? It's never going to happen. Like I said last January, February, March, April, May, June, I put it all out there. It's all documented. We do videos for everything, right? They were never going to let me on the ballot. I hope you know that. I could have 500,000 signatures. That's almost the entire population of Maine. I'm kidding. Not that much. Like, they would never go on the ballot. Ever. So all you could do is write in change. So, yeah, it's like a campaign slogan. Write in change. Oh. Please just don't write in the word change. Write in Dan Spriglio because it's a contest vote. Protest vote. There you go. Well, you're wasting your vote. Your votes are being wasted anyway. Vote for the person who will do what he says. And if not, will expose the ever-living hell out of everybody because everybody on that hill knows who I am. A lot of them have been on this show. A lot of them I've called out when it's warranted. Because I am fearless. But I'm guilty of caring. So there's that little problem. All right. So much more. Let's play a video. I didn't download any fun videos for you. I mean, I have funny videos to play for you a little bit later. We're going to wait till my amazing co-host comes for that one. So I'm going to play for the old-time audience. This is a good time to go take a piss, get a drink. You've seen it before a million times. But for all the new people, welcome. This is Politi-Shock. I am Dan Spriglio. But coming up July 3rd is 20 years I've been doing this. 20 years I've been in the fight. Not like you geniuses on Twitter think, you've only been in the fight for 5 days. Ugh, cannot hate you enough. You think you could hate these people, but you realize I don't hate them enough. But 20 years. Go to VOPUSAradio.com, VOPUSAradio.com. And make sure, if you'd be so kind, I keep hitting the microphone. My nose is pretty big, but come on now. Anyway, make sure, check out the apps on Android and Apple. Download those apps, VOP USA. You really go to the website, VOPUSAradio.com. You can see all the videos, all past shows from our friends for the love of freedom, State of Freedom, Josh Bernstein. We have HOLLIS goodies on there, lots of stuff. HOLLIS is the mastermind who built it all and made it look amazing. We have such an amazing product we're putting out there and still haven't taken in any money. Amazing, isn't it? Well, it can't be done without money. The money makes things easier. But you see, anything can be done as long as your heart's in it and you fight like hell. That's what we represent. There's the truth that you all don't like. So, all you new people, again, I see you. Engage. Jump in the chat. Say something. Or just sit in silence, whichever you prefer. I'm Dan Spriglio. I will offend you. This show isn't safe for work. There you go. I should have said that in the beginning. Going to take a quick break, play a couple videos, then I shall be back. We're going to get into a couple other topics real quick, and then at some point, my amazing co-host will be joining me. Aftershock returns. And we'll probably have a lot more shit to talk about, especially this stuff too, because there's so much stuff I've forgotten. Again, I didn't expect my cold open to be, all right, I'm kind of used to it. You are too. An hour and 27 minutes. So my bad, but I'll be back. So enjoy these videos. What can I play? I have a couple goodies for you. Again, long-time audience, hit the head. Everybody else, watch this. You choose to be silent, watch this. And they're all good.
The poorest way to face life is to face it with a sneer. There are many men who feel a kind of twisted pride in cynicism. There are many who confine themselves to criticism of the way others do what they themselves dare not even attempt. There is no more unhealthy being, no man less worthy of respect than he who either really holds or feigns to hold an attitude of sneering disbelief toward all that is great and lofty, whether in achievement or in that noble effort which, even if it fails, comes to second achievement. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
It's a danger to the public. Planted in your skull. It's a danger to the public. Take out a chunk of skull, put the neuralink device into the brain, and then stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody has it. It's a danger to the public. It's definitely going to be outside of human control. What happens when something vastly smarter than the smartest person comes along? It's very difficult to predict what happens. It will be used as a weapon.
Time for the people to take back this remembering we are the majority. The Constitution is people by the people to stand up.
Rage of Aquarius with your hosts, Dan Smeriglio and Josh Bernstein, every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Download our apps on Android and Apple to never miss a show. Watch at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Roku TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, or visit VOPUSARadio.com.
Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice. And I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house. I lost my job. Changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and RINO establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Smeriglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now, your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet, because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve, as I have always been. VOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say.
From channel to channel to channel on television. From websites to social media, from special interest groups to universities all over America. One thing's for certain, everybody's got their heads in their ass. We're offering this one time only, a product that will revolutionize America. The Politi-Shock Head Remover. We get it. You look around and you see everyone with their heads in their ass. And you're thinking, how are we even getting by? With one press of a button, you can release the Politi-Shock Head Remover. Guaranteed to instantly remove any head from any ass. No. We're not politically correct. We're just correct. Welcome to Politi-Shock. What makes us different? We're hardcore conservative, but we're crass and blunt and take it to the extreme. If you love the taste of liberal tears, you're in the right spot. Broadcasting from the trenches of the Voice of the People USA Radio Network, it's Politi-Shock with Dan Smeriglio.
And we are back live. There you go. I got my fix in of sharing a lot of the campaign stuff with you. I hope you've all been sufficiently bombarded now. Okay? So again, I understand that we're featured on Rumble tonight. So, howdy, Rumble audience. And apparently we have a swath of a lot of new people from all over creation. Even though I I did the whole check marky thing on X. It's still like impossible to actually find where the hell my live is in my own profile. But I mean, so be it. It is what it is, right? I don't care about that. So if you're out there, you're seeing it. I'm Dan. This is Politi-Shock. And it's unlike other shows because I come to you with, well, the only agenda is being brutally honest and not having any real talking points other than we're going to shoot the shit and talk about things, and I'm going to give you my honest opinion. And then very soon we're going to do something that's not new. It's something I actually did from the years of 2006 to 2015, 16-ish. And I used to take live calls, and we're going to start doing that again. So we're going to put the number up, and you're going to be able to call in, and then you'll be put in a queue. We can have up to 200 people call in and listen to the show while you're on hold. And, my producer, aka me, is going to go and let you in cold. Not going to pre-screen you, not going to do any of that crap. It's real, it's raw. So if you're dumb, then the world will know how dumb you are. If you want to have intellectual conversation, God, that'd be a blessing. But that's on you. So that's what's coming. Again, the website is VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com. And make sure to follow us on X if you so desire at VOPUSA Radio, on Getter at VOPUSA Radio. There's also a Dan for Senate on Getter. Quite honestly, I mean, I have no idea how to even do that thing sometimes. And thank God for Joe and the crew at the MAGA Lions, because they rock the Getter world, and Travis and Charlene rocking the fascist book world. I love you. You're like my de facto campaign people while you're busy doing what you do for all the candidates on your list that you're actually endorsing that are real America first, real warriors, real people. So I cannot say how much I love them enough. And I look forward to hopefully them having their own show, which I even volunteered to produce for them. I would do that. I wouldn't even need to be on screen. I will produce it for them because I believe in them that much, and I want them to be able to come on here and actually have their own space where they could talk about everything, have the people on. I'm going to have people on, everything, from Jason, Travis, and Charlene, Joe, and, anybody else who I don't know. My respect to them is, I love them. There we go. I'm at a loss for words, people. But, and yes, Rumble is greater than Craps. But even Rumble is, let's face it, a little PayPal Mafia-ish. I'm just saying. But no, so we're on Getter and the apps, of course. Download them on iOS and Android. VOP USA. You can find us there. You can watch our shows. Go to the website. Again, you could put in your email and then watch. And when things are up and going fully, and we have a lot of new shows on and a lot of new broadcasters, if there's another show on live at the same time as Politi-Shock, and you say, I don't want to listen to that idiot scream, then go and watch that other show. It's all good. That's why we give you choice, not just another conservative over-the-top network or another Christian over-the-top network. No, we're going to do something and actually give you options and have music and have arts and have spirituality and have military and education and everything else. It's all on there. So we have a lot of stuff we're bringing your way, and a lot of hard work and sacrifice and time has gone into it. So check it out, people. So there's a lot more on the campaign front and stuff I want to talk about, but I'm going to furlough that. Is that the word I'm looking for? I have no idea. I'm going to hold off on that for now and wait until the aftershock part of the show when Hollis joins me, because she is somebody who hates politics probably more than I do, but she's like this little fierce warrior. All right. I mean, let's face it. She's an amazing artist, musician, singer, songwriter, just everything, and completely just everything she does is like, she didn't know how to produce music, how to record music. So she taught herself. She didn't know how to build websites and build a network, did it all herself. Like, taught herself everything. The woman amazes me. And she was so bogged down by all of the political crap, and she's like, we're done, we're just out of it. And we decided, you know what, since people are talking about it now, no, I don't quit. I don't go anywhere. I'm never going to quit. No one will ever force me to quit anything. And she still gets fierce. She calms me down sometimes, and sometimes she lets him have it. She's amazing. So I'm just happy to go back to the Aftershock part of the show and actually have Hollis back on air. My dad will be happy. Hi, Dad. I know you're watching, and it'll be fun. And I see some chats there. Yes, it's going to be amazing. And yes, you could do it with Zoom. You could do it with StreamYard. We could do it. There's a million ways we could do it. And we'll put you out there to the entire world, my friends. And Jason, you got to come on too, brother. Like, you all got to be a part of it. I want the MAGA Lions, and I want you guys and girls to be out there for the world because, again, for the political section of this network, we need to endorse, we need to back, and we need to talk about the real fighters, the real warriors that are not establishment shills. When we're not like some war room where we talk about what's good and self-serving. No, we're going to talk about everybody, and we're going to give everybody a platform and give people a chance to be seen and be heard. That's should be. And that's why we're doing it. That's why we built it for people like them. They've earned it. And again, let me be clear. We're not letting everybody come on the network for free. You know what? Maybe 5 years ago, a stupid Dan would have said, sure, come have a show. I won't charge anything. No, fuck that. Those days are done. Because people equate kindness to weakness and many things, but weak is not one of them. But tired of being taken advantage of by users. So, yeah, people want to join the network. Yep, they're going to have to pay because we're giving you exposure. We're putting you on Roku and Fire and everywhere else all over the world in front of potentially billions of people. And yeah, every video we put up costs us money. This live stream costs us money. Every video uploaded, every hour and minute that Hollis has donated, literally donated her time and her life into it all costs us money. So, yep, we're running a business here. That is very true. But we also have the ability to say, you know what? If people want to come on and actually believe in a true free speech platform, a platform that, promotes diversity of content, diversity of thought, and something different that legitimately isn't owned, then we want you to be a part of. We want the right people. And they'll understand that paying for it's not making us rich, not making us anything. Hell, it's just covering the nut, essentially. But sometimes people can't afford to pay. But if you're good and you believe, and you could say, hey, we could help share this. We do the social media work. We don't have a social media manager. Like all of Voice of the People USA radio network and television network and the Dan for Senate campaign, it's done by these two people, us. We are it. We are the only ones. All right. We have this magical online ground game that kind of came from good people who never had to, that owe me nothing. But people like the MAGA Lions that went out there, endorsed us, and do so much great work and bust their ass. If other people want to step up and say, I can't pay you, but you know what? We could help. We believe in the cause. We believe in the fight. And let us help by doing the social media stuff. Let us help do this. Then, yeah, that's equal in trade, and we'll let you on work for free. And then there's those rare few that are just regular, good people doing God's work. And we have the ability as the owners to say, you know what? We don't want a thing from you other than you to be a part of this. And that's exactly what we're going to do with the entire crew with the MAGA Lions. And there's others, because we're not complete assholes. But at the same time, we're done being used by the grifters, by the fake America First crowd, if you will. Which brings me to another interesting little tidbit. You see over my shoulder there that disgusting little Mossad CIA-protected douchebag who may or may not be dead, Jeffrey Epstein. See over that shoulder that disgusting, heggerly little Susan Collins. Then you see my ugly face. Ooh. Look, I'm peeking over my own shoulder. God, that's terrifying. I'm like the big head in 1984. But anyway, I spoke about this with Josh, and again, you can check out the Rage of Aquarius every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time live here in the network. We were on this Sunday too, because I didn't care about how many 3-point shots and goals were scored during the Commie Bowl. Didn't matter. And thank you, Destructor. I don't look evil like Epstein and Susan. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sometimes fatter, sometimes skinnier, but I'm just me in all my glory. But we were talking about Steve Bannon, and again, I have my opinions, I have my thoughts, but nothing strikes at the nuts harder than you being outed in the Epstein files as, Jeffy Boy is your bro and you're working to take down Trump and you are the MAGA movement and it's fucking stupid, your own words. And you're in charge of this. And, let's think of some drain the swamp crap that'll catch on, meaning that you're dumb enough will fall for it. Sabotaging trade deals, working with the CCP that you want to take down so badly, and all these other wonderful things all coming out. And, now you have it with I could talk. The Dilly Meme team, who I enjoy the living hell out of. And why do I enjoy them? Because, he's shared our stuff before. He blocked my wife, though, and that's not cool. So, Brendan, Warlord Dilly, she was only sharing Dan for Senate and the website. She wasn't spam. So, I get it, but not cool to block the VOP USA Radio. But then the next day, you liked and shared one of my tweets. Like, dude! So we got to have a come to Jesus moment. But anyway, so the Dilly Meme team, they hit a little hard, which, again, if you know me, this is what I've been doing for 20 years. Again, the show is called Politi-Shock and not Politi-Fluff for a reason, because truth and, the things I say can be deemed controversial because the truth is controversial, right? And I'm not flashy and entertaining for you all. I just say things that are a little abrasive. So be it. But now, the Dilly Meme team and Elon Musk and everybody going after Steve Bannon pretty hardcore and exposing them and doing the memes and that Grace Chong moron that works for Bannon going out there. And Roger Stone called her the C word with a K. Then you have the other people like Raheem Kasim and all them, like, oh, these are heroes. They suck. They've always sucked. Okay. Like, I've never liked any of them. I never cared about any of them. Again, I have discernment where I've been around longer than them. And yes, they have the money. So they made more money and they've gotten more money and they've gotten notoriety because they already had the money to pay in, buy in, and be the bitches of. So good for them. It's not a place of jealousy. I didn't want to be them. I could have taken the $1 million in when I was 23. I chose not to because I'd rather be myself and be real. So these people who are, they're grassroots, they're all for the people. No, they're not. They're all freaking multimillionaires being sent by other people to play you and to psyop you and to shell game you and to do everything that they do because that's how the system works. Okay. But there are other people out there like, can't we? And this Savannah Hernandez girl too. Like, all right, listen, I got to say this too. You're another one. You're like that disgusting commie dumbass liberal bitch, Candace Owens, another one. And this is, and sometimes he pisses me off. I always say it's got to be a rough day some days because, every minute it'll change. I'm not going to do my impression, but Alex Jones had Candace Owens on before anybody else, and then she became so wonderful again, not because she was talented, because she could speak articulately, and people thought she was attractive, and she's black, and she was calling herself conservative. That's the only reason why she was ever anything, okay? But she hates Jews. She hates Jews. She hates Jews. She hates Christians, and Egyptian space aliens visit her in a dream or some shit and flew a UFO into a cereal box, and the cereal box went up her ass. And then Charlie Kirk told her in a dream, like, take it out of your ass and, go online about it. And then you take the cereal box and then you're going to hold it up to the camera and swear this cereal box comes from the Mossad. The Mossad comes from Egypt and the Egyptian Tuskegee Airmen, some shit, all this wonderful conspiracy theories about the many ways Charlie Kirk was killed and all this crap. Like, God, we know Charlie Kirk was taken out, right? It's not a big fucking secret, but you are just a dumb, disgusting, wicked bitch. Not because you're saying things that are controversial, because you're talking out of your ass and you know what you're doing and people are dumb enough to follow you, Just like Man Beast, Marjorie Taylor Greene, God, there's a face only a washed up, has-been, know-nothing, douche-wand, failed journalist from Real America's Voice could love. Her husband loved her, but she was busy boinking her personal trainer. It's literally like you can't see. I just saw this comment. Perfect timing. I love them. It's like we're connected. Dan, people seriously got to stop looking at these people with fan eyes and start seeing them for what they are. We were on the same wavelength yet again. Yes. Like, I saw these people for who they were from the very beginning. Sometimes, like, you want to have hope and you want to think maybe they're real, maybe they're legit. You try to forgive what they've done. Not me, I never forgive and I never forget. I'm an asshole. But it's impossible to go against your gut. So when you see them and you know what they are, and you know what they represent, and you know who owns them and who's bought and paid for them, stop. It's just like the election thing. She's the best we got, but maybe she'll vote with Trump 3% of the time this time. That's better than 0%. Well, they keep attacking my favorite president, and they, I like Trump, but they make me question Trump because they say so. They think you're dumb. They think you are a mindless servant, okay? That you're going to abide by them. Like, look at that little, like, again, no offense, but he looks like he's dying of cancer, and I wish him well. But that little Owen Schroyer douche wand, like another one, you were nothing without being Alex Jones fluffer, okay? That's all you ever were. But now look at it. It looks like a cancer patient, like that's close to the end. And up there is unhinged, like, oh, Donald Trump and Benjamin Yahoo. It's all oh my God. Talk about distraction. And Steve Bannon, he loves Trump, and Trump's got to do this, and Trump's got to do this. I'm telling you right now, Trump's got to do this, and CCP to CCP to CCP. But the CCP has made you tens of millions of dollars, and you work with members of the CCP. But we just forget that, right? Deny reality. We don't want to talk about that, right? So you love Trump, but there you are texting your boy, your bro, Pedo Epstein, about, Trump's stupid and, you're the real one in charge. Listen, douchebag, followers are just that, followers. I don't talk to followers. All right, some of you are. Some of you are mindless drones, not my people. Because my people, I talk to winners. I talk to leaders. I talk to thought leaders. I talk to people who are capable of thinking for themselves and won't disrespect you and sell you some line of bullshit and try to make you like me and try to make you interested in me. No. I talk to you like a real human being because we're freaking real here. Imagine that. But they're always trying to sell you on something, pull you astray. They want you loyal to them, not the president, not your party, not to God, to them. And they will tell you what's okay for you to like or bow down to. It's been that way. Well, it hasn't been that way forever. I mean, the media has always sucked. But independent media is the new mainstream media. It's just as evil. So actually, I got to stop saying independent media, but I was independent media back when, like, again, Blog Talk Radio days, when it was actually independent and nobody was in this. But they all came around in 2015 because they all saw Trump as a cash cow and we're going to ride it in. We're going to make our money. I guess Jeb wasn't that exciting. Wasn't riling the base. And before that, Johnny Boy and Mitt the Bitch, they weren't just bringing out the money, And so it's kind of comical. And I'm sitting here like in 2006, like, yo, where is everybody? 2007, where is everybody? 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, then the Tea Party came and saved the world. These people are frauds, man. So they're not doomsayers. They're not black pillars. They're not people who soured on. They've always been who they're showing you that they are. They're losing ways to make money off of Trump now. You see? So they're moving forward to that. Well, where's more money? Where's more money? We can attack Trump, but say we're doing it in his best interest. We'll get back to that. So Savannah Hernandez is another one who, she's so cutting edge. She's a Hispanic woman and she's going out to these protests and she's asking the hard questions and she's doing this and she's doing that. She was never that interesting. She's done something that's been done. Hell, it was done by that one dude online on YouTube who literally Flacca's Talks or something, or Flacca's Talks or whatever. He literally interviewed people using a wooden spoon as a microphone. It was absolutely hilarious. That was entertaining. Mark Dice, entertaining self-made man. Savannah Hernandez, Owen, you're doing the same shit everybody else has done. You're not that impressive. Owen, they liked you because Alex basically slobbered all over you for a very long time. Okay? And that Savannah Hernandez, hate to break it to you, people only liked you because you were attractive and Hispanic and you called yourself a conservative. All right. Again, I didn't find you attractive personally, but that's the real reason. And again, I don't know why people got to run from that. They're so afraid to say, no, she just had a change of heart. And no, you only cared about her because you want the token Hispanic girl, the token black girl that can go out there and say the things you want to hear, and they know how to use you and manipulate you and make your money. But Alex Jones made Savannah Hernandez as well. Then she left, and now she thinks she's holier than thou, can go to the White House and go to the State Department and be all nice, and then go on her ex account and talk all this shit about, Pam Bondi embarrassed herself in front of Congress. No, Pam Bondi went and called out the shit to its face, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant, and I think it's fantastic. You know what? Oh, you love Pam Bondi. No, I respect somebody who fights back. But they have to go into this counter argument shit. Hate to say it, it's kind of what Flynn and his son and all them do. You know, they're doing it because they love Trump, but they got to come out against Trump, right? Because not enough people come out against Trump, right? There's nobody, everybody loves Trump. You know, he is loved actually, but you know, all the media loves him. All the politicians love him. So they got to be the hard ones doing the original thing and talking bad about him, but to get him to do something, that's their justification. No, these people are manipulating you for money, for attention, and they're desperately seeking their next hit to suck off of. So when I sit back and I see these things happening, and I've spoken about this a long time ago, I see and you have some people jumping, why can't we all just get along? Why can't we all just get along? I love it. I want to see you all cannibalize each other. I want to see you all taken down. I want to see you all fall because you're fakes and you're frauds and you're nothing and you're not that talented. You're not that smart. You just know how to play off people's passion and take their money. So it doesn't make you smart. It makes you a douchebag. And for your actions of taking advantage of people, though they are stupid people sometimes, you're still a piece of shit for doing it. You know, I'm sure if I would have taken this show a very different direction many years ago, maybe I could have made some money. Maybe I could have taken in, some big sponsorships and things like that. I chose not to because why would I want to insult your intelligence? Yeah, our QR code's up there to donate to the network because, shit costs money and we made none. But at the same time, why would I want to be someone fake and try to pitch products to you and do all that crap for what? Because it hasn't been done ad nauseum. So I love it. I love it. And inevitably, we're going to have some of these people on the show. There'll be more big names that come on the show. At this point, it's like, I just want to, I'll listen, I'm going to say shit and ask shit that probably won't be liked because it's what I do. But I know they're coming on here to use these people like myself. There's not many out there, It's like, literally, I love what's happening. I want them all to fall. I want them all to collapse. And they get what they deserve. That's what you get for being a douchebag. That's what you get for treating people like crap. Bottom line. And as far as Bannon goes, everybody loves him. We're a posse. You know what? We're gonna start the Politi-Shock. I can't think of anything witty. I'm not a pitch guy. Sorry. We'll start our own posse. We'll call ourselves the normies. How about that? Like, people have attacked Bannon for a long time. But maybe he's one of the good ones. Maybe he's this. Maybe he's that. Yes. Again, this is my, maybe Susan Collins will have dinner with Trump. All right. Or maybe she'll vote America first or whatever. You know what I mean? So people talk. But when you see his own words and hear his own voice with Jeffrey Epstein, and he's trying to do the whole, I'm going to be cutting edge and I'm going to ignore it. That's how I'll beat it. I'll ignore it. I'm afraid, friend, that it's not going to go away. When you have Elon and the Dilly team coming after you, you really think it's going to go away quietly? And it gets old, man. So you get what you deserve. And for the things you said, the way you spoke about people and how you're sitting there plotting and planning how to manipulate the masses, then calling yourself the head of something. You're the head of a movement. This is my movement. That is such a douchey, shitty thing to say. And some of the worst people, not some, a majority of the worst people in this movement, the right, or excuse me, the right. And that's the God's honest truth. Hollis and I have been to the Media Rose. And before I even knew Hollis, I've seen these dickheads at play. All right. Oh, you're the guy that held all the rallies and did all this. Oh, yeah. That's. Mm-hmm. Well, that was 12 years ago. We're here now. We have money, so we're going to make money. You're not invited to our table. You know? It's kind of like how it goes. Not that I ever wanted to be. But like, it's funny to me. Like, I don't know. Call me a dick. Like, I could sit here and say, I think that the overabundance of bullshit and the strange obsession with Erica Kirk is a little weird. And you know what? I guess everybody grieves their own way. So why don't you just shut the fuck up? At the same time, not for the reasons Candace Owens says, Turning Point kind of been shit too for a very long time. All about raking in that money and doing very little to help the other ones that are actually out in the streets doing the real work. Offensive? Maybe. Truthful? Yes. And I'm somebody who Charlie Kirk knew, and we knew each other. And like I said, we corresponded. I didn't dislike him. Didn't think very highly of his organization. But hey, we got the good rate on Media Row because, you know, I was one of the OGs, they say. And Charlie knew me from back in the day. They make millions and millions and millions and millions. Oh, but they're registering voters. They're doing this. They're saving the world. Are they? Or is that just what they want to tell you? Give us more money. Are they sending money to the MAGA Lions crew? Are they sending money? But I'm not going to do it, but I can name so many normal people that are actually out there. Not your Scott Pressler obsessed douchebags either. He's a hero. He's going to save us. You're always looking for a savior. We have one above. Other than that, save yourself. Stop freaking idolizing people, for Christ's sake. Sorry, God. But seriously, like, stop. We need Scott Pressler. What the hell is it that he does that's so overwhelmingly magical? I'm curious. You could take Scott Pressler's name out and replace it with any other name that you want. People saying, we need you in Maine to support Dan. Newsflash. I've showed the clips. He was interviewed by me on Media Row. We got along great. Thought he was really nice. And then I had somebody on the show who exposed, you know, all the stuff about Turning Point and Scott Pressler. And I just said, like, hey, I'd like to have everybody on to have a discussion, open and honest. I didn't even cast judgment. That was Brian Ferencz. And then out of nowhere, I'm blocked by Scott Pressler and blocked by all these people. It's like, wow, I didn't even attack you. But now that you've done that, you're and I don't care about being blocked. God, I don't care about being blocked. That is some weird, like, again, lobotomized bullshit. But like, honestly, it showed me who you are. So Scott Pressler, or name your favorite superhero. So they come in with money. They stay in hotels paid for. They drive vehicles paid for by somebody else. They get paid money by somebody else. And they take your money while they already have money. And then they say they're going out there doing the work and registering voters. No, what they're doing is getting hundreds or thousands of other people who were doing it already or would be doing it anyway, but having them connected to them to make them feel like they're a part of something. That's called psychological warfare, to make them feel like they're part of the crew and part of the family. While he gets the money, they get nothing. He gets the notoriety, they do the work. But when cameras are around, he'll show up or this one will show up. I mean, sometimes it just is that simple, people. So Turning Point gets all this credit for all this stuff. And you know what? Maybe they have. Sure. God bless. But what are they doing for the real groups out there, the real people out there, the real people fighting with nothing? I'm not saying it's as like a scorned person. No. I don't want their money. But like, honestly, like, what are they doing? You know? It's like Steve Bannon calling for, like, you know, we need real MAGA fighters, you know, America First fighters to get these rhinos out. Somebody from your own crew, as they shared with me, you know, wrote a story about, you know, candidates to watch and shit. And we were mentioned in the war room, you know, they talked about my campaign. I've also had an hour-long conversation with Steve Bannon's daughter, Maureen. We were with her at Trump International last March for Steve Stern's event. She's supposed to come on the show, you know, told me her and her father watched this show. And all. There's the backstory, right? Do you think we were ever invited on? Do you think our campaign was ever spoken about? No. Do you think all the work that's being done by the regular people, even the posse members, is being brought up? Unless he could attach his name to it, you know? And then you read the files and you read the emails and the text messages and hear the videos where it's like, oh, wow, well, he was kind of pre-planning this whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, what a great confidant. Hey, it's not his fault. He was just hired to make him look good. You know, the literal demon. Cool. Great guy. It's time, people, you know, as they sit here and tell you we're going to lose the midterms, it's all the end of the world. Nothing good ever happens. Nothing good. It should be this way. They know what's best. You know what? I didn't see that fat fuck running for president. All right. I didn't see these other people. They all think that they could do it better, but nobody steps up and does anything. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? When the real people step up, it poses a threat to the douchebags that like to talk about how they would do it and how it should be done, but will never ever do it themselves because they know one thing is universal. They're pretty much hated and they make too much money on the outside while claiming to be just like you, so they'll never actually step up and get involved. But it's legitimately, it's time to cast these people aside. And I'm not just saying this so, come to me. Come and listen to VOP. I want you to. I do. But I'm also not going to sit here and say, I am your alternative. I am this. I am that. It's not about me. It's about you, and it's about the truth, and it's about exposing the frauds. Bottom line. So as we see the fighting, just know that I'm a cheerleader for it. They tell you how everything's bad and everything's going to only get worse. And they have the answer. And they want it to, this is real quick, because I really want to bring my beautiful wife on, because that'll be more fun than just me. She's waving to me in the backstage area. She's literally on the other side of the room and I can't see her right now, but she's on the little box in the, the backstage in StreamYard. But like, you know, I don't even know what I was saying. What the hell was I saying? I can't remember. See, I get distracted. I see something beautiful and it's like I stare and I'm like, oh. No, but like these individuals, like you have to stop. You have to stop with this blind infatuation, this blind obsession. They do not have your best interests at heart. They have your wallets on their mind. That's what they want. So yeah, I want you to come and listen to us. I'm not going to insult your intelligence either and say we are the alternative. No. Be your own damn alternative. All right? You may tune in here for I don't know why millions of you watch this show. I don't know why millions of you watch me. I have no idea whatsoever. Perhaps you laugh, perhaps you get mad, perhaps you cry, perhaps you make fun of. I don't know. But I'm grateful. But you know what? Instead of looking for voices that echo your little, you know, your internal thoughts and everything else, just speak yourself. Use your voice. Stop looking for somebody else to say the things that you want to say. Stop looking for somebody else to, like, You know what? Shine a light on what? Think for yourself. Act for yourself. Stop being fanboys. Stop being fangirls. Stop being obsessed with names. I've seen them. Please believe I've seen them. One of the greatest things was at the People's Convention. We had a line that must have stretched across that whole room of people waiting to come to our booth. And that was so cool. Regular people. Not because we're so wonderful, because we actually appeal to regular people. While all these other independent media with their fucking $20,000 sets and their $5,000 tables with their little suits and everything else and their cameras and their lighting and everything. Oh, they have to look so professional. You're independent media, you're grassroots, but you're trying to emulate the ones that you hate because you want to be the new ones that you hate, right? Like you want to be what you hate while saying you're not them. And then there's us in the trenches, keeping it real. So it was cool to see people actually appeal, or we appeal to them. I don't know. So we're just regular people. It's time. You want to save this country? Start by saving yourselves. You save yourselves by breaking the infatuation of these figureheads that do not care about you. President Trump does. The man sacrificed freaking everything. Not everything. Lost billions, got shot, wanted in jail, just to try to do the right thing. And I love him for that. And I met him. I respect him. I loved him my whole life, and I met him in person. He was even better in person. That's cool. With the exception of like Mike Lindell, I don't know, maybe there was another. I want to believe there was another. Every single one of these influencers or these names that you know that I met, I assure you, if you know me, you've known me long enough to know I'm not going to bullshit you. If you're one of the many, 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 many people watching for the first time, I don't care what you think. I'm lying, I do. But like, I'm just telling you the God's honest truth. They're some of the most arrogant, conceited, self-serving people you have ever met. But when the light goes on, they're one of the people. They're fighting for you. They care about you. Camera goes off in their phone with their assistants. You go to talk to them. One of the little minions going to come over and say, oh, you could set up a time, or you could reach out via email, or you could, because they're so entitled. It's disgusting. Like you're literally trying to be the new media, not new media. You're trying to be the mainstream, but you know how to swerve people and take from them. Congratulations. Disgusting. So, you know what? I got to get that and put it in my little column here. Hang on. I have a video to play. I have 2 videos to play for you. And then after that, it's going to be time for Aftershock because I want Hollis on the show. There's so much more to talk about. All right. I should probably do another Politi-Shock. I swear to God, last week I wanted to have a 2-hour episode, okay? 2 hours. It was like 3 hours and 46 minutes. I'm like, damn, even when I try to be short, it goes long. I mean, I should do a Politi-Shock more than once a week. God, it's annoying. I'm like, I don't want to do it. Then I start talking. It's like, I don't shut the hell up. Like, no. It's very aggravating, I'll tell you. But you know what? I actually love you people. Even my haters. You know the deal. All right. Let me do this. Don't look real quick.
Week's episode.
All right. Don't look at that. Pretend like you didn't see that. Okay? And wait, there's going to be another one. So pretend like you didn't see this. You'll understand why momentarily. You didn't see that. Okay. All right. I'm going to play 2 videos for you. More Politi-Shocks. Yes, we need more Politi-Shocks. We need 5 nights a week of Politi-Shock and 5 days of the Dan Spriglio show. And then I need your money. I need a car. I need a house. I need a studio. I need a booking agent, a publicist, everything. God, I sound like one of those independent people. You all actually want more Politi-Shocks? Really? Well, thank you. And that's not because they worship me or idolize me. Please believe. I'm entertaining in my own weird way. Or I'm just complete dick. Anyway, so, all right, everybody. I'm going to play one video and then another video back to back. It was, I had a interview with an influencer. So after this, I'm going to welcome my wife onto the show. So you'll be surprised when you see who the influencer is. She made time for the little people. And I, for one, am grateful. Okay. Don't look, don't look, don't. Oh, you're seeing it. Wait a minute. Am I on the wrong one? No, this is one. That's two. Well, what about this one?
I'm an influencer.
Hold on, people. I only got the one. No. Come and show me. Here, people, don't look. This is real media, baby. So all you newbies watching, this is what it looks like. Come here, Hollis. Which one is it? Let's see. I'm looking in real time. You know what? Screw this. Watch a commercial while I try to sort this out. So hang on. It's very annoying. If someone gave me props the other night, or I said my producer does a good job. Like, thanks. I think so too. Okay. Enjoy a video, and then I'm going to try to sort this out. So let's give you a walk around Maine.
I don't understand the little rivalries and the beefs between. All I see is a beautiful section of this country.
Why is it not playing? Oh, God. Well, something's going on where I can hear it playing elsewhere, but I can't play it on my screen. So what did you log in under? Something's fucked up. Let's see if Hollis can play this.
Pay me.
What do you do?
I'm an influencer.
Make it big. You're an influencer.
Yes, I influence people.
Do I know you from anywhere?
Well, if you don't, that's your fault. You know, you should. As an influencer, we have a really big job. Recently, it was brought to my attention. There's a great new radio station TV platform out called Voice of the People USA.
I heard of that VOP. They're the ones that they built everything on their own. They're not backed by millionaires or billionaires or owned by anybody, and it's completely independent.
Wow, I mean, frankly, that's pretty amazing. I should probably align with them because I'm all about we the people mentality. How do we get involved with that? I mean, I can't be bothered with that stuff. I'm an influencer, so what do I have to do?
To be involved, there's one or two ways, and it's actually really fair. You have to pay a membership to be on there because they're putting you out there to tens of millions and potentially billions of people worldwide in 191 countries. Or you could offer like equal trade and actually help to do something and be a part of the network.
What? I'm an influencer, okay? I don't know what planet you live on, but influencers don't have to do anything but just exist, okay? You want me to actually involve my energy helping someone else? I mean, that doesn't go with the influencer culture.
But you said you're all about we the people and the Patriot movement.
Well, I just say that. I mean, I don't really mean it. Who are these people?
They're regular people.
Regular people? Are you kidding?
But they're fighting for regular people, which you claim to care about.
I'm an influencer. Are you telling me I have to pay?
Well, yeah, because they pay out of pocket, and it costs a lot of money to run such a thing with no backing. That's how they keep it independent.
Excuse me. You should just be gracious enough with my presence alone. I am an influencer, and my book is going to save the world. My vitamin is going to save mankind. And me just existing as an influencer is enough. How dare they ask for something in return? Frankly, that voice of the people, they sound like a little bit too real.
But everybody has a book and a vitamin, and
my book is more important than anything else in the world.
But you make a lot of money off of X and off of the magical money from Rumble and everywhere else, and
that's because my dad is rich and he paid for that.
Oh.
So why should I have to have my rich dad give money to these we the people people?
Because they're fighting back against the system on their own and giving a voice to real people.
It doesn't matter. I made it. I don't give a shit about them. Oh, delete that. That might make me not look good.
Oh.
I am an influencer. And this is what I do. I influence people.
So you post things on social media, or you have somebody post things for you on social media.
Of course, that's what influencers do.
So you work about 5 minutes a day and you have money and then you make more money and give nothing back?
What's wrong with that?
Well, that is the Patriot movement way.
Exactly. 99.9% of the Patriots movement is fake and frauds and phony and self-serving and self-interested and egotistical. And I am proud to represent that. That's why no one stops scrolling, because they think that I'm going to give them money.
But
when will they ever learn?
So what are you going to do when President Trump's not there anymore? Are you just going to move on to the next grift?
We're always on the next grift.
Oh.
We're 10 steps, I should say 10 miles ahead of you. Peons, we the people.
Are you like the rest of the Con Inc. influencer class that actually voted Democrat before you found the money train to latch onto?
Honestly, I don't even know the difference between Democrat
or
and Republican, because I don't care. I'm an influencer.
You sound like that Candace Owens girl. Seriously though, are you one of those people that, you know, you only got any recognition because you used Trump's name and now you just spend all your time bashing Trump and call yourself a real conservative?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we're told we have to do. That's the only
by your handlers. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
So, yeah, I don't think this voice of the people is a good idea. Not for me anyway, and not for the real influencers. We don't have to do anything except influence. And everybody continues just to click, continues to give me all the views that make me rich and them poor. And that's just the way it is, because you know what? They're the stupid ones, not me. I'm rich.
That's true. That's why you get to go to all those balls and wear those $5,000 dresses and get all the VIP everythings, and you're part of the in crowd, huh?
I sure am, and you're just jealous.
No, I'm really not, but
you're just jealous because you're not able to go to them because you can't afford it, because you're busy spending your money on what again?
Fighting for real people and actually trying to make change in the world.
Real people, real change, real heart, kindness. That doesn't sell. Are you kidding?
But maybe
how many people click on your posts?
But maybe, well, that's because us real ones are banned everywhere. Well, guess what? I hate them. All.
Well, I'm sorry you have such anger in your heart for the influencers, because without us, frankly, I don't know where any of you would be.
Some of us have been around longer than you ever.
Matter.
Credibility doesn't matter. Helping people doesn't matter.
No. If you want to get into being an influencer, all you have to do is find someone to have sex with who has a lot of money. They'll give you the money, then you can use them for your posts. And then you'll get ahead. You don't have to worry about organic growth. That doesn't exist.
True.
You just have to have sex with someone who has money, or your dad, or your mom, or someone you know has to have a lot of money. And then you could buy your followers, buy your posts, and people don't even know because they just follow. Like, trying to do anything good with your life and the world, don't worry about it. It's all over the shortcuts. Have a good time. Don't think too much about it. And my book's on sale now, okay? And there's no other book. I'm the only person in the world making this kind of book.
Actually, everybody has a book now. Literally, everybody.
Yeah, but no one's book's as good as me, because
they all say that.
I'm saving the world with my book.
That's true.
There's no other author who's doing what I'm doing, because I'm saving the world with my book.
No real world experience, just social media, but you're saving the world.
Well, thanks. I have to go influence now. I'll see you later. It was nice talking with you, whoever you are. Bye.
And, whoa, my camera likes to look at Hollis too. I don't blame it. So that was a very very special interview with my favorite influencer. Okay. But is that really too far off? I think so. So up next, we have part 2. Deal with it, people. It's entertaining. So, but I appreciate you enjoying this. My camera is like staring at the top of my head, or it's making me look really big. Stop that. I don't need a camera to add 30 pounds. All right. I got that covered myself. So anyway, next video coming in 3, 2.
Of swag bags. This week on I'm an Influencer, Pay Me, we dive into the world of swag bags.
Excuse me, are you an influencer?
Yes, I...
okay.
Yes, I am an influencer.
I have a swag bag for you.
Swag swag bag.
Yes.
I love swag bags. Nothing beats a good swag bag.
I figured, because the ones that have everything always want more and stuff for free.
We deserve stuff for free.
Of course you don't. I have a bag for you from a really good, incredible organization that's been around for almost 20 years. And are you paying attention?
Of course.
Okay.
I care all about the people.
They're called Voice of the People, USA Radio and Television Network. Built completely from the ground up, out of their own pockets, fighting for the people. Right. But they wanted me to give you this bag to see if you consider endorsing them.
Is this from Walmart?
The bag is.
Maybe they should work on their presentation a little
Well,
bit.
they spend all their money building a network out of their own pockets and dedicating their lives to doing it and have sacrificed a lot. So that's why they knew that you would really believe in their message and stand for them.
Of course. Let's see, what do we have in our Walmart bag? Okay. What's this?
That's their shirt. It's homemade.
Homemade?
Yeah. They literally made it in their house.
Gildan? 100% cotton?
Well, yeah.
Wait,
What's wrong with that?
My typical swag bags includes all the fancy designers. I think there's a homeless down there. He might be able to use it for a washcloth. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry that didn't meet your high standards. You who's for the people.
I'm for the people.
So why don't you keep looking in the bag?
What's this?
That?
Declaration of Independence?
Yeah, I figured it's perfect for you. They knew you would appreciate that since you always say you're fighting for everybody's rights.
Not really sure what that is, but I mean, a piece of paper.
But that's the basis of everything.
Okay.
That brought us to Constitution, our Bill of Rights.
Pocket Constitution.
Yes, you got the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. How perfect is that?
Is that where they have those amendments and stuff?
Well, there's amendments. You don't know the amendments?
I always get them mixed up. I don't really need to think about the details. I just exist. I haven't been up on the Institution Declaration of that thing.
Independence?
I'm an influencer, and I'm working on my next best-selling book. It's a follow-up to my #1 bestseller on Amazon. I'm an influencer. Pay me. My follow-up. I'm an influencer. I don't need to know about the Constitution. Pay me!
Wow, how appropriate.
For those history and we the people, more power to you. I don't want to waste it, so maybe you want to give it back to someone who might be able to use it, because I'm an influencer and we're not concerned about those things.
All right, so you don't like the shirt, you don't like the bag, you don't like the Constitution, you don't like the Declaration of Independence. What about the button?
What is that? The fist, we the people thing?
Yeah, Voice of the People, fighting.
I should probably put this on, because, optics. Because I am an influencer, and I am about we the people. So I'm just gonna put this right on here. And who are you again?
Well, my name's...
This gentleman who has the bag from Walmart and 100% cotton Gildan shirt. But
Gildan?
He gave me this wonderful button. So I am an influencer, and I support we the people all the way. And I love swag bags.
But it's Voice of the People, USA Radio and Television Network.
Yeah, they're cute, but those real people, they don't really come into our radar because we're really above them. So thanks, we the people.
Can I have my mic back?
I am an influencer. I deserve this for free.
Oh.
Because I'm about to go out and do some influencing.
Well,
so,
the rich always need more things for free.
Exactly. We deserve everything for free. And people just love to pay me more and more of their hard-earned money so I don't have to work. And that's just how it goes. The more we have, the more we get for free. The more that we don't need it, the more that everyone just fawns all over us because I'm an influencer. And if you're looking to be an influencer, you could check out my 3rd book I'm working on, calling all the tips on how to be an influencer without really having to do anything except have sex with someone rich. Thank you.
Well, grifting ain't easy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, we the people person. Oh, thanks.
I guess that's it. So, look. Oh, I could hear myself. The influencer decided to join us.
Hello, everybody.
So
what is this called again?
why am I hearing into such an echo? Influencer. What's your name again?
Like I have to tell you should already know. Hello.
So in the time that you were waiting to come on the show, did you write your 5th book?
Of course.
It's amazing. Do you use a ghostwriter, Chad GPT?
Oh, I can't reveal my secrets. You have to pay for my online seminar to know about that. It's only $10,000, $9,099 if you $9,999 if you use the promo code. I am an influencer.
What's the promo code? Patriot?
Influencer.
Oh, I like it. You're bold. You just go right at it. That's good for you.
Yes.
You know, did you happen to see the Egyptians coming in a plane to try to steal your influential spot that Candace was talking about?
Oh, I don't know about that stuff. Where Egypt? What's that? Where is that again?
Oh, that's right. What's your favorite amendment?
Can I pass on this one?
Do you need a lifeline?
Yeah, like whatever. I don't need to know like intellectual smart things. Like that's for like those people, not me.
You just gotta follow the script, right? That's all you gotta do because you're all about we the people.
Of course.
Yes, it's fantastic. Don't you know it's very exclusive to have a book now?
Of course, and I have 5.
Well, that's in the last 3 days. I mean, you'll be up to 20 books by the end of the week.
Oh, yes, I'll be right there. What is this called? What are you called again?
We talk to arrogant douchebags.
And how many followers do you have?
I don't know, not a lot.
Not a lot.
Yeah. So sorry.
How many tweets have you gotten from the show?
Probably like 2.
Hold on. What? Oh, my manager says unless you have 10,000 followers, I can't be here. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Bye.
sorry. Goodbye now.
The people. See you later.
Bye. There we go. That was our favorite influencer, whatever her name is, joining us. It's very special. So I think my wife is here. So hang on. You look oddly familiar.
Well, hello everybody. This is nice. Do you like my screen here? My background?
It's very freaky, although I'm still hearing an echo.
Oh.
So I apologize.
Doing this a little differently. Well, look at that. No. We need the after hours, do the after dark light. This is real, guys.
Well, we haven't done an aftershock since Frenchville. So it's been a long time since you've been on camera.
I know. I missed it. It's good to be back.
Now,
hey everybody.
That's better. Do that. Keep doing well.
I'm Mugga Dirt Bike. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. I almost have tears in my eyes. Aw, it's nice to see you again, too. Hi, Jason. Hi, Destructor. Hi, Travis and Charlene. Aw, it's good to be back. Yes, it's different because we were sitting cramped side by side. Dan, how long has it been?
Not since May?
May, June, July, August.
June, maybe.
Oh my God, it's almost not a year.
No, but it's been a long
time.
Wow,
yeah.
7 months?
Yeah.
8?
We were squished in that little room in Maine.
Yes, in our homemade studio.
Yes.
Now we're in a bigger room, and she's behind her computer, and I'm behind mine, and I could hear myself, but that's okay. We do this for you. So listen, there's so much stuff. Like I want you to weigh in, and somebody said somewhere before if you would come on the Maga Lion show at some point. So I hope you will, Hollis, because you've been requested.
Well, yes, sure. I would love to. I think it'd be fun. And I am a lion. I love cats, and I am a Leo lion.
She's a Leo, yes.
I definitely would be Hi, Travis and Charlene. Good to see you too. I love cats, and I am a Leo lion. So I definitely have that lion roar and heart.
You're my favorite felonious creature. The funny part is now we have a shit ton of people watching, right? And it's funny that Rumble.
I keep playing with my hair.
That's what you do. Okay. Oh my God. Oh.
Your dad. Remember I always used to play with my hair?
My dad's enjoying the hell out of this right now. He's gonna call and say she keeps touching her hair. And he likes it. Nobody has been asking for Hollis to be on the air more than my father. Now I know I've been a little flighty, but again, moving and everything else going on, it's been a lot. But we're back to our cadence, and now these people agreed with me doing more of the Politi-Shocks in one night. By the way, so I don't know whether to love them all or hate them. But apparently there's a want.
Maga Biker says, how much would an influencer spend on that coat? How much would an influencer spend on that coat you were wearing? Oh, we just sew in like a fake tag on it and charge $10,000.
That's right, because it's a special tag.
I think that was a Forever 21 discount. I think that was like $20 or something.
Was that the Christmas Day or the New Year's something special we went to? The after Christmas thing?
Yes.
Okay.
We got our half off discount.
I did not shop there. Okay.
Dan had to come too. I made him watch as I tried on coats.
I had to go into the bright hell that is Forever 21.
But it's funny though, because the one thing I have is I have so many coats. Well, from what in Maine we had so many jackets, but I do have a nice jacket collection, so I have plenty to use for all the skits that are to come.
Yeah.
Maga's a Leo Virgo. When is your birthday? I'm August 9th. Yes, but so Dan, we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I'm putting you on solo screen right now.
Oh wow, okay. I could do this. I can do this. This is weird because I'm so used to us together, but
I know.
Okay, so do you want me to talk about the Maine Senate thing?
So, we have so many people watching, like a ton, and you. Again, my cold open was an hour and 32 minutes. I did not intend for that to happen, but you know how I am. And I think I did pretty good, but there's so much more to say. There's so much I want to talk about. This is why I said maybe I got to do more than one Politi-Shock, because God, there's so much to talk about. Yeah, bring up what you want to talk about with this Senate thing, and just I'd love to hear your input. And then I want to talk about the ex-experts, the political consultants on X that know better than all of you and I what the winning strategy is. And the winning strategy is, we just have to accept the bad, and that's the only one that could win, or you don't look professional enough, or you don't speak enough, or you don't have a check mark, and I don't usually engage with people without check marks. Well, now I have a check mark again.
You don't have 10,000 followers on your post. You don't have 10,000 likes. It's not infuriating, I guess, but you get to the point where it's laughable. I put out, as you guys probably know, if you don't know, I make all the videos for all this stuff, and it takes forever. And, well, we'll go back to what happened, I guess, when they announced Susan Collins was running, 2 days ago or whatever. And then Dan, all of a sudden, in a couple weeks prior to it, people started commenting, "Are you still running?" Right, Dan? He was like, "I don't know. Put me together with you. I have to look at you when I talk." Oh, I like it like that. Okay, let's go there. But yeah, so people started asking again, and obviously, I think you guys know it's not a secret. We moved to Ohio. I mean, this was never the plan. We bought a house. It's being rented right now because he lost his job because last January he stepped up to run for Senate. He made the announcement. Oh, you guys know all this, and this is all on the VOP USA website. To be honest, I was just so over all of it. We lost everything because we did this, because he did this. He lost his job, which spiraled into having to move, having to sell our house. Couldn't afford to live in Maine anyway, with the electricity bills being literally, it's not an exaggeration, $500-$600 a month. So I was just done with it when we left. I was just so, I was like, wow, we sacrificed a lot. And I think the worst part of Maine and the people was like, you were fighting against those people of Maine were worse than the freaking political people. You've at least dealt with them. It's the devil, Who would have ever thought, when people are begging for Susan Collins must go? How many times did we hear that? Someone must primary her back in January, February, when this was starting to come up. Every other tweet, someone needs to primary, and you were living there. Obviously, we were both living there, and the fact that Trump was in the White House, and you even told me you never ever wanted to run to be a politician. You never want to run and be in politics. You're an activist. You can't you know the game. You can't stand these people. You're not one of them. You're not trying to have big shiny smile teeth and fake. You're the farthest thing from fake. You know what I mean? And all these people, as we see, you know, we have fun with it. But a lot of those little skits and stuff, man, we have anger. It's like inside. It's like you look at these people and it's so fake, and it's not even an exaggeration. They're snobs. They're fake. They're mean. They're heartless, and they represent, like, they're making the decisions of, like, all of us, the rest of us, like 90%. But back to the people, like, what happened in Maine was just like we were up against the Mainers. They were all, you're not a real Mainer, you're not this. But meanwhile, he's the only one that stepped up to do anything. You know, you guys know the story probably at length by now, but if there's a lot of new people watching, go on to the VOP USA, the channel. I had took it down for a while, the Senate thing. All the videos I had spent almost a year, or not a year, but maybe 7-8 months. Those videos, I made all of them. Like, we planned to run. He was going to go and, like, do the ballots, even though he said there's no chance in hell, but I'm going to do something. We were going to go and get signatures and do all that stuff. And lo and behold, you know, because he ran, he lost his job. That is the reason why you lost your job. And after that, I was like, well, you know, he couldn't afford to stay in Maine. You lost your job. There's nothing comparable around there. And the bills were eating us alive. We had to put our house on the market. It didn't sell, you know, so we still own it. And fortunately, we couldn't even afford to live in our house. So, you know, the good thing is that we have someone we love and trust who's renting it. So it's not gone, and we're still paying taxes there. But we were pretty, I mean, to say we had a sour taste, or our mouth was like a freaking understatement. We left. I was like, fuck that place and fuck them. The Maine people were the worst. And with the exception, as we always say, not everybody's bad. A lot of people don't know he was running and all that. But I mean, I don't know. Like you said, we could count it on one hand, the people we met that were really good people, you know? So I was like, that's not going to win an election, you know? And at the end of the day, you know, it's like they say, when hell freezes over or whatever, it's like a long shot, snowball's chance in hell that you're going to win. Yeah, and you're up for a fight. You know that. But when your own people don't want you, when your own people are sitting there, when your own people are against you, that's when I was like, get the fuck out of there. Like, fuck them. They don't deserve you. They don't deserve me. And it's hard because at the end of the day, you have to think bigger. It's the United States. You know, it's for Trump. It's for this time. If you ever want to say, if the primaries, you know, if these go south and he doesn't win and then he gets impeached, it's over. You know, so it's really hard to think bigger when no one else does. Like, there's a lot at stake, and that's why these influencers, we joke about it, but the truth is, it's going to be destroyed. It's going to be right back to when before Trump won, and we were all like, oh my God, are we going to move to Russia? Like, what's going to happen? We're leaving the country because we didn't know what was going to happen. And he won. But as Dan says, people get comfortable. Oh, let it to be Trump. And now, like, the cannibalism, as you're talking about, they're all eating each other. They don't give a shit about the country, what's about to happen if the Democrats get back in control and this all goes, you know, back to what everyone's worried about, you know? So that's why when people a few days ago bring it flash forward now, when people are asking, I said, you know, I made that video that you see up there with our houses in and everything. And I said, at this point, Dan, you know, let people know you didn't drop out. You're still running, but we're done. We're done. We're not paying for a campaign. Right in the name. That's the only way you could win anyway. I mean, not win, but like get to the primary or however it works. There's not going to be us trucking up to Maine in our own pocket and spending like, we don't have anything left. You know, we did our part. And it's funny because even just dipping your toe back in a little bit, like after everyone's asking and I started looking at the comments again, it makes you so angry. It's like, that's why I made it clear in that video. You could write his name in. We did enough. You'll never find anybody who's not in this game who would actually be willing to do this. Again, not like we would ever ask for anyone to say thanks or wow or good job or a little bit of support besides the people in the chat room. You know, I'm not obviously referring to you, but like, you know, there's some good people, but there's not enough of you guys. You guys are amazing, but there's not enough, and that's not going to win anything. But that's why I said, you know, don't drop out, but let people know it's an option. You're not there to prove yourself to the Mainers. Like, fuck you guys. You're mean. You know, I'm getting it out now. You know, like, you are so mean to him. And I guess not to me personally, because you didn't know, but you're mean. And you made us it just, the whole thing sucked, but that's life, right? That's this whole thing. But I guess that was the point, to say, you know what, it's your turn to do your part. Share the tweet. We don't have millions of dollars for advertising. What is it, Dan? 40-50 million dollars for advertising? That's what she has. We have like $50. I think we got $300 in donations total, and thank you guys. But and they took out like 120 for fees or whatever, and the website alone costs $300. So we're already in the red, and it's like about to renew. I'm like, should we even get it again? I'm done. It's up to other people to do something, and then you see these Twitter comments which are infuriating, like, oh well, why should I vote for you? It's like, you're stuck with your choices. Like, we're here to say there's another choice, and it's up to you to share it, for you to spread it, for you to get Trump's attention, for you to get someone's attention, for you to do something, because we've done enough. And the fact that even said, if he won, and I said it in that video, if it ever, like we always say, it's like, whatever, it's like gonna happen, a snowball's chance in hell, or whatever. Is that right? That's a saying. Like, whatever happened. But if it ever did, he would do it. Because I think he'd be great at it. He knows a lot about politics, even though he hates it, and he has the personality. I mean, he loves Trump. Trump knows who he is. He's a fighter, and he's probably, I don't know if there's anybody else who's not in the game that's corrupt. Like, you know what I mean? So maybe there is, but they're the unknown people. And then people would be like, well, oh, I've never heard of him. Well, why do you think you haven't heard of him? Okay, do you think we have $40 million lying around for advertisements? You hear of the same people. You're not allowed to hear of these people. So I find it funny that like people are like, oh, yeah, great, but we need someone who can win. We need someone. Oh, I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him. Well, I mean, the same thing with Trump. The reason why Trump had money, but like, so he was able to, and thank God he did, because he was able to use it for good. But you can't do this without money. But I feel like, again, it's the naive part of me. I feel like your heart, you can, but the people, they have to do something. And it's not up to me. It's not up to Dan. The fact, like I said again and again, the fact that he would even actually do this and go and be, take what he has to take from these people. And the main people are the worst. They're the worst. And so I try to think bigger and say, we're doing this for the country, for Trump. You're only doing this because Trump is president and because of the dire straits times we're in. Like, if these primaries get lost and it goes back to the Democrats, it's over. It's over. So I talked a lot. I had a lot to say. Sorry.
No,
I
want to interrupt you, honestly. I mean, I think it's great.
But it's just sickening. It's just sickening. And like I said, there's other platforms. I mean, we don't really go out. We put out a post, that video on X, and 6 views, 15 views. People even in Maine aren't even retweeting it like they used to. Like, I don't, but they won't share it. Some people will like it. I'm like, newsflash, that doesn't do shit. You don't like it. What is your part? You have to put your fucking finger and actually like tweet it. And then there'll be people with have big followings, whatever, big followings. I don't really care about the followings, about getting it out to the people. That's a form of advertising. Advertise, help us. It was funny, the Rhino Removal Project lady like wrote you and said, oh, you should check out the Rhino Removal Project. And I wrote back something, not really, it wasn't mean. I tried, like, I don't know, but newsflash, the Rhino Removal Project, they were the worst too. We spent over an hour. I have the video somewhere, and I literally was in Maine, and I videoed it because as proof, if I could find it. I don't even know where it is, of us filling out an application about senator and why you're running, and we had approved MAGA first candidates, and this is sickening. But did all this stuff probably over an hour on the computer, send it to the Rhino Removal so maybe they could promote us. They never even responded. And then I see, oh, buy the Rhino Removal merchandise, donate. We have a new content creator here, and this one, and buy my t-shirt. And I'm thinking, you know who really needs the money? The candidates. You know what I mean? I mean, it's ridiculous, but Dan knows more than I do about this world. He's been saying this forever. He's like, it's just another freaking, what are they called? A grifter and all that. Like, they're fake. And, and the lady wrote back, she said, join it. And Dan said, well, I had a bad experience with it. And then I piped in, and she said, well, it's under new management or something. And I said, okay, great. Well, then here you go. I still haven't seen anything about Dan, but there you go. Let's see what happens. I give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know why it's hard to, again, but what do you do? But my point is, this is this literally is not any kind of campaign that there ever was before. This is not us campaigning. I'm going to get your vote. You're kind of fucked with your two choices. Sorry, pardon my language, but well, then there you go. If that's what you have, there's some other ladies like, oh, well, he did this and I don't know. And there's still, you have to prove yourself. And it's like, have fun with Susan Collins. Have fun with your $9,000 electric bills. Like, you're the ones who are really screwed. But as I say, it's hard because it's for the bigger picture. So I want him to win. I want him to be able to make change and do it. But man, we're up against, like I said, it's a write-in thing. It's like he knows, Dan, you know more about how it works. But I don't know if you actually say, I don't know, 100,000 people wrote in your name, whatever, and the elections were fair. Like, now we're talking, let's get back to that with the Senate and the SAVE Act and all that. It doesn't matter. None of this matters if that doesn't get passed because they steal it anyway. So say two big factors. If actually that got passed and there were fair elections, you'd have a chance, I think. And people actually a lot wrote in your name and it was fair and it started like, there'd be a chance. But again, this is up to the people now to do something with it. He's there to take the punches and all that. He's a man in the arena. I don't know where the rest of them are. So, there you go.
And thank you for that. And I think I'm getting more retweets. We are getting more retweets and shares now than ever before. And with the exception of two people, every single one of them is coming from outside of Maine.
I believe that.
Where even the Maine people, there's more than two. There's a few Maine people that were with us from the beginning online. They're sharing. They're so happy that I didn't go away. Let me just first say this. I'm never going to drop out. Even after the primary, I told you when I announced I was running that it's going to be a write-in because they were never going to let me on the ballot. The GOP chairman in that video assured us that they're not endorsing anybody until after the people have voted. They've already endorsed Susan Collins, and they're denying the existence of me and then whoever came after me. They're denying our existence. I expected this. I seen this. So newsflash now to the many, 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 many people watching. After the primary, I'm still going to stay in. Call me independent then. I don't care. Oh, you'll just take votes. The fuck I will. The only ones that take votes are Susan Collins' campaign machine, smurfing votes and stealing votes, using fraudulent votes, and the Democrats who also steal votes. See, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. It's the same system. It's the same corruption. So I am not dropping out. I am not backing out, and I will not go. And again, call it a reverse. Living in Maine, moving to Frenchville. You think you're too good for us. Okay. Allegedly, I moved to one of the poorest parts. Actually, I think it was a beautiful part. But moving there, we chose to spend our money in your state. We chose to try to open businesses. We chose to do all these things. You rejected us for trying to bring jobs and bring opportunity and bring entertainment and bring something. That's okay. Still stepped up and decided to run because, quite frankly, here's one for you. The train carts that go back and forth between Canada and Maine up there in the St. John Valley. What's inside those cars? You want to talk about that? You want to go into that? You want to go into the cargo, the freight? What's really in there? The drugs and the people. Which one? You want to talk about all the freaking dead bodies? You want to talk about all the suicides, all the missing people, all the houses blowing up, the people ran off the road, the people left to die in the river while it's on video, her trying to get out and the cops turn their backs? You want to talk about that? No, you won't. I will. I'll say it because you're too chicken shit or you live under their thumb. So fuck it. So somebody has to do it. And yeah, like I said, call it reverse carpetbagger. I'm a taxpayer in Maine. Yeah. We own a house in Maine.
And it's just, it's a different kind of campaign. I mean, it's like, whatever. It's unconventional because it really is. Because not even like, oh, we're trying to be different. It's like, no, there's no money. That we gave everything we could. Honestly, I said to Dan, it just happens to be Maine. And it happens to be, she's one of the worst, like, rhinos or whatever up there. But if it was any state called for it, like he would serve where he's needed to go to be part of changing this, a change, and Maine, them and their pride and everything, their pride is what's like gonna kill you. Literally, it's already like destroyed the state. I mean, it's an embarrassment or whatever. People are leaving. Obviously, people can't even afford to live there. I do feel sorry for some of the people up there, especially, you have to understand too, like there's people, they are scared because look, we witnessed it. We were in a small town. Like these people can't just pick up and leave like we did. I mean, it destroyed us. We left, we lost a lot. Our house is still for sale. I mean, that's killing us, but who cares? Because not who cares, but like, whatever. It is what it is. But people are scared up there and they threaten them, and they don't know what to say. So I think there are people who do want the change, but it's almost like they can't say it. So in a bigger way, that's why it's like, it's funny that it's not funny, but that you have support from outside of Maine. Like there's two types of people. I think there's the people who are really scared up there and who really do want change, and then there's the ones who are like, oh, my state, and they're more concerned that you weren't born in Maine than that your country and your state are done. Like if this doesn't, they can't see the bigger picture, and it's no wonder you get so mad. It's like, wake up! Like, do you not see what's happening? Can you think a little bit bigger than your Maine pride? I mean, it's so stupid,
The main pride, it's fine to take pride in where you live in, but you know what?
You know what I mean.
But being an American should matter more, and actually being a decent person should matter more. Those many, many lives lost that are gone or missing, if you will. You know what? They need a voice too. And the things that are done up there are otherworldly evil.
And in other, I mean, like lots of other places too, in small town, there's so much corruption everywhere. But it's a good example of, like I said, I feel like when we got out of there, I was like, did we just like live in a movie? It felt like a weird small, those I don't know. There's probably examples of them. If you guys think of one, let me know. But like, those movies where you're all like, it's like small town, and there's a girl pulls off to the gas station and something happens and she tries to go to the cops, and then they're leaving and the cops are in on it and all. Like it really felt like a weird movie where it was just very odd. And so I'm glad to be out of Maine, but it's a shame because we never would have bought a house there, and we wanted to live there. The place was beautiful. There were a few good people, and I think that they just live in suppression and scared, and they don't have the fight in them. They're beaten down, and life is hard up there. It's cold. It's expensive, so I don't know. It was a different experience, but the point is, like I said, it's a different what's this, like, energy or take going into it. I'm not going into anything, but like kind of am by not by choice, because I make the videos and I care. So I try not to look at it too much. But it really is. It's just like, well, there is someone else. The option is there. Write his name, see what happens. Probably won't win, but you never know. I mean, if enough people wake up, and I think it is the thing why people obviously started writing to you, because they're starting to look like, wow, we're getting closer, and we actually do have only two choices now. What happened to you, Dan? Is there someone else? Because you're faced with the reality of your choices or your lack of choice or what you think. There is someone there. And again, not everybody was mean to you because nobody even knows about you. Like to us, it seems like everybody was mean and nobody helps, which is true. But nobody knows about you. But again, why? What are you up against? 40, 50 million? Who needs 40, 50 million dollars to win an election? Imagine utopia when you were based on your merit, your character, the fact that you care about missing children, the fact that you're talking about it, the fact that election integrity, all this stuff on your character. That's what it should have been. I guess 60, 70 years ago. That's what it was. Like you always say, not you have to have $1 million. What's your buy-in? Like, come on, man. It's a corrupt. And at the same time, as much as it might sound, oh, you don't have a chance, I think this is the biggest time in history that someone like you could win. If enough people woke up and helped get him out there. We're only two people. So, and you guys and all that, I think this is a pivotal time where someone like you could get in because people are just sick of it. And sadly, I think, like you said, if we get the attention from people outside of Maine, because they're too small-minded and they're not thinking bigger, and they're too worried about their Maine pride and all that stuff. Small. It's like the kids in high school. It's like, get over it. Like, there's a big world out there, you guys, and you're going to suffer. But fine, usually say, oh, well, I don't care. You're gonna suffer, and that's your. I don't even feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for the bigger picture of what's gonna happen for everybody if this goes south because of all this.
And it's like I said, I don't even know where to go with it because I'm gonna do what I need to do. I'm not gonna back down. I'm also not gonna run from what I've done. I sat there for over a year and nobody could give a rat's ass. And it's not like, oh, maybe you've missed what I've been saying since the beginning of this show and many times before. It's not about, I don't care if you like me. You think I'm going to dance like a marionette, like I'm going to put on a show for you to try to win your vote and win your love and win your adulation. No, you want those people? They're out there. Your little haggardly crypt keeper scum bitch is out there right now, and your other little troglodyte troll governor, they're all vying for your attention. They care about you when it's political time, as always, and they don't really care about you because they already have it in the bag. And 40 and 50 million is only advertising money. It's actually about $400 million on Susan Collins' side and about 450 on her face, the governor's side, and then 350 for the other guy running against the governor from the Democrat side.
You guys, seriously, and I know you guys out there who are listening, could you imagine, guys, if they use even half of that money, a quarter of that money on the state? like we wouldn't even be like any probably be saved, like businesses could thrive. People wouldn't be like, we've talked to people. I remember there was someone working at Tim Hortons, and she's like, I can't even take a shower. I have to rig up some freaking little thing because she can't pay her electric bill. And they're spending $500, almost $1 billion, right?
On
one election. That's how bad she is. They have to pay that much to keep her in there. Could you imagine what they could do at the state? Again, does that not? I mean, I know you guys all know this, but it's just this is crazy. But this is life, right? This is the world. It's a sad place.
And it's really disturbing, and that's why we think of the people. I mean, again, we do have a house there. It's not on the market right now, obviously, because we have, like I said, someone we love in there, and it's interesting, and I'm very happy that we actually didn't sell the house at the moment, because you know what, this works to our advantage a little bit, because we're not doing it for attention. This is the protest. This is the fight. This is the pushback. And other people, well, you know what, nice, but we don't care about. Why don't you focus on a state we could actually win? That mentality is why you lose. That mentality, so we're just going to give up. So like I keep saying over and over and over again, Susan Collins is going to live forever. Well, she's the only one. What happens when she resigns or when she retires into her seat and gives it to somebody else that she chose, which would be just as bad, or put it in the governor's hands, Shenna Bellows, who's going to win the governorship and certify her own election because she's also the Secretary of State. I mean, again, do you see, what's our friend's name that we want to be governor? Why can't I think of his name right now?
Robert Wessels?
Oh, Wessels. That's right. Wessels should be the governor. There's a good person, a regular person who's busting his ass and going out there, working for it. And again, he has a little bit of momentum, but at the same time.
But he's been doing it for 3 years.
4 years, something like that. God bless him. But so you can either go all in or be whatever. It's not going to matter at the end of the day. This is your chance. This is your chance to send a message. Because if we're just going to surrender, what do you think's left of there is patriotic? New Hampshire? It's not. Okay, it's lost. So we're just giving up Maine, Connecticut, Vermont, New Hampshire, New York, Pennsylvania. He keeps going. Delaware, Virginia now, North Carolina, Rhode Island. We're focused on states we could win. Good mentality. When in the majority of these states, people vote Republican, but you'll just give it over. You don't see the problem when you have all of New York and this little speck that votes blue, but it always goes blue. You have all of Maine, all this red, but it's always going to go blue. You have all of Pennsylvania. Well, all right, that went red. Well, actually the last few times, but you have a Democrat governor who's a piece of shit going to run for president. You have a Democrat senator who I mocked and made fun of, but now he's actually probably the best thing in the Senate right now versus anybody in the Senate, and Fetterman, which, believe me, it blows my mind. I know it's fucking crazy, but I could listen to him more than I could listen to any Republican because they're all fake. Oh, Tom Cotton, how dare he endorse? Because he sucks. And he's always sucked. All these people suck. Okay. So you're just going to give it up, right? You're just going to give it up. No fight. Oh, we'll focus on a state you can win. You keep that methodology going, eventually there won't be any states left to win. This is how they consume and take over completely. They're showing you Trump is trying to save it. Your elected douchebags are trying to ruin it. And when people on the right are trying to do it, it's because they want more money, but they're doing the same thing with election theft on the right that they're doing on the left, just a different way. And we exposed it on this show with Chris Leeson. I should re-air that episode this week and air it live.
You should.
We have all the voter rolls from Susan Collins. I don't know why the echo is so bad right now. And we have literally all the people from out of state, I see you said it, that donated to Susan Collins, that are literally on Social Security and make $20,000 a year, but donated over $1 million to Susan Collins.
Mm-hmm. And that's, Dan, and that's the problem. Like, I think people, like you said, that mentality that you get in so many of the comments, and there's a few good ones and all that, and some support. Well, she's the best we got. This is just the way it is. That's always their motto. This is the way life is. Don't strive for better, I guess. But and I said it in the Free Speech Project, like 3 years ago now, or there's so many more of us than them. There's so many more of us, but it's just, if people don't wake up and they don't fight, they think it's like not having a mind of your own, not thinking for yourself, not having any fight or spirit or passion or heart, and realizing there's so many more of us. It's just like when you go to the doctor and you're like, you know best, you're a doctor, not thinking, well, I don't know, maybe they're profiting off the medicine. Again, not everything, but like maybe they're do you know your body better than you've been with your body your whole life. You might not know what's going on. You go to a doctor, obviously, but like you know a little bit more. But it's just just hand it over. We're never going to win. They know. We're just going to hand it over to the people with all the money. They must know they have all the money. No, they know. They took all your money. They took all of our money. They rape us on taxes, on this and that. I mean, they took all of our money. They've done this, but it's just like, oh, they know best. And that's the problem. No one thinks for themselves. There's so many more of us. This is what America was founded on. The revolution, we the people, the spirit, the rebel. Why do people love Trump? A lot of people don't like him. I get it. Whatever. They hate him. But why is he so popular? He represents freaking America. Like, this was the rebel, the spirit, the passion, the fight, the fire, regular people, the militia. They beat the freaking army of like the redcoats, right? Am I right on that? You know what I mean? They fucking won. They went against all odds, and that's why everyone loves Trump. He beat the odds. Yes, he had a head start because he had money, thank God, because he could go against these people. Dan, if you had money, you could win this. You know what I mean? Maybe you could win it without it. But the fact is, no one's going to know who you are unless the people do their part. You don't have to. I always said this in the Free Speech Project. We don't need $1 million from it. We don't need 1,000. We need $10 from everyone. $1 from a freaking million people. There's your ads. There's your stuff. Get it out there. It's so hard to do it, to break through it. They're against you. Twitter. Come on, Elon Musk. Everyone, great. Maybe he's doing good things. Good. But like, the X is horrible. It's a freaking joke. You can't get anything out there. The main people don't share it. Then you have these influencers with, they have 100,000 followers. And then they tweet, someone should primary her. Then they're tweeting. Then I write, hey, can you share this? No, they won't share it. We can't get 100,000 followers. You had 1 million followers almost at one point. Like, you literally had almost 1 million followers. They took it away. They don't want us. They don't want the people. They hate you. They hate us. Now, why don't people get that? They hate us. They take everything for themselves. The influencer videos are a joke, because we're getting built, but it's the truth. This is how these people act. The homeless on the street, they could care freaking less about us. They don't care. They're killing us. Even people in Maine, the electricity, that's people, they're partying hard. They're doing, as we know, the Epstein files. God, no, that's what they're doing. While we're distracted figuring out, how are we going to eat? Can I have a hot shower? Are we going to have electricity next month? Why aren't people mad? I don't walk around mad like all day or anything, but I had some other guy on Twitter. You seem very angry. Why aren't you angry? The problem is you're not angry enough. Anger, you don't want to anger. There's different kinds of anger. You know what I mean? There's kind of being just mean and angry and grumpy and negative all day, but there's anger. That anger
if it fuels you to make a change for the good, rage, restoring it's been a while. What was it? Accountability and grassroots empowerment. Take that rage, turn it into something powerful. We are people. And you know what? I was in Hollywood. I was around celebrities. I met a lot of these people, just like Dan met the big celebrities in the political world. I never looked at them like, oh, I want to be you. Because you know what? I believe in God and we are all equal. Like, we all bleed red. We all have, like, we are all human. We are all the freaking same. I do not look at you because you have money or you're this or, whatever. You got lucky. You screwed the right person. Whatever you did, that's how you got there. It's not a joke. It's not even a joke. That is how it goes. But they forget, like, we are all human, Hold on, my soapbox. Is that what it's called?
I love it.
But it's like, come on, guys, get angry. Get angry. When he said that to me, I was like, oh, maybe I'm angry. I'm like thinking, why aren't you angry? I'm sorry. My husband, who I love dearly, went on, fought for this country. He watched his friends die. And a lot of you guys are thank you for your service. And they're treating veterans like this. The whole thing with the illegal immigrants coming in here and freaking taking everything. Vets on the street, the people who protected you. It's disgusting. Why aren't more people angry? And then there are a lot of angry people. Again, but use it in a good, get off your asses and do something. When it comes to just retweeting something, all this ridiculousness, it's like, why don't you think that no one's ever heard of him? He's not allowed. Come on, people. Get that, the whole MAGA, America first. You're right. It's so freaking fake. So fake. There's such a lack of real people around, and you guys in the chat room are, but it's just there needs to be so many more of us. Like, what happened to humanity? When did it go so freaking wrong? It's gross.
You're 100% right. And, we're the ones, like, we've been to your CPACs and your turning point events, and some people we went with scrambling trying to get the link to the text messages and go to the after parties and the private parties and the Steve Bannon special parties for $5,000 a ticket to go in. Did you talk about that on the air? Or James O'Keefe's little DJ parties for all his big money, big spenders, and all this crap that goes on, and these little fucking club things and their little bar. It's disgusting, okay? And you'd respect it in a way if they would just said, hey, we're just like you and we like to have fun and we have money and we want to use it, want to have fun with it, whatever. But they don't. They act like they're virtuous. They act like they're better than you, and they're not. But they think that there's some kind of elite. I hate the elite. I hate those people who take advantage of other people. Even though by now I have enough reason to be jaded and not give a flying fuck about anyone, I still do, and I will still fight for people. I'll put my life in a line to protect people because somebody has to. And there's a lot of us out there. There's more of us, like she said, than there are them. And we allow them to control the paradigm. We allow them to control the narrative, to control everything. And we sit there and supposed to take it and take it and take it.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I love that, Travis and Charlene. Yes, let that anger make you want to figure out what to do, help save this nation. Exactly. And it's hard because you do, like, I do step out of it because because I'm like, oh, it's making me so, like, I don't know if there's but then I always get pulled back because at the end of the day, I'm a fighter and I'm a warrior too. And I can't stand it, like Dan and like all of you people out there, I can't stand to see people get just taken advantage of and hurt. And I've always been mad. I've always been so angry about it. Like just people, most people want is the basic things. You know what I mean? Like to be able to go on vacation, to have your family, whatever, taken care of, some security, know that you're not struggling. Am I going to be able to pay the electric bill? Am I able to go to the grocery? You want just the luxuries of life, to enjoy life. Like, why are they've hijacked it and make it so difficult? Because they're greedy. I always say this. It just comes back to greed and ignorance and greed. Greed is the number one thing, and a love of power and all this, and because they're insecure. You have to feel like that, like you're better than everyone, and just. Again, I'm just off, but it's been a while, but like it's greed. Everything comes down to greed. Look at Trump. He's generous. He's trying to give stuff back. He's working on stuff. They're all against him. He can't give the tax breaks back or whatever, the IRS and all that. He wants to do that stuff. It sounds like he's not greedy. He's trying to help people, And it's just greed is they say money is the root of all evil. No, if you use money is great for a resource, but use it to help people. You know, like I don't know what was the thing about Elon in there. All of Elon's money couldn't get. What did you say there? Couldn't get. I lost the comment. Something off the ground. So there it is. All of Elon's money could not get his American Party off the ground in retaliation of the public party. What do you mean? Like, damn, what was it like he tried?
When Elon broke with Trump, he was launching the America Party to go against Republicans, but now he's back to in Trump's corner and using the America Party to push, everything Trump. Again, was it a fuck you game, a deception thing, or again, I don't blame anybody for not trusting Elon. I've said that for years. Honestly, again, if I had to be brutally honest, Nicki Minaj is doing more right now than anybody, and I can't name one song that person ever wrote, but good for her.
Well, again, then at least there's someone using good. She's using her influence and her followers and all that. Use it for something good. That's a good thing. But what I was going to say about the Elon comment was that kind of saying that like maybe that gives us hope. Is that kind of like people wouldn't turn against Trump? Like he could even the money couldn't.
No,
or no.
Long and short of it is basically, like Joe said, you don't really trust Elon because he's going to give millions of dollars to Republican candidates running the primary people, but what will be wanted in return for that money? And that's always a question. It's a wild card. That's why.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's kind of a good thing because they wouldn't trust Elon because they love Trump. Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't trust to give the money.
They didn't. Well, no, they didn't break from Trump when Elon tried to go against him, but now he's saying he's going to back everything MAGA, everything Trump's doing again, and he has been. But again, if he's going to give millions of dollars to a campaign, what is he expecting in return for the money that he's going to give to these candidates that they get in? You see, so it's like one side being no different than the other, and that's where there comes a time for choosing, as the saying goes, people, because I'm not the only one out there. Yeah, I'm 20 years into this game. And it's all just a game for them. For me, it's not. This is life. This is a fight. This is a battle. And we struggle and we suffer and we go through it just like you. There has to come that point in time where you wake up and you get pissed off enough and you get tired enough where you have to say, fuck the system. And I'm going to go against it because, yes, Trump is the change. But as I've said ad nauseum, just like the COVID shit, he cannot do it alone. And he's told you this a million times, yet you still force this man to fight these battles alone and then condemn him when something doesn't go the way you want it to go. Well, if he had real fighters in there, somebody's going to go in there. Well, how are you going to work with fellow senators? I don't want to work with them. I want to go in there and expose them. And by the way, if everybody says, oh, you lose in the general of Janet Mills, you think I wouldn't, and I would eviscerate Collins or Mills on a debate stage to the point where no matter how many tens or hundreds of millions of dollars they have, what are they going to do? Expose me? Expose what? I'll tell you every bad thing I ever did in my life. Never committed a crime, never purposely hurt anybody, and I don't bullshit. I don't lie. I'm hated for telling the truth. Never been high, never been drunk. What else do you want to know? I think pedophiles should be killed. I'm not one. I love my wife. What else? What else you want to know? I curse a lot. I don't look the part. I don't look the part. Okay. Yeah. Imagine that. I'm a real freaking person. You see, that's what they fear. I would go in there when I get to speak in the Senate floor. That's why I said day 2 or 3. I have a whole plan. It would be historical. It would be absolutely historical.
It would.
I would publicly, I didn't want to give it up, but believe me. And you know what? Maybe come election night, I'll read you the speech that I would have given on the floor of the Senate.
Yeah.
You know what? But I'm not going to go away. I'm going to keep fighting, and it's time for you to fight. So that's why I'm staying in this, and that's why I'm going to fight all the way to the end. Fuck you. Fuck you. Pay me to go away. Guess what? That won't work. There's nothing you could do. There's nobody could ever persuade me to do anything because I don't answer to them. I don't answer to anybody except God and my wife. That's it. Because when you're fueled by integrity and heart and a perseverance inside of you to help those wrong and make things better, Trump needs people like myself. I'm not going to go there and rest apart. You know what? To Fetterman's credit, they mock him, and believe me, I have before too. Well, he wears a hoodie. Good. You know what? Good. These people dressed to the nines in their freaking $50,000 suits. The echo is bad. Hang on, Hollis. I gotta mute you. Is that better? Yeah, that's way better. I'm gonna unmute you in a second, Hollis. But these people go, they wear their $50,000 suits, they play the role perfectly, they get $50 to $60 to $100,000 a day in donations made to them or into their bank accounts, and they besmirch the Constitution. They wipe their ass on the floor of our Congress, and they disrespect you every second of every day. Fuck the dress code, fuck the title, and fuck your stature in society. It was always supposed to be the people fighting to represent the people. For the people, by the people. That's how they designed it, and we have done everything in our power to run from that. It's time to put the power back in the hands of the people, and I'm not saying that I'm some kind of role model. I'm just one of the regular people who will fight to the fucking death and fears no one, and that's what they don't like. So I'm in this to the end, and when it does end, I'm not done. I'm just getting fired up, and I don't need your media bullshit. I don't need your fluff coverage. We have our own network. This show is heard by 4 to 6 million people live every time it's on a Thursday night. Everybody send $1. We'd be all right. You know what we could do with $5,000? How we could stretch it? Imagine what we could do with fucking $1 million. We would stretch it and give back to people. Imagine that. Politics shouldn't be 1 million, 2 million, 100 million, 400 million, 1 billion, $2 billion to win elections. That money should be for the people. The disgusting Republican Party, Democrat Party, they take your money to fight on your behalf, and they're going out with their prostitutes, their side whores, their side ass, their little kids, doing all the shit that they do, living high in the hog off your dollar, laughing at you. It's time to take the money out of it and make character paramount, not how much money you have, not what title or letters you have after your name. That echo is so bad. It's gotten a lot worse, Hollis.
I don't know. Why is that? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, you hear me?
The echo is like brutal.
Well, you got me fired up. No, it's so true. I mean, and that's the thing too. Again, you always hear, oh, that person can't be bought, but like, so everybody seems like they could be bought, you know? And I think that's the thing. We talk about money a lot because it's a struggle, but it's never, I don't care. I wouldn't trade the fight and the real and the heart and the passion and like for money. I just can't. But people get to the point where they just like they take everything, so they sell out, so they sell out. And I'm not saying I get it, I don't, but like it's just really hard to not, it's not hard to not sell out, but it's just like there's not enough real people that value like doing the right thing. I mean, it's just cliche, but it's like what happened to doing the right thing? You suffer, you get punished for doing the right thing almost. So you were honest, you got screwed over, you did the right thing. It just sounds like they was nice guys finish last, it's sad, but it's like I don't know, there just needs to be, I think, humanity is just, it's in a sad state. Maybe it's always been like this, I don't know, it's just, has it always been this bad? I mean, so like, in time, it's always been people struggling. It's one class is above and the people on the below are trying to fight to get above. It's always class divide and it all comes down to money. And, but at the end of the day, you can't take this stuff with you. And as everyone knows, it's just can't take it with you. And it's like stuff, material, sex. It's just gross. All of it. It's just like the carnage and the pleasures of life. It's like, what about, I don't know, being a good person? Is it just
they don't care about that.
They don't care. I know. Well, I know.
These people are shit. We've seen them up close and personal, and I've met so many over all the years. And the one person I could honestly say that was better than what I had expected was Donald Trump. And I thank God for that. And that's why I love that man. I would die for that man. All right. I love that man so much because he is real and he's true. All the rest, with the exception of Mike Lindell, really and Rudy Giuliani, have been shit out of all the people that I met. And, it doesn't say much for them. But these people, Joe said it in the comments, they're getting rich. They're creating careers, generational careers, money forever. They're rich. We live at the bottom. The American caste system is well in place. They've done this to break us, to control us, to manipulate us, and to blindside us in plain sight. They do what they do in plain sight as a mockery. They mock us. They don't care about us. They only care about you during election cycle. I'm the only one that said that I'm putting it in writing, notarized, that if I won, I will serve one term. If you think I deserve another, I would do another, and then I'm done. I would self-term limit myself. And I actually would put it in writing, have put it in writing, legitimately, mean it. How many can say they've done that? How many can say they would do that? I'll give all the media a dossier of everything I've ever done in my life and say, go ahead, pull that wild card away from me. What are you going to do? Dig up some dirt on me? Sorry, it doesn't exist. I'm guilty of just being a regular person. And this regular people, we are what they fear the most. And it's time for you to understand that. And it's time for you to realize that you actually do have power. Unfortunately, so many of you are so far gone or lost or indoctrinated or puppets for this system that you lose your power. HOLLIS, we're about empowering people.
And that's another thing, Dan, or it's like that's why Voice of the People, this radio station, why we bled this, why it's so important. I mean, look at what you're up against, the real media, like the election, it's still out there. I mean, a lot of people, obviously all you guys and on Rumble and stuff like that, are watching independent media, but we literally are a real independent. We're independent. We're not owned by anyone. I just think it takes people to catch on and to really start, obviously people listen, but we're transferring over to the new platform, and people, we need help. Get the word out there. Tell people to go to VOPUSA Radio. It is not just about us, but it's going to come to a point where we're not going to be able to pay for this and keep doing this. This is so important. It's just, as I just said to Dan, yeah, we're not going to use this to get attention to the VOPUSA as well, because at the end of the day, this is what it came down to. 20 years ago, Dan, he faced the legacy media. You faced it. They were horrible. You saw then. That's what started you building this for the moment like this, that there is one, maybe there's another one. We don't know about it. There is one independent media that is literally not touched, unowned by nobody except us and you guys out there. It's not about us making money from it. It's about being able to keep it going and getting people to come, and they're sick of it. The whole Steve Bannon's, this, that. It's like, meanwhile, we're here saying, we've been here waiting. Did you get it yet? Did you get it yet? So tell people about it. Tell people. That's why we're doing this. It's just as important, the election, as the news and the media. And that's why we did this. And this is why I knew, and Dan knew 20 years ago. I mean, I came into it about 2.5 years ago now, but like, why this is so important. It's not just a radio station. It's not for us. Yes, it's a business, but it's not just for us to make money. I mean, this isn't so important that there's actually one that is not owned by anyone. And I like Lindell, God bless him. He is a good person. He was one of the good ones, but he had millions of dollars going into it. Sure, there's that, and there's this one and that one. All of them, they had money going into it. So it's different. It wasn't owned by people. It wasn't backed by creators. And what Dan said earlier, we're willing to trade certain things, but we need help. There's only two of us. We need people to pay something or help us get it out there, so we don't have to pay other people. We don't have money for a publicist or a social media manager or anything. That's why it goes slow. People could know so much more about it. There could be more people coming every day, real voices coming. I can't do it all alone. It costs money each video we put up. This costs money, and it's like we're struggling, but we don't give up. That's why we this time in the world is so important. Even with the Senate campaign, if you don't win, hey, if 100,000 more people knows about this, there could be a real new independent media, seriously, backed by the people, backed by you, backed by me. We don't answer to these people. So that at the end of the day, it does all come back to this, because I said, you know what, screw Maine, screw the Senate people. I want him to win, but if anything, at least get the word out as well, that there is an independent media that you could find real people like us, like these candidates. Like we want to have the real people on, telling the people who don't get to break through, the people who they're gatekeeping it all. They're gatekeeping it. And this stuff, that's no coincidence right now. All this Epstein stuff is coming out, and the people that a lot of they trusted, the Steve Bannons, I just keep saying him because he's the big one right now, but there's a lot of other one. The people, everyone's always wondered about Alex Jones. The ones you trust are part of it too. Anyone who could be a millionaire off this is part of it. Like maybe they didn't, like I always say, maybe they didn't go into it being bad, or but I think once you dip your toe in there, and once you take one wrong deal, you're blackmailed and you're in it. And Dan and I are both like we are untouched in that. But nobody know. Oh, well, you don't have money. Nobody knows about you. Well, then, spread the word. Let's get going here. It's just like, this is what it is. There is something here for the people. Like, I want help. We don't want it to be all about us. You go to the website now and you see it's all Dan and I don't want it to all be just us. I want the Mag Alliance. I want other people on it. But we have to help each other, because there's no way that it could keep going with just Dan and I. You know what I mean? And we're gonna keep it going, but you know what I'm saying. Everything does come back to fake news, because it just works hand in hand. It's like people, they steal elections. The only way they win is by stealing and by the fake news. So what's worse? I mean, they're both the same equal of evil or whatever, because it works hand in hand, and Dan's doing both. You'd rather just do radio and do this, but you've been called to politics because look what's going on. You're going to serve your country, and if you don't win, at least people might find you for the radio, because here you're giving a platform to other candidates, to other voices. It's important. People don't know who to trust. Oh, are you going to trust the next candidate who's allowed on the Steve Bannon's War Room? Like, are they in on it? I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And real quick, because I had a second to monitor the chat room, so I'll say this to you right now. If Joe goes for chair of the Republican Party of Ohio, I will run with him as the vice chair. And there you go. So there you go. That's it. That's all I'm saying, Joe. I'm throwing it out there. Because I could play both worlds, baby.
Yeah. And that's what I said. When we left Maine, I was just like, Dan, like, because as much as I keep repeating myself, and I'm sorry, but I hate politics. I hate the game, and it's like I said, a lot of people probably in the beginning, they get into it for the right reasons. They're like us. They're angry. They want to make change, and then they have no choice to play this horrible game that it is. So I said to Dan, even when we left Maine, I was like, well, run in Ohio if you want. Like, you don't like the game, but go where someone wants you, where you're needed. Like this whole thing, my state, it's just like, wherever you're needed, go. I mean, if there's a better chance of winning here and being able to make change and get in, maybe try it here, But after the main thing, I was just like, oh, no thanks. We need a break. But I mean, you want to make change, Dan, and you guys want to. So I don't know.
It's hard because, and that's why I will not drop out of the Maine race. And again, people run from it. I'm a taxpayer in Maine, and I own a property in Maine. I own a house. So, for better or for worse, you're stuck with me. And some people say, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Well, because you don't know what it's like to actually step up, because you talk about those who step up and you criticize and you condemn with not knowing any of the sacrifice that goes into it if you aren't a multimillionaire.
Yes.
But what, Maine, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not going to back down or give up, because you know what? Again, it's time to give the middle finger to the establishment and be the protest, be the power, take back some power that you actually do have. And it pisses me off because I want to help the state. I want to help the people. But at the same time, when you come up against so many, like you got demons among us, angels among us, people like that, people we love. So there's so many good people in Maine, but there's also a lot of assholes in Maine, like any other state. But you know what? Stop working against, stop with this virtuous, like worse than the left type bullshit. Well, what do you know about what do I know about working class? What do I know about suffering and struggling and having to fight for everything and barely able to scrape by? I think I know something. I think we have more in common than what actually divides. But you want the grassroots candidates that have the millions of dollars, that have the commercials, that have the flyers, that have the campaign crews and the spokespeople and the celebrities coming around endorsing them. That's what you want, because Mainers have told me this on X. Well, who's going to be your surrogate? Who's going to be your campaign manager? Who's going to be your spokesperson? Who's going to be this? That's what you want in a grassroots candidate. You don't know the first thing about what it is to be true grassroots. And that's a damn shame. Okay? So we have a chance to do something special. When you're called to something, you're called to fight because of those people, because of those children and women who have been trafficked and murdered and everything. You know what? I will fight for them, and I will fight for the good people, like Demons, like Aaron, like Amy, like Aspen, like Nick, like Cindy, Arnold. Ben, there's good people, sorry, Hollis.
No, it's okay, honey.
In the echo, like for all these people, I will be a voice for them because they fight and nobody wants to listen to them because they're just little people. They're just little people. They're just the working minions. Well, you know what? I'm the minion. I'm the worker who is always going to be the loudest voice in the room and the biggest fuck you in the room because I don't fear you. I don't respect you. I'm not intimidated by you. And I will damn sure come up against you at every freaking turn. And I will call you out and I will attack viciously because I have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. And I'm going to fight to the death.
And Dan, and can you hear me? And that's what I said. I said it earlier, and I said it's like some of these people on Twitter. I keep just going back to Twitter, but like the same thing. It's like, oh, why should I vote for you? I know. I mean, like it's a different kind of campaign. People be bitch about it. It's like you're lucky to have him. Who the heck ever wants to go through this and put yourself out there like that and get this? Like they'd be lucky to have someone who's not part of it. Like the people like you don't even exist, Dan. You know what I mean? Like they don't. People like who are not bought, who are actually doing it because they care. There's not a lot. There's hardly any. Who would actually put themselves, the man in the arena, and actually go through and be attacked and be and lose everything and lose money and be in fear you're gonna lose your job because you say this and this and this. It's like there's nobody. And one day, and I just hope it's not too late when people realize this, that there was someone here this whole time, and maybe they are seeing it. Oh wow, who's this guy? Some are, but who's this guy? And like, oh well, he's this, and judging. It's like at this point again, it's like you're lucky. There is a choice. You're lucky. You're lucky that there's someone that would be willing to do this, considering, and still there's someone who's smart enough to see the bigger picture, who's smart enough to see what's at stake and say, I will personally sacrifice myself for the bigger cause. And there's not, that many who would do this, What happened?
I can't. There we go. My button
There
wasn't
you
working. Ooh. What it really comes down to is like just the willingness to like what do you this is what pisses me off. It's like people spend more time trying to sit there and think about how they could shit on you and criticize you and condemn you than they do sit there and say, how can I ask an engaging question? How can I have an intellectual debate or an intellectual conversation? All right? Because let's be honest, you want to go down, and I said it earlier, the reason why I don't respond to the idiots, any longer is because I'm going to attack hard, and I'm going to do it in a way that's going to, and I'm going to work hard to hurt your feelings because you took time out of your day to go and shit on somebody else who's trying to do the right thing. So therefore, I love God. And like I said, God put a warrior spirit inside of me. I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be. And yep, I'm loud. I'm bold. I'm a dick. And I'm like Trump. I'm a counterpuncher. You come for me, I'm going to come at you 100 times harder, and I'm going to make you feel it. You took time out of your day to be stupid. I'm going to cut you down in a way that's going to freaking crush you because I can. I don't even have to use profanity to do it, but I don't want to waste my time swinging down because I'm swinging up at much bigger people, because these same evil bastards that I'm up against with Maine in this election are the same people I've been fighting for 20 plus years. All right. The reason why I'm being interviewed by the New York Times tomorrow is because I launched that fight 20 years ago. Remember, July 3rd, we're going to do a big celebration. We'll maybe do a marathon. 20 years I've been doing this. Well, who are you? How do we know you? Yep, I'm the guy who gets shit done, brings down corrupt politicians, corrupt police, takes down judges, takes down lawyers while working in the system, by the way, saves kids' lives, saves parents' lives, saves lives of other people, and wants nothing for it. I have to sit here, and it pisses me off. I had to even bring it up just to justify who the fuck I am. But that's okay. As I've said 1,000 times, I don't care if you like me. And for the record, I'm ugly, I'm mean, I'm fat, I'm this, I'm that, whatever. Nothing you could say. I hope you die. I don't care. I do not care. You've said it all. It didn't hurt me then. It hurts me much less now. And it didn't hurt me then. I don't care if I'm liked. I don't care if I'm beloved. I represent the will that you have inside of you that you're too chicken shit to pull from. Okay? So sometimes some of us have to become the bad guy and become hated to try to wake you the hell up to fight for something more important.
Yeah.
And again, that's me. And real quick, speaking of douchebags on Twitter, I want to talk about Mock.
Oh, yeah.
So some sanctimonious bitch probably does.
Do you have the comment there? You want me to try to find it?
If you could find it, I have no idea where the hell it is.
Okay, you talk and I'll bring it in.
I'm gonna mute you for a second then.
Okay.
Don't worry. Next week we'll Hollis have to go in the back room and do the show. So that way there's less of an echo. I don't know if you're hearing the echo. Hopefully not. But this is still pretty cool because our new fancy camera we got from my computer, if she was sitting next to me, it likes to focus only on her. I don't blame it. But still, but we had a situation, right? So I don't give a fuck. I'll tell the story. Okay. So this is funny, right? This means it questions my character. So again, this ugly dyke looking creature from Idaho leaves a comment because this one girl is sharing, Dan for Senate, and she's challenging everybody. Stop talking about Collins, share dansriglio.com. Stop doing this. We have a fighter who's been in it for over a year. We have somebody, God bless her. I don't even know her. I don't know her from anything, but she's out there sharing and posting away, right? And this person comes on there. Well, I went to his Twitter account and it's, they could hear the echo. Sorry. I'll make sure next week we get that better. Sorry. Literally says, one, my Twitter profile isn't professional looking, but the first thing they see is a pinned post where I started a GoFundMe when my mother died almost 2 years ago. Yeah, because at a time where you lose your job and everything else and your mom dies and you spent tens of thousands of dollars trying to save her life over the course of years, and then she dies and it's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that you don't have. Yeah, I put it out. I did a GoFundMe. I did. And it took everything in me to do it, because it's like I don't like asking for money. I don't like asking for help from anybody. I'm not that type of person. And we raised $1,200. And it meant more to me than anything. And I still owe $2,000. And we paid like $3,000 plus the money that we raised. But it was up there still, right? I had no idea it was still up there, really. I thought the thing ended, that you can't donate money, because I haven't received any money since pretty much like 2 months after she passed. But I actually, for me, it was nice. I'd go on my stupid X account, but I saw a picture of my mom on the beach in California, and it, not the beach, by the trees in California. And it was nice to see my mom there. So this sanctimonious fucking cunt, quote me, don't give a shit. She decided to go on there and say that speaks to his character and self-entitlement. So Hollis.
Well, maybe not. Keep talking. Go ahead.
So I'm self-entitled. Real people don't ask for help or some bullshit. And I'm thinking to myself, I wanted to respond so bad, Hollis did. So service to my country, community, never taking anything from anybody, never asking for a dime, holding rallies all over the country and, in 28 states, over 300 rallies, never taking a dollar from anybody, turning down millions, never begging for money, grifting, or any other bullshit. But I asked for help one time in my life, and this know-nothing douche cunt from Idaho said that it puts my character in question. So she can't support me. She has high standards, says the ugly dyke-looking cunt thing from Idaho. I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. It's people like you that make me ashamed that I serve this country, because people like you exist. All right? But I'm not ashamed. It just saddens me that I serve my country to defend people like you. You gotta... you have to share, you have to upload it into the media assets. Put it on an overlay.
Okay.
Go to where it says overlay. Go to where it says more. Add it. And
got ya. Okay.
I'm going to mute you again. So, I don't know, chat room. Am I a bad person because I asked for help with my enormous bills that came up when my mom died and she didn't have money and, you know, she didn't have a savings, anything. And we spent 3 years. I had to take out a $30,000 loan when I was working, plus to probably 40, 50, 60,000 I had to spend because the hospitals were killing her, making her sicker, trying to save her life. And then she still died at 64. There you go. I looked on his Twitter at the link you supplied, and the first post is him asking for money because his mom passed. That is a huge turnoff for me, because if you are that entitled, then you don't deserve to be voted in as a representative. Sorry, not sorry. Again, you disgusting piece of shit cunt bitch. I fucking loathe you. All right? And I hope you quote me, people who want to listen and use things against me. I don't care. Because one thing I'm not is I'm entitled to what? Asking for help. You know how embarrassing that is to do it publicly? You know how embarrassing it is? I got to go through that bullshit, but I did. And some people helped, and it meant a lot to me. And I thanked them all. And it still wasn't even enough to cover the bills. And I didn't even know the fucking link was still active. But you know what happened? Hold on, Hollis. You know what happened? All these new people that have found my X account now, again, we're like 3,000 followers in 2 days, that they left comments on there and said, it speaks to your character how you speak of your mom. God bless you. And that really shows the type of person I am, and they're going to support me. That wasn't up there for sympathy. It was up there before I ever decided to run for Senate. And yeah, God forbid I go on my X account and I actually like seeing a picture of my mom happy. But a sickening bitch like that has to go and call me entitled and say it questions my integrity. You see, I didn't respond because I would have gone scorched earth on her. Hollis did a great job responding, and I'll put her off mute here in a minute. But seriously, people like that, you don't get under my skin. You just know not the depths of my hatred for you. And I don't wish ill on people, but I hope karma finds you, since you're so righteous and so virtuous and wonderful. And wait until you go through something and you need help. And hopefully you'll share a link. Oh, maybe you're too well off. And, oh, the bitch from Idaho can't support me. Oh, well, that's going to hurt my election chances in Maine. Idaho.
Okay, so yeah, Dan, I know that was the thing. It was just kind of like, okay, so here was the original comment, as we saw. Okay, that is a huge turn off for me, because if you are that entitled, then you don't deserve to be voted in as a representative. Sorry, not sorry. Okay.
Wow, you're tough, bitch.
I mean, I get it, you guys, and just so nice comments in chat room, and you're right. It's like it speaks more about their character, and I think that's what I said in the reply I'll show it to you in a minute. But people are jaded that, oh, he's another one just making money off of something. It's like you said, and then I said, well, it's been up there for a while, but I think it was really, you forgot it was even pinned. Like, I totally forgot.
Like, I knew,
and
also, like, I even
paid
attention. Like, I'm asking, oh, vote for me and give me money. I haven't even asked for fucking money for my campaign, for Christ's sake, in 8 months. And we got over $300 thanks to the people in this chat room. They took a cut of, and the rest is still sitting in the campaign bank account. So fuck you. So it's not like I'm saying, hey, I'm running, so will you give money because my mom died? You stupid sanctimonious bitch.
Listen, Dan, I know, because it just hit a nerve, because it's just like, one, and I do think that you kept it up there really because you love your mom and you miss your mom, and like you said, it was, but seeing it from then they were like, oh, well, maybe maybe we should take it down because people think that or whatever.
And I did.
And you
I
did
took
take it down.
It's God forbid I have a picture of my mom on there, because people might think I'm self-entitled or some bullshit.
Well, again, but it just goes to show what I was going to pipe in earlier and say, if people actually, which they don't, with you coming to have to prove yourself, and I did this and I did this, if they did 5 minutes of research on your character and actually looked at some of the videos and the rally from 20 years ago of you speaking about the same kind of things and looked at what you've done, but they don't. They judge. They're idiots, and they don't. They won't do 5 or her next comment, the people I back. Well, why don't you look into them? Okay, so I'll go in and just put the comment that I responded with, and I said, and then because then I never answered, and her and some other lady was making speculation. It looks like he's taken it down now, so monitor what was stated. Still, I can't unsee what I saw. And I said, you guys could read, but I'll read it out loud anyway. I said, and you're right about one thing. He did remove the post. He hadn't realized it was still pinned until your comment. It was months old. Not many helped anyway, so don't worry. Hope that clears up the mystery. What matters more is because he stepped up to run for Senate in Maine last January after seeing corruption, child trafficking, and the rot eating the state alive, he lost his job. He had to rent this house. He had to move. The consequences were real. For most political figures, this is a career ladder. For him, it cost him his stability, which is true. You saw a son asking for help covering the cost to bury his mother and labeled it entitled. That interpretation says far more about your character than it does about his. He isn't trying to earn your vote or anyone's, which I've been saying all night. He isn't performing for online approval. As a veteran who took an oath to serve his country, he's simply making it clear that despite the personal cost, he hasn't dropped out. The option exists for the thousands and the millions of people who are demanding Susan Collins be gone and wanting real change. The rest is up to the people, including how they choose to respond when confronted with someone else's hardship. And then there was another comment. I don't know if I have it. Then she responded something about, I don't know if I got that one. It wasn't that one. It was this. I think she. Okay, talk, Dan. I'll find the other one. It was something like, if you were unemployed, you're not taking care of your own, and I really it's on there somewhere, but it was just something like, I have high standards for who I vote for, and I just and then I responded and said, just quick, I just said, well, happy voting with your two choices. You have your career criminal, Susan Collins, and your lifelong criminal, Janet Mills. Good moral character. If you, and, we're there for those who don't align with corruption, covering up child trafficking, fake elections and U.S.A. ID. And then she never said anything else. I said, you know what I mean? So, but writing back, I prove yourself. I have high standards. Well, those are your choices, and that's who you voted for. Obviously, you voted for one of them, probably, or in the past, Susan Collins or whatever. But it's just whatever. But those are the things you deal with, and I think that one really struck a nerve because it was about your mom. And to think, and I'm not giving this to try to look at it from the other side. There are people who do that all the time. Oh, look at the fundraiser. They do that. But it's sad because of all the people, if they actually looked at you and knew who you were, like you've never done it once in your life. That really was the first time I think you've ever asked for help, because it was literally paying a lot of money, like just for the costs, and I think that one. But those are the things that you do. You subject yourself to when you're just trying to do this, and that's why you don't even want to do it. But people like her, like I said, they have dark black hearts, and she's just an ugly soul. Like, it's just, who puts that? Even if like it and the point was, even if it was from a few months ago and you didn't take it down or whatever, who says that? Funeral costs, cremation. I mean, that's a lot of money. It's thousands of dollars. You reached out, and there were some nice people who did, at the time, and thank God, they helped. But it's just like, for someone to write that, it's like, no, sorry, bitch. Real people struggle. Real people can't afford these things. I don't know who you are. Or maybe no one ever died in your life, and God forbid. It's cruel and it's mean, and that's what we deal with. And you see the worst of the worst come out, But then we try to focus on the good ones who are here. Because it's easy to focus on all the bad ones. It's so easy, and I do it too. Like, you always think about the negative ones. Where are the good ones? Because there's probably more bad than good, but there are good ones too.
So, thanks, Hollis. I'm gonna mute you for a second. So,
it's true.
Yes, I've seen some of the comments, and I love you all, and thank you. And I'm not, and like Trump, I'm not going to apologize for calling her what I called her. I don't care. Words hurt, huh?
If anything, you should tag her in this post. And I'll say to her, Mock or whoever you are, there's real people, on the other side, have a heart. Like, obviously, you're not a real person who maybe ever had struggle. And I hope, I don't wish ill on you. Maybe you never lost your mother. Maybe you never lost your father. We both lost parents. Maybe you have. But to say that to someone is mean. And you know what? I'm not a horrible, mean person who would say, fuck you, why don't you go back and watch his videos? And maybe you'll apologize one day. You probably won't, but go back and watch. I understand the doubt, the jadedness, people try to take. Maybe you've been taken advantage of. Maybe she has been nice in the past and someone took her money. I don't know. All I'm saying is there's real people on the end of this. This is our story. So before you judge and don't vote, which again, I don't care if you don't vote, but you're hurting yourself, your state. Oh, she's in Idaho. But still, like you're claiming you're writing these posts that you care about this. Well, he's exactly the kind of person we need. The person who isn't like that, isn't 99% of the people, but you won't know that because you're ignorant. Go watch the videos. And remember, there are humans on the other side of that. So wake up. I'm not going to curse at you because you should watch this. Wake up. Well, he'll say it for her. Like, wake up. Don't be such a dark heart. Humanity is already suffering. It's people like you that make it worse. You're part of the problem. As many tweets as you put out, as many you think your freaking vote actually matters, but you're part of the problem. And you're the reason this country and this state and humanity just sucks. Because people like you and those comments are cruel, they're mean, and there's no need for it.
That's right. Thank you.
And God bless your mom who had you, you know? How dare you say something like that? You know, it's like, screw you, lady.
Thank you. I love you. So, fuck that bloated sow bitch from Idaho. And you're ugly as sin, if that's your real picture, by the way. I'm ugly and fat, so you're welcome. I could say it. I'm not a hypocrite. Go fuck yourself. So, but you know what? I didn't even respond to the post, even though I wanted to. But it's funny to me because, people like you think you went out of your way to put that. Oh, that's not taking care of your own. No, you stupid, ugly hoe. That actually is taking care because I'm still paying off a loan that I had to take out on top of paying a mortgage, on top of paying a rent, on top of paying everything else that I'm paying while losing jobs because I decided to stand up for regular people and don't sell out. But the taking care of your own, over $100,000 I've spent to take care of my mother who died at 64 in a horrible way and had to make the choice to go into hospice and die because of what pharma did to her. So don't sit there and tell me about
And also, Dan, it was about the part, like, it was something like, if you're unemployed, you're not taking care of your own and we take care of our own. I don't have the comment. I don't feel like finding it. But the point was like, you paid into unemployment your whole life. You've never been unemployed before up until losing your job because you ran for Senate. But you've never had to, like, you've worked. You've always found other jobs. It's a very hard time. It's not as easy to get these jobs and stuff. You've never been unemployed. But she said it like, it's like you've worked and paid into this money and you need it finally. Just like when you worked for this country, you worked for other families, you helped other people when they needed it. When you asked for it once when your mom passed. You asked for it at the time. But you know what I'm saying? My point is saying it's just like, when all these illegal aliens getting all the stuff for free. It's the same kind of stuff. It's like, it's just whatever. That wasn't really a coherent thought, but you know what I'm saying. Oh gosh, look who we have in here.
We have a dumb fuck in the comment section. Cool. I love when we get these dumbass people. So, again, weak attempt at trolling. You're pathetic. You're a loser. Anybody who sets up a dummy account to go and troll, your life's precious losers. So I absolutely love to show the stupid shit that you write and mock you. And honestly, again, like, don't die. The world won't miss you. Because you're pathetic. All right. And I enjoy it because you increase the engagement. So, and you're.
Well, what did he say? What was it bad? What he said, Dan, you seem very guitar tonight. What are you on?
What are you on? Yeah.
Is this a trans lady?
Mm-hmm.
Is he talking about me?
I have no idea. This one probably doesn't even know its own sexuality. Probably jerks off into a sock over fucking family porn. Probably fucks his cousin. So, or whatever. But I enjoy, believe me, we got to bring back, if Elias ever get off his ass and bring it back, I got to bring back the Troll Hunter show. When we would go live and we would purposely go where we do get flooded with the trolls. We had so much fun with it and make fun of these dumbass idiots. Dan, I'm in Tel Aviv right now. What are you being mean to us Jews for? Oh my God.
Demons Among Us. She's block trolls, Dan. Focus on love and light.
Well,
Yes.
I'm not in the Rumble chat, so technically I can't block. So I do enjoy the stupidity though. It is funny. And you know.
But Dan, so you think next week we're gonna maybe try to fire up the phone line?
Why not? Hopefully,
Yeah, took us a long time to try to set it up.
You know what's funny? The best part is the dumb fucks who troll never call in because they're too chicken shit to actually put their real voice out there. You know, and this is way too anti-Semitic. Again, if you're gonna troll, at least know who you're trolling. I make fun of the ones who make fun of the Jews all the time. You stupid, dumb, fucking waste of life. Anyway, but I digress. I enjoy, like, the Troll Hunter show was great. We had so much fun. Then we doxed them in real time too. We put their IP addresses out there. Yep, we did that because I love it. Again, you shouldn't fuck with people who you don't know what they can when you don't know what they can do. But you know, it's kind of funny to me, like, you know, all the hate comments. And again, like, I enjoy hitting back sometimes, and I shouldn't. But I do because it's fun to be mean to stupid people. But I took the high road with Mock. You know, I really did, and it was hard. But again, when people
I think I did too because and you know I don't know, I shut her up maybe when I said, well, how happy voting, have fun with your choices, protecting.
You did good.
These people. I mean, she never said anything else again, but I don't know, whatever. And Jeffrey is a troll. Yes, he asked, how does he call in? Well, we'll be here next week, maybe with the phone. But you take trolls, Dan.
Oh, I love it.
On the phone. I mean, anyone could call in. I guess that's the thing is I haven't done the phone thing with you yet. I guess you could screen people. I mean, you don't know until they get on air what they're going to do, I guess. We could always just we could turn them off. But that's the thing. I don't know, Dan, you did them in the past before when you had people call in.
Oh yeah, it's fun. It's like literally I enjoy the hell out of when the people call in and you get some of the dumb, like, oh my God, epic conversations. Like, I've had everything from drunk people seeing aliens in the middle of the night that were being molested, and I'm putting them live on the air. Like, I enjoy that old school talk radio because, again, you know how I am. And you know how I like to, I will purposely, like, this is the other part. Now, Mock was a different story because I hate her. Because again, you know, all shit aside, you didn't hurt my feelings. I was mad that I couldn't respond to you the way that I wanted to respond to you, you know? And, you know, oh my God.
Wait, Dan, wait, what did he say about the penguin? What was that? Wait, hold on. The penguin bit we did? What was that?
Oh God.
Wait, was it Magador Bike or Jason said it? I can't see the comment. Like, they go down and then I can't find them. Was something about we did something about a penguin?
Oh yeah.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, I'll revisit it. What? Don't worry. I promise you, I'll do something special. I did some funny shit. How do you get these idiots off the chat anyway? I have no idea. I have no earthly clue.
Oh, he pulled the card, the racist card.
I'm not a troll, you racist. Like, literally, you know, these are the perfect people. Like, this is what life has come down to. Like, people like this, all right? But no, it's funny because I don't even get upset by it. Like, I'll purposely, like, interact and give them what they want, give them the attention, because then they just keep going, and it's funny. And then sometimes in the past, too, while they're doing that, I'm literally doing some shit that I do, and I find out exactly who they are. And I'll fucking dox them because it's so funny. It's illegal. No, it's not. I think, you know, consequences for your actions, right? But it's entertainment at the end of the day. So now, but like, that person was just shitty. But then you look at some of the other comments that I received, right? Like, even that person saying it's a shame you didn't die in the war and crap like that. These are all people that were mad that I'm running against another Republican. You know what I mean? Like, literally, that's their reasoning for saying what they're saying, is because I'm running against another Republican, so too bad I didn't die in the war. Like, that's the level of stupidity of people. And when they have nothing intellectual to say, you know, they're inbred trash, like douchewand in the chat there. Like, all they can do is say the stupid shit that they say because they have nothing, you know? And I'm just a different type because I'm one of those people, like even back in the day when I would hold my rallies and when we'd have those people there that wanted to like would threaten us and everything else, like I would jump the barricade and like, I wanted to fight, I literally wanted to fight people. That's me. I'm not some tough guy. I'm just like, consequences for your actions. Like, let's go.
That's the thing too. It's like, I know you always say you like hate mock and hate these people. I don't say I hate the person, but I say like, I hate the ignorance so much. I mean, because it's just like, you have to understand these people are just, I don't know, they're just so unevolved and just low conscious and they're not have any love or light in them at all. So I don't know. Dan and I differ a little bit on that. He always says, "Oh fuck, I don't forgive people. I hate them." And yeah, I get it, but I don't know. Sometimes I just say I hate the people. I hate what they do. I mean, I hate the ignorance and I hate I hate really just the ignorance. I mean, I think that's what it is too. You don't hate the people, you hate how they do it. Like I have friends or people who like, I love the person, but I hate how they are. I hate how they are, and it makes you sad because you're like, why are you like that? Like there's a lot I love about you, but like I hate them sometimes. But I don't hate them. I hate what they do. I hate their actions, and I hate how unconscious they are and unevolved and stupid.
Well, that's
that's
exciting. What?
So we have differing about that a little bit.
That's because I'm mean and I like to go right at people. And like, if you're gonna I look at it like this, if we can have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But if you're gonna do something stupid, like, well, be prepared. I like the fuck around, find out type of mantra. And that's kind of how I exist. Like if you're gonna want to go there with me, let's go there. But I'm gonna own you in the end.
And Demons Among Us, it's true though. She says niceness changes nothing. Niceness changes nothing in this evil world. That's true too. So I mean, I get it. I just think sometimes like the afterlife, I'm like, oh, are you supposed to forgive people and this and that? I know we're here in this world and it's horrible. So, and you're right. I said it earlier. Nice guys finish last. I'm a dreamer and an optimist. Like, oh,
you're a dreamer.
Maybe the good guy can win. Maybe heart will win. And maybe but we've both been examples that doesn't. But I know. Trust me. Nice guy. They get taken advantage of. They get shit on. But I can't, I don't know. It eats you up too. You always hear that, like having too much hate for people or like or anger and not forgiving certain people that fucked you over. It's like, what is that? The poison you're eating, the poison yourself. You know what I mean? The stress of not forgiving certain people, or there's certain people you just do unforgivable things, murder, hurting kids, hurting all that. It's hard to forgive anyone like that. But but other certain things like a friendship or someone who fucked you over or something, and you're just holding on to the anger. It's actually like they say, forgive, let it go, because it's a anger. You're eating the pill, and it's hurting you. So
well, hey, like I say, I am
my 2 bits of wisdom.
I am a loving person, but I'm just one of those people,
But as who would say, it doesn't sell. Kindness, love, please.
It doesn't sell.
It doesn't sell. Are you kidding?
You?
You and your little voice of the people, kindness, heart. It's not catchy. There's no gimmick there. It doesn't sell, and sadly, it's true. But maybe we can change that.
And Joe, don't worry. I'll tell Hollis the Penguin. She missed the Penguin bit. And
was it today?
No, this was back, I think, from November's, the comeback shows. I come up with some interesting shit, and I always get reminded about it because when I can make Joe mark out and laugh out loud, that's always a good time. And I say things sometimes where it's like I have no idea what I'm saying when I'm saying it. It just kind of comes out because everything. People like, well, you got to curse less. Like, no, well, I don't sit here and plan. I'm gonna curse now. I'm gonna curse during this. I'm gonna curse. No, I just give emotional responses to everything because I'm passionate. And sometimes when I make fun of or say certain things, I I do some funny things, and according to others, I don't call myself funny. According to others, and so don't worry, it will return one day. Don't you worry. I have a few fired up in me, but no, honestly, honest to God, people, like I want to explain just for the newbies out there. The rest of you know me by now. I did delete the douche wand from the.
Oh, you did? You found out how to do it?
I went into the Rumble chat, and thanks for featuring us. PayPal, Rumble, not PayPal Mafia. Rumble. But nevertheless, yeah, I did it. I figured whatever, because I was gonna have fun with it. But again, when you see me get like, with the exception of like a mock, because that one pissed me off. But like otherwise, like when I get riled up, I'm literally just I like to feed into it, so they think I'm gonna play along, and then I just like, you know, do bad things. But it makes for it makes for engagement. But Hollis is a much better person than me. It's like, no, I love hard, but I hate hard too. But I don't let my heart. I'm not filled with hatred. That's
No,
all.
you're not, and I think that's another thing that people, you know, you guys come in here enough. I think you know that, but he could be very, you know, aggressive and curse a lot, but he's not. He is not full of hatred. If anything, you know, people don't know it, but he's like he's so has such a good heart. He's the best heart ever, and that's why I love him so much. He's just he's full of heart and full of love, and he really is. And it's funny, you always say that, like, you hate people but you want to help them. You know what I mean? Like, who would do that? You're out there in the freaking war, risking your life, you know, almost. It's crazy you're still alive after everything you've been through, and you say it, and we'll both say it, because it's something you can't explain. It's your heart, it's your will, it's your. You see people suffering, you see people hurting, you want to help, you want to. I mean, a lot of people don't, but there are a lot of good people out there. But again, unfortunately, like we said, they finished last. You don't know about them. There's people fighting, and like I said, I already said this, but it's funny. We both say, he's like, I hate people, but I want to help them. You know, I hate them, but I still want to help them. Like, even with Maine, I hate Maine, but I want to help them. That's why. I mean, you know, it's just like when you see people suffering and hurting, and you know, well, I can't. And it's hard to be able to help people when you don't have resources and money, because they say you have to put your mask on your own, and you know, to survive, you got to take care of yourself, because you could get into that too. You try to help people, and then they don't help you in return, or they fuck you over. And it's like, oh no, like, I try to do this, and that's the problem. You know, no good deed goes unpunished and all that stuff. It's like you try to do something nice for someone, and then ends up fucking you over. So you got to put the mask on yourself first, and all that stuff too. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying. Done.
There we go.
Done.
My mute button keeps sticking. But thank you, Travis and Charlene. Make sure to tune in on Sunday night at 9 p.m. if you can, for our Rage of Aquarius. And yes, we're going to be here next Thursday, and we love you and can't
Good
wait.
night, you guys. It was so good to see you again, and I'll see you next week. I'll be back.
Yes. And don't worry, we'll have a discussion about doing more Politi-Shocks.
And we'll we'll get the call in too.
Yeah, the call-in's coming. I'll put the number out there next week, and we'll test it out live on the air, just for the hell of it. And you know, Hollis is. I gotta mute you for a second, Hollis. When the echo becomes too much, that's why next week you could do it from the back room, maybe, if you can, or we figure something out. That way, it won't be like that. Our mics picking up each other, or we'll get it better. Hey, we do what we do. But you know, like literally, like Hollis said, and thank you, because I don't say things like that about myself, so it means a lot coming from her, because I love her so much. But like, and she has the greatest heart I've ever known. I don't know why the hell she sticks with me, you know. And you have
you have the greatest heart I've ever known.
Well, thank you, Jason. You can't miss the show on Sunday, bro. I mean, that's not cool.
You've always missed it. Well, not always. There's only been 5 episodes. It's actually pretty good. It's a great show. I think that Dan and Josh are really good together. I think they play off each other good, and they're good because they both know what's going on a lot. So it's a good show. I watch it. I like it. And if you missed it, you can go on the website. I think there's 2 episodes. There's like 4 episodes on there, so you could catch up and, you know, get to know Josh. Josh is good. He's smart. I will be there. Just send me an invitation, Danny Gill's my number. Yes, I will definitely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. And Demons Among Us. I don't want to miss that.
Yeah,
that
I know.
comment. I know of 2 Mainers that are living in their cars. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm sure there's more than 2. We know of people who they said were living in the woods.
Yes,
you know,
there's a lot.
Well, everything else gets paid for. You know, for the legals and stuff. It's just so wrong.
And I think to Hollis's point, like when I say that I hate Maine, I want to preface that with something. And Aaron and Amy put up a lot because they were like our only like friends that we hung out with up there. And they got to bear my rage a lot, where I would rant about how much I was pissed off with Maine. You know what it comes down to, and I'll admit this because I'm mad enough to admit this. What it really came down to is my heart being broken, because for whatever reason, since I was a kid, I always wanted to live in Maine. I love snow, I love winter, but again, the fallacy, oh, it's cold and snowy all year. No, it's not. It's actually a beautiful state. The flies suck, but other than that, it's a beautiful state. It gets 4 seasons. Yeah, it could be 40 below zero, but it's a dry cold. And I loved it, and I always wanted to go there, and I finally got to, I met the woman of my dreams, and we bought our first house and went to a place, and all I wanted to do was give back to a community, give back to the state that I always wanted to live in. I'd never gone there once prior. I knew nothing. I knew a lot about the state, but knew nothing about the state at the same time. And I wanted to go there and kind of like pay tribute to the state and do something. And I was quickly learning that, and it's not indicative of all people, obviously, but it was a lot of people went out of their way to make us feel unwelcome. And, and that part sucked, but forgive and forget, but I don't. But then, you step up and you try to do good things. You see people hurting and you hear the stories and people being killed. And it sounds sensationalist, but it's not. It's the God's honest truth. And it's heartbreaking. And I think when I say that, like, I hate Maine, it's because I hate that it's the place I always wanted to be. And the experience was
so bad.
Like they really want, I mean, you ran us out. You didn't run us out. We left, but we're still there technically. I would never be run out of anywhere, but it's like you try to do right for people who don't even know. And for some reason, people felt confident because, again, we were speaking out and people came to us and told us their stories and showed us the proof and everything that's happened, the people they lost, and the terrible, heinous things that, again, happens everywhere, but nobody would think that in that place, which I call it the heart of the deep state. Started in Kennebunkport and spread over the last 50 years. But so really that hatred comes from, like, yeah, my heart was broken that, that experience was like that. Coming to Ohio, and it's like, it's a completely different situation. It's like people... Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. It's hard to, I don't want to interrupt you, but it's hard to, like, can you hear me? Oh. No, and I think, what you said is right. And it is, a lot of angry people. And again, people don't have enough empathy or care enough to, like, when people are angry and mean or angry about something, anger covers up hurt. Why do you get so hurt? Not you, but like, why do people get hurt when they're in a fight and like a friendship goes south, and they're angry or like an ex-boyfriend or whatever? You're so angry at them, but that anger just covers up hurt. And I think that was the thing with Maine. I mean, it was just such a whirlwind, and we just had survival at trying to get out of there and everything. At the end of the day, it did hurt. It was like, you especially going up there when you heard, oh, their community, and like for Dan and I both, I know we had weird lives, and he traveled around in the army. He didn't have a big family, and like, I was a musician. I left. I didn't have kids, and there was all this crazy stuff that happened. And you think like, oh, maybe we could go settle somewhere, buy a house, and maybe there's a community. Maybe, like, it was almost like fantasy. I think we realized, who was telling me that? They said a great word. They said you were fantasizing. And that's what it was. It was a fantasy. Like, oh, maybe there is a community. Maybe they will be welcoming, like a storybook. Oh, we could just step into a town and they'll take us in and we'll have friends. And we did have Amy and Aaron, and they were wonderful people, and I love and miss them. But like, like, you were fantasizing, and at the end of the day, you were hurt. We could admit it. It was hurtful. It was like, again, just ignorance and stuff like that, but very cliquey, very like, oh, this is my culture in my town, and they're just kind of rude and mean, and in ways like that. They didn't like outsiders. And again, you have to think about it. Like, they wanted to come to your state. Like, it was like they're all weary of outsiders trying to change and do this, and it was just like, well, some people actually want to come there because they didn't always have that growing up. They didn't have a family of 20. They never even had a big family at all, or they didn't have much, and they like were longing for that like community, and they were myself included. I traveled around so much that it was always friends came and left, and and you're thinking, oh, we bought a house there, we spent a lot of money, we wanted to have a life, we wanted to settle for a while. We've always been kind of on the go and doing things, and it just wasn't meant to be. But at the at the same time, it was sad. You know, like it was, we've spent so much time trying to regroup and build and survive and get through it and get over it, that when you think about it, it actually it was really sad. And I think because you thought of all places, like I said, there's crime everywhere, there's corruption, there's whatever, but you really thought, oh, the crown of America and these like home heart people full of heart, and fantasy. You fantasized, and the fantasy was confronted with dark reality, darker than we ever would have thought. I even just that it didn't work out. It was like, oh my gosh, it was like the complete opposite. So I think it just like shocked us, and it was not just not what we thought, but way worse than we had hoped for. You know?
No, it's very true. And like you look at the counter to that is like when I back in the day when my job took me from Pennsylvania to California, then I
Good night, Demons Among Us. She has to go, but love and light to all. Love and light
love
to
you.
you. Thank you
Good
for
night
being
to you.
here.
Thank
and
you for
I hope
coming.
you call in and talk to us when we get the phone line up.
Yes, that would be awesome. But
Thank
we
you
love
for
you.
thank you.
And thank you for sharing. You always do, and I appreciate you. You're one of the good ones, and I know what you do, and I love it, and I appreciate you more than you know. But when I was in California, the place I never wanted to go, and I said day one, God, please get me out of this state. It took them a year, and then when they said they're sending me back east, and I'm thinking, oh, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, where am I going? And they said West Virginia. Like, West Virginia? Oh my God! I just had like that feeling in the pit of my stomach, like, oh my God. And I'm like, which part? And I'm like, between Charleston and Huntington. Like, oh God. And I went in there with the exact opposite expectation. Like, I don't know how I'm going to fit in there. You know, this was back in 2014 or whatever, 15 or whatever it was. And I went to West Virginia, and West Virginia is one of my most favorite places in the world. Like, I've never been to a place. Ohio is very close to it. I got to admit, like, not just proximity wise where we're at, but, people have been very welcoming here, and it's unique. But West Virginia, like some of the greatest people I could have ever possibly hoped for. Like we're just really great people. And that's what I always say. You come for me, I'll get 2 cases of Mountain Dew, and I'll have a flock full of West Virginians come up to Maine or come to anywhere, because that's how they are. But some really cool, accepting, just awesome people. And that surprised me. So that's why I think the opposite, right? The inverse. Going to Maine, it's like I'm going to a place I always wanted to go, and it was like, damn, you know. And it's a shame, but
It's a shame. And Dan, you know what I always compare it to too, also, like just like in life, like it's the ones you think you like, just going back to your example with West Virginia, how you didn't expect it, and they blew you away because you didn't have any expectations. You never would have thought, you didn't know. And it's almost, I think that's why it's where she went there with the expectations, like, oh, it's going to be this, and the warm-hearted locals and this, and you hear all these, oh, how warm and welcoming they are. It was like, oh my gosh, the total opposite, because you had some expectations of
Mhm.
it, you know. And it's like people surprise you, you know, like the cool kids in school. You always want like, you know, when you're younger, the approval, and you're always hurt by the ones who don't want you. Just like me, I have a lot of friends no, I don't have a lot of friends in my life, but the ones I wanted to be my friends and stuff, they were never there. They disappointed you, and it's like, why am I trying to have people who don't like me, who pretend, you know? Why am I chasing after these people? That's not a friend. That's not a real nice person. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just like you're always wanting, you know, the people who, I'm probably not making sense at all right now, but the people who hurt you the most are the ones you're trying to like, why didn't they call me back? Why didn't they do, it's like boyfriends and whatever. Why you're wanting the ones who don't want you? You know, why are we going after those people? Just like Maine, they didn't want us, but look at them. There's West Virginia, Ohio's nice, and you know, so it's just like, you know what I'm saying. I don't even know if any of that made sense, but
it made sense. You know, it's just it's a mind fuck, you know, when you really think about it, and like, oh, just the craziness and just the different experiences and everything else, you know. And it's cool, you know. And I will say thank you, although I'm a little upset now. I mean, I know it's not over yet. I'm not one of those people, but Northeast Ohio winner, kudos. I enjoyed it. But I really don't want it to be over yet. And that part kind of annoys me, because I realize in Northeast Ohio, especially, it's like, you know, 10 months of heat and humidity. But nevertheless, I mean, the winter was comparable to Maine, which was nice. I will say it was not a dry cold. And I do like, instead of getting a winter storm warnings, we get lake effect snow warnings, which is cool. And then when you hear a snow squall is coming, you quickly realize Snow squall equals anywhere from 2 to 4 inches in a matter of 2 minutes. But it's funny. But yeah, it's been a hell of a trip. You know, this whole thing has been a hell of a trip, a hell of a ride, and it's far from over. It's just starting. And
I don't know if I told you, but I'm going to write a book about it. It's gonna be a best-selling, closely to what is it called when it's not fiction based on truth, but like fictional characters and stuff. Yes, I'm writing a best-selling book, and it's gonna be all about the hidden secrets of Northern Maine.
it's called I'm an Influencer and I Lived Places. Pay me.
It's all part of our life experience. I traveled the world. Yes, I've lived in Northern Maine. I can add that to the bucket list.
Moose are majestic creatures, and Hollis can't wait because I already let it be known that one of the next places we're going to live is Alaska, and she is super excited. She's going to hit me when we get off the air. So everybody, please, I need help. We will go visit Alaska, not just go and blindly buy a house. How about that?
Yeah, live and learn.
Right. So
it's all part of life experience, I guess.
Yes.
And you don't always know until later. I always believe, you know, that's just my 2 cents, but you know, not everyone has these beliefs, but I always do. I think there's definitely a grand design of life, and there's something so much bigger and forced. I always say there's things orchestrating, and that we have no idea until later why we moved to Maine. You know, maybe it's because you win the election. Maybe why didn't our house sell? Maybe it's because this. I don't know, because you just certain things you can't figure out, and you just have to. I always say it. You know, just have faith that there's a design that we little humans we can't figure out ourselves. You know that gets me through some of the bad times and why did this happen and it works out sometimes when you, like I always say, something you were like, man, I was so disappointed that didn't happen, and then later, way later, you're like, oh my god, thank god that didn't happen, or you know, or the opposite, you know what I mean? So, and just like we were saying back to before about people, it's just sometimes, you know, it's the people sometimes you least expect to step up and to help, the ones you never even thought in the background become the heroes, and you're like, wow. Like when you think the people you really think would have helped or stepped up or done something never did. They were never there. And then it's the nice surprises in life. I think that's the thing, like having expectations. Expectations is disappointment sometimes. So I don't know. Just gotta go and what happens, I guess. Joe, I'm saying.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Sorry, I was checking the I was listening to you. I was checking the interwebs, if you will.
Oh, well, so I see some people are there on Rumble. Not like we really care, but give us a follow and a like. No, actually, Rumble. Remember, we were trying to like, oh my god, we so gave up on that. Like, we just don't care. But we were like, oh, follow us, because it was all, oh, yeah, I got to get 50,000 followers so you can make $5 on Rumble. So we were like trying to get people to follow it. But all those people on Rumble, head over to the website, www. Do I have to say that anymore? I think you guys know. VOPUSAradio.com. We are broadcasting out on Rumble and X and all the other places, but our own home base is on VOPUSAradio.com, where you could check out all past Politi-Shocks. There's a whole Dan Senate channel on there. There's some new shows coming. Rage of Aquarius. We have some past episodes on there, and The State of Freedom with Danielle. We love her. The Love of Freedom. And we're going to be adding a lot of new shows. And so make sure you go over and check it out. It's free to watch. You just have to sign up. You just put your email in and you can watch it for free. But yeah, help us spread the word. If you're on Rumble, no offense, we don't like Rumble's the best of the worst, we say. And you know, there's one guy over there who's been pretty cool. So thank you to him. But we don't really care about Rumble because we can't get anyone to follow us on there or break through or whatever. So that's why we created our own independent network. It's at VOPUSAradio.com. So if you're on Rumble, follow us if you want. But really, if you want more of this content and see all the other stuff we're doing, head over to our website, VOPUSAradio.com. And we do have a donation button. If you're liking any of the content you're hearing, you can help keep independent media alive and help keep us on the air. You could just scan that button, buy us a drink or a coffee. Tell your dad it's a coffee. Buy us a coffee. It's right there. Get your wallet out and give us a couple dollars. If it's, entertainment, you don't have to.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I don't like to ask for money, but we do need it. So it's there. If you're enjoying the content, help. We need new microphone. Well, we don't need new microphones, but we do need we
We
need
need
to
a
buy
lot of stuff.
more. We need a lot of stuff. So the more we get, the more we put back
You
in, and the more
sounded,
shows we can do, and the cooler stuff we
you
can do.
sounded influencer there. We need more stuff.
We need more stuff. Like
Uh,
even the phone line, guys. It costs like 3 cents a minute, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up, and then it's $11 a month to have the phone line, and then we want to do more. So it
be,
costs us. Everything costs us so much money. So
be advised.
if you enjoy it, we don't charge to watch or anything. So if you're gonna donate to someone, what I will say, don't do what you want, but if you want to keep giving people who already have millions of dollars more your money, go ahead. But we are people who really could use it and need it, and we're giving back with what we do. We don't want millions from you. We don't even want hundreds. If you have $5-10 and you want to donate, it adds up and it helps us, and we appreciate it.
Scan that QR code.
Scan the QR code.
Like literally, this isn't a sob story because we're not those types of people. We don't even have a couch or a chair. We have a bed though, thank God. So we're okay. And Joe, from what you said, no, I gotta admit, like I've been all over Ohio for work and everything else my whole life, like every part of Ohio except Northeast Ohio. And this was our first time coming to Northeast Ohio, and we fell in love. We're like, this is well, fine then. Hollis is leaving the room for a moment. She's exiting. I'm gonna leave her blank screen up with the black and white because it looks cool. It's trippy, but no, when we win the election, we will go back to Maine, keep our place in Ohio, and instead of living in DC, just go back and forth between, we love Ohio. We really do. It's a mix of all worlds, which I like. And we've been very blessed that we were able to come here. Excuse me, I'm supposed to hit that button. Like I wish circumstances were better, but you know what? It's getting better every day. And thank God for that. And it's a lot of hard work, and you got to bust your ass, but this has been a good experience, and it's a great state. And there's so many things here like I never anticipated, like ever anticipated. The fact that we can go into studios and do recordings and shoots, and just like there's so many things that we could do here, and so many connections of people we've met in the community that have actually been welcoming, even those with differing political ideologies. Though we do live in the most conservative borough of Cleveland, I guess you could say, like 103 of them, which is interesting. So that's kind of cool. It's like coming back to America a little bit, but now we love it. We really, really do. It's been a trip. It's been a cool experience, and we haven't even even had the time to experience like a quarter of what Ohio has to offer yet, because we've been just working, doing the cycle, and Hollis doing 18 hours a day, building and creating, and just all of it. It's very real. So it's a badass state. I gotta admit, like it may have its hardships and it may have its issues, but I assure you, going from a blue state, and I hate the color, right? The coding, if you will, but going from a state like Maine, which is very, very, very liberal when it shouldn't be. It should be like the West Virginia of New England or the Northeast. But when you come to a red state, there's a difference. And it's not even comparable to because we lived in Northeast Pennsylvania. Northeast Pennsylvania, NEPA compared to NEO kicks its ass all day. Just with the affordability, two, everything in the world is here. Everything in the world is here. We could do anything and everything, and we love it. Like the one or two things that I liked about California, and even that's a stretch because I hate California with everything in my heart and soul. But there was a couple cool things in California, like to have it here. Like the New York City of old that I miss, like when New York was still New York City and not the cesspool it's become, to have it here. Like it's such a hybrid. Like there's stuff here that we've seen in West Palm Beach. There's stuff here we've seen. Like it's kind of crazy, like a melting pot of everything in Ohio. And I know it's more than just Northeast Ohio, but we live in Northeast Ohio, so it's just like a quite an experience. And Northeast Ohio compared to Northeast PA, like, man, NEPA has some catching up to do.
Dan,
you were breathing heavy in that mic. Like,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I have a question. We'll change the subject for a second, but it's about politics. We are on Politi-Shock. No, what we talked about the other day, and you guys in the chat room could answer what you think too. And I know it's the obvious answer, but it's just like, I'll say it because Dan and I talked about it the other day, and I said, and I would love to know, it's just like you get so much hate. Like, I don't go on my Facebook anymore. I never post anything because I had never realized how many people thought so differently than I did. Like growing up and everything and living in California, I collected a lot of friends over the years, like in different friends, I call them acquaintances or whatever. And I was younger then, and I didn't really realize until, the last couple of years. I've talked about this before on the show about like, you post something on there and they hate Trump and they call you a racist and they call you this. Dan, where'd you go? I like when you're on it too. I don't like to be just alone on here. Oh, okay, thank you. And you could do it now. Now we used to just sit side by side. You couldn't do that. But anyway, so I said, and I really mean this. It's so true. It's like, why? I said this the other day to you, Dan. Why do people equate? So I when I was growing up, it was weird in college. So many of my friends were like gay and lesbians, and like I think it was because I was kind of like more of a tomboy. I just wasn't like super girly girl, and I always end up going with like the cool girls, and they were always like gay and stuff. And my point is, I could care less. I love gay people. And I was always kind of weird. I always liked people with weird hair colors, and I was drawn to the eccentric, whatever, and more of, I guess, the liberal type in like that kind of way. But now it's like all I know. There's like a lot of people I know who are like the LGBTQ and the gay and all that. They are just so it seems like for illegal immigration, and I just don't understand how those two, like, what I'm trying to say is I support gay people. I could care less. I don't care at all, but I'm very much against illegal immigration. Obviously, I'm very much against these people coming in for free and taking everything from hardworking Americans and an American first thing. Well, I guess my point is I'm asking, why does the LGBTQ, gay, all that stuff, trans, tuna, all that, why are they against illegal immigrant? Or you know what I'm saying? How do these two equate? Like, why is it you must be a racist if you don't support illegal immigrants, or you must hate gay people because you don't support illegal immigrants? I don't get it. Like, I like gay people. I've always been around them. I don't care. I love freedom of do whatever you want. I could care less. But I get offended when people say you're a racist, you're this. It's like, why? Because I'm against people breaking the law and coming in and taking stuff when even the Demons Among Us is gone, but there's people living in their cars and stuff because illegals are taking houses, and it's just so unfair. But why does that have to mean I don't like gay people or something? I don't get it. I really don't.
Because the LGBTQIXV divided by C X squared community, you have the gays for Trump, lesbians for Trump, and all that other stuff. You'll see them post a lot of videos of the community, if you will, acting the fool and laughing at them and mocking them because they just choose to live their life and they are conservative, and or they just think differently and don't really want their sexuality being like the definition of their existence. The other ones who are always the perpetual victims, the more loser type in life, and haven't achieved much. They desperately seek to be a part of some communities because they're followers. So they get sucked into this lifestyle, and they feel like this lifestyle has to be more than just a lifestyle. It has to be about, I'm a victim if you're against me, and I'm empowered because I'm in a community and I'm about whatever. What it really comes down to is this. There's a large section of the LG, whatever the cute fucking thing is called, community of people that are indoctrinated. They're brainwashed. some are gay because they think it's in vogue and in style and in cool to be, or some are gay because nobody wants to have sex with them of the opposite sex, so they choose to do that and call themselves something, or they want to be labeled. These are the easy marks for the socialists, not the socialists, the globalists, and they know they could utilize them because black people and Hispanic people aren't joining these protests against ICE. So it's your white libtards, and they have to reach out to whatever community they can control, and they could always make them these, not all of them. It's not indicative of all of them. They can make them feel like that they're targeting illegals, so they're targeting you. You know, this illegal alien from China,
Yeah,
this
that
alien
makes
from the
sense.
Dominican Republic raped and killed somebody who was 13 years old, and that's an attack on the gay community. And don't you know, ICE is going to pull you out of your house if you're a man sucking a dick or you're a woman licking a vagina. That's the type of stupidity they literally use.
Yeah, that makes sense actually that you said that. Like the way that a lot of gay people, it's changed so much now that I don't think it's total. It's more acceptable if you're gay than you're not practically. But like, so maybe they were up against it for a long time. Like back in the 80s when people really didn't want to come out of the closet, they used to say and all that stuff. So that does make sense that they feel like they must stick up for like the illegal immigrants or something because they were ousted like they were or something. Is that what you're trying to say, right?
It's
Kind of like that, they think that
That's what
they're
they want.
they're rooting for the person who everyone's against or something.
Yeah.
Without realizing that it's not it's because they're breaking the law.
Well, we're gay and we don't have these rights. Well, what rights? First off, I'd like to know one right that gay people don't have and how they're being targeted. They can't name them. They never can. They're too fucking stupid because all they have on their mind is a label. They need to be labeled. They need to be a follower. They need to be part of a community because they're incapable of being nonconformists. They're incapable of being free thinkers. They're incapable of being independent entities, essentially. So they have to feel like they're part of this tribe. So the illegal, well, we don't have anything, and now you're coming after illegals. Well, part of the reason why you think that you don't have anything, or we don't even have housing, we don't have community centers, that's because illegal aliens are getting all these buildings for free to do their businesses, to get houses and everything else. So they're actually the ones ousting you. And they're always in Democrat states and Democrat cities, but it's the Republicans' fault, and big bad ICE is coming to remove the illegals. As I said, I want every illegal alien gone. I want their anchor babies gone. I want their great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, abuela, or whatever it may be. That's not nice to say because there's millions of illegals from China, from Russia, from all over the world. I want every single one of them gone and all their offspring gone. I want everyone gone. Don't stop until they're all gone and the landlords and business owners are in jail. But, so the LGBT community, when, again, it's not the whole, and it's just their fake protests and their fake actions against ICE, they're running out of steam, so they have to go after the one community that they feel like, well, Democrats protect me. Like you remember the night I broke the glass desk on Politi-Shock when I was going on one of my rants. We're trans and we're victimized, and we're trans and we're under attack, and we're trans and they're coming for us, and we're trans and this. And at that time, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were their president and vice president, and we had to vote Democrat because they're coming for us. Well, you were saying that while Democrats were in control. So they don't even know what they say. They're too stupid and they're useful idiots. So the establishment, the globalist fuckers, use these people to be the useful idiots they need to be, and they activate them. They're like MK Ultra reverse in a much dumber way. They activate them. They stand for nothing, but they have to stand for something because they feel like they're victims, and they're not victims.
Yeah.
Marriage has been a thing for how long? It's like it's idiotic.
Yeah. Well, I
about
think that's the thing too. And I've always thought this again with it's just, people rooting their identity in a label or whatever. Because at the end of the day, it's just like I always said it from the beginning. Who cares if you're gay or if you're straight? But we don't walk around saying I'm straight. I'm straight. But because I've always said, why does it have to be, what does that have to do? And I know what they're doing, with the trans and everything, but why is your whole identity about who you choose to have sex with? I mean, are you a good person? Are you a thief? Are you a liar? Did you murder someone? No, I'm gay or I'm straight. People don't go, I'm straight. It's like, who cares? That should be on the very low priority of your character. Okay. Who you choose to have relationships with or whatever. That should be very low, your sexual preference. But yet it's like number one, again, by design, right? By, everything is sexualized. It's all about trans and gay. It's who cares? Who cares what you are, what you do? I mean, I think like we always said, if you don't hurt people, love who you want to love. Like I am not, even the whole thing with the Christian and the Bible. That's one thing I don't agree with. I think if love is better than hate and murder. So it's not a sin to be gay or anything like that. I think it's whatever. God is made of love. People want to love each other. Love who you want. I think it's great. Love whoever you want. Just love instead of hate or kill, you know? And but again, that's the thing. It comes to, I think, like you said, it becomes their identity, and it's like, I'm gay. Don't you have something better than that? Are you anything else besides gay or straight? Are you a good person? Are you doing something good with your life? Did you help someone? No, I'm gay. I'm straight. Like, why is that the number one focus? You
Because they're
know?
fucking idiots. It's the it's the not even left. It's the further indoctrination by the globalist crowd to do what they do best and kill the nuclear family. That's what Ayer said after he bombed the Capitol in the late 60s and said, we'll get them young, we'll have them for life. So they've sexualized children. They do the drag queen story hour bullshit for kids. And people, oh, are you still bringing that up? Yeah, we're going to bring that up. Because anybody who tries to do that shit, I mean, I think every pedophile should be publicly executed. I think anybody who pushes sexuality on children should be publicly executed. I don't care. That makes me extreme. So be it. That's how I feel. Because normal people, gay or straight or otherwise, like they support what they support. They're not out there boasting about it, but some of them respond, and I actually enjoy when they respond, because like, what are you going to say? You know, when a lesbian is coming out and like defending Trump and calling out these idiots and calling them what they are, that they have nothing to say. Well, you're Uncle Tom? What are you, Uncle Dyke or something? Like, what do they say to that? The black people who support conservatives are Uncle Toms. They're traitors because they support the party who literally gave them their freedom. But nevertheless, you know, it's like this, it's the inverse of everything that makes sense, but they have to destroy the nuclear family. They don't want men and women procreating. They don't want children to grow up with, you know, and actually formulate their own opinions. They have to get them while they're young, have them forever. And gay is like, I'm gay, you better accept me. Well, like I said, we grew up in the 90s, 80s and 90s, but we were in school in the 90s. Never once did I go around like, that's my gay friend, that's my lesbian friend, that's my black friend, that's my, nobody cared. We just didn't care. It's like, again, are you an asshole or are you not an asshole? But
That's what I always say. I mean, like you said, common sense and simple is not, you know, obviously it makes no sense. Like I always said, and it's just, you know, we know it's done by design. It's not
exactly. It's all done by design.
It's all done by design because, like you said, in the 80s, they didn't even care. It became this big deal. It's just like at this day and age, it's like I said, it's more popular to be gay than not, I guess, you know. But it's just like whatever. Who cares? Who cares what you choose to do? But it's not seeing that you're being played and you're being, and it's just so there's so much more to life than that, you know. It's just should be low on the list of what your identity is. What else is there?
But they have all the special treatment. Like I said, I'm still waiting for the Caucasian History Month, and I'm still waiting for the Italian History Month and the Irish History Month. Like, what do we get? We get nothing, you know. And it's funny, like I told you, my story is back when I had Ace and all them, the BLM people on, and they talk about how, well, we're black, you don't understand what we were subjected to. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm Italian. Want to talk about what my ancestors went through, my family went through, you know, and everything else? You want to talk about the stories of Italians coming to America, Irish coming to America, Polish coming to America? They were taken to Ellis Island, treated like cattle. They took their name, they took their identity, took everything from them, gave them nothing, threw them out into the world and said, go survive. You know, you got nothing handed to you for free. But now it's like you're protected class if you're gay, you're protected class if you're illegal, you're protected. No, it's them wanting everything and sucking us dry while doing it. It's a cancer on society. The moral fabric is disgusting. You know, I guess maybe I call myself libertarians pretty much sicken me because they're a facade too. They're fake. Like Trump said, you like losing. You know, libertarians have no idea what they stand for. They're like they're just dumb. I actually call myself a Jeffersonian Republican, you know? As far as I'm concerned, Trump is the greatest president in the history of mankind. I don't give a fuck. But next is Thomas Jefferson for me, because Thomas Jefferson represented liberty, like liberty. Be free to do, if you want to dress like a cheetah with a penguin butt plug up your ass and, you know, call yourself Sally Mae and bake pies in the buff. Like, that's whatever I don't care. As long as you don't broadcast it and expect me to be subjected to it and go after children, you do you know. But it's when you have to broadcast it all. You're looking for attention because you're lacking something in life. So the other side seeped onto that. It's kind of like the president scumbag who created welfare, and we'll have those N-words and chains for generations, right? Was it Roosevelt? I think was it Roosevelt or LBJ? What?
LBJ, I think you
Yeah.
said.
And it didn't do, he did that to help us. So he did that to make you subservient to the government and be relying upon the government. And now we have generations of families being raised to live off the system. So when people like, a me or you or whatever, if we need help that we've paid into our whole lives, it's not there for us because the illegal is taking it. The bloodsuckers are taking it. And Trump is trying to regulate that and bring it back to a sense of normalcy and actually have high standard and have it be there for those who need it when they need it. Imagine that. But we're being victimized. They're coming for us. Who's coming for the gays? Are we rounding up gays? Are we rounding up Hispanics? Are we rounding up what are we rounding up? We're rounding up fucking illegal alien criminals, cancers on society. And it's usually the dumb, ugly, fat dykes that go and get ISIS face and get shot in the head and die. The world doesn't miss them. Nobody cares. They're bad parents. They're shitty people. Now they're dead. Thank God I saved the tax dollar. It's like, honestly, like these people, you killed the ICE officer, killed her because she's a lesbian. I'm sure the ICE officer said, excuse me, do you lick vagina or do you suck a wiener? No, all he saw was a fat, ugly dyke hit him with her vehicle, and he shot her dead. Good. And you're going to comment, you're going to put that up there? Oh, I love it. I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson. I love that man. He was the true godfather of the Republican Party. He was the first. I don't care what anybody says. All right. People like to comment after the fact. He was my second favorite president. He was first until Trump. But he's my number two. Just like in the military, MacArthur's my number one. Historical purposes, Eisenhower number two. But Thomas Jefferson was great, and it's true. Everybody should be free to be whatever they wanted. No government encroachment. They wanted people to have liberty. What we see now is a bastardization of that. Why they keep talking about democracy, because democracy is tantamount to communism. It's the preface. It's like the feeder to communism. And again, one president, unless I'm wrong, in the modern times anyway, only one president has ever said that we do not live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic, if you can keep it. That was President Trump, because everybody forgets that. The republic, that's why states' rights matters. That's why the Roe v. Wade thing, which is always built on a farce, it was built on bullshit. She admitted she lied from her deathbed, trying to get to heaven. All right, but nevertheless, states' rights matter. It's not supposed to be the Fed running everything. It's supposed to be the states acting as their own governments. And yes, you have the tie that binds with the Fed, but they purposely destroyed that. They purposely destroyed that fabric so they have overarching control. That's why Eisenhower warned in his farewell address about the military-industrial complex and many other things that he spoke about during that speech, warning what was happening in the 50s and was going on long before that. This is what they done. They had to destroy the democracy, create the democracy by destroying the republic. Trump, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, and you're right, because I mean the thing which is so obvious is just they need to make sure people are dumb, then they don't know history and they don't know anything because they bank on I'm sorry to say it, there's a lot more uninformed dumb people than there are smart people. Who really knows history? Who do you think people who was LBJ? What's like I was making fun of an influencer video. What's the Declaration of Independence? What's the Constitution? Like people don't even know, and young kids especially. I will say young kids, it's not their fault. If they don't get good education, how are they ever going to know about this stuff? And I know people who are so strong in their opinions, and I'm just like, but you can't bet again, and so do all of you guys. The Democrats and the sides against each other. But you try to say, well, history. Here's a fact, and they just throw it in your face. They're mad. They're angry. They don't want to hear it because it takes more. You have to be intelligent and be critical thinking about some of these things and be a little bit educated to understand what you're talking about. Who the heck is going to? I mean, there's smart people out there, but how many people really know or care about LBJ or the Republican Party, where the rights were? They have no idea. But yet we're the bad people because you're going back to history and actually respecting it and knowing what's going on and how we got here and what it really is. And so many people can't see it. And that's who they bank on. Like you said, that's who they are targeting because they're the majority and they're the ones, again, back to news, back to the fake news, the legacy media, all this. They buy everything they're saying. Thank God there are some alternatives like Rumble and us, excuse me, we are the alternative. But yes, there are other places where you could go and get educated and learn about what's really going on because they're just feeding you everything they know that the sheep are taking, and there's a lot more sheep, unfortunately, I think,
Well,
right?
look at it like this.
But there's a lot more people waking up probably more than ever too, but
Look at it like this. One, the school books, McCall, I can't think of the name. We're reaching 5 hours, so my mind is all over the place. But the company McCall or whatever that wrote pretty much every school book from the 1970s up, those were our history book authors that wrote them. Okay, those books that were in schools used for, we read them. The person who owned that company was Ghislaine Maxwell's grandfather. Okay. Maxwell connected to Epstein, everything else. Everything was a plan. People say, Republicans, you're conservative. Oh, you just want women in the kitchen. You want this, you want that. You see, this is why I say that I am a Republican, but I can give you historical reasons why I'm a Republican. Republicans were the party republic fighting for the republic to keep and preserve the republic. We were the renegades. We were the rebels. We were the ones that had black people in elected office in the 1800s. Imagine that. The Democrats had it finally in like the 70s or 80s, 19, after they decided that we don't want them as slaves anymore and we don't want to, do all the bullshit that we were doing, right? But like we don't talk about this. We don't talk about like the true history of what the Republican Party is. Most Republicans, 99% of Republicans in office don't care about the history of the Republican Party. They don't care about the differences, right? We have been indoctrinated from early on. Like I said, I was mad at my parents for not letting me get the damn fluoride pills in school because everybody got the fluoride pills and I had to sit there in elementary school. I'm the one not allowed. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad, for not letting me do that. These little things that they were doing, they were setting the stage. It was all part of their plan. Oh, that sounds conspiratorial. Does anybody say that anymore? Because now every QAnon post that was put out there, people, has been proven pretty much 100% accurate. You even have libtards saying it now.
And Dan, I was going to say that, like, you're right, because when I was growing up, you're younger, I didn't know, that much, like, whatever. You're young, you're not really, whatever. And even my family, we were middle class, working family, lower to middle class or whatever. And it was the Republicans were bad because it was like they're rich, they're taking all the tax away, the corporate, like the rich people, and Democrats were the party of like, no, for the workers, for the common people, so that's how I always felt like it. And now I just feel like it's, but all I'm saying is that's what I think a lot of people still probably think. Oh, Trump is bad. He has money. He's evil. Corporations and they're great. And it's like it's the opposite now. It's like the total opposite. What I'm saying is the history of what it really is hidden. But that's because that's the simple thing for people to know. No, Democrat is like working class, like all the rich and all that. You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah, no.
But I'm just trying to say like that.
That's the story.
I'm just being open and honest about me growing up being ignorant and didn't know really about politics and following, your parents who think, even my own mom says she doesn't even like the Democrat Party and all that. A lot of people have switched, or I'm not talking my mom, but like a lot of people don't. They say they don't recognize the Democrat. That's not what this is at all anymore. And now the Democrats are like crazy in this last election, and how everyone was leaving and. RFK and Tulsi Gabbard, they all left because it's like, what? This is not at all. But my point is, a lot of people still don't think like that, and they're just caught in this old, I vote Democrat because my mom and dad did. But that's not. The times are changing. The times have changed.
That's what I always say. Ask a Democrat why they're a Democrat. Well, my mom's a Democrat. Why are you a Democrat? Well, my grandfather's a Democrat. Why are you a Democrat? Because my great grandfather was a Democrat. They can't tell you why. There's nothing to speak to about successes, about wins, about good things they did. Well, they're the party of the minority. Really? Is that why they voted against, the Civil Rights Act, and Republicans had to actually voted in to free black people, and not free black people, but end segregation? Republicans did that. Republicans essentially went to war. It wasn't just about slavery. We're the ones that freed the slaves. Like they don't want to talk about their history because their history is quite perverse. But you see, that's why when people, they call it conspiratorial, when we say Mockingbird media, because remember, this started in the 1950s with the CIA controlling the media talking points. They were spinning the narrative then. McCarthyism, talking about the communists and the government. He's McCarthyism. No, he was right. And you see, they had to condemn him. So this has been going on since the 50s, the 60s. Do you know that Nazis were put to work in America in Operation Paperclip, and they built NASA? They did many other things. Oh, that's not true. You're a conspiracy theorist. And then, by the way, it actually happened. You see, these are the things they don't want to talk about, because to tell the true story of their history would be quite terrifying for them. So they have to rewrite the history. Or now they don't even have to go to they don't have to go to great lengths to do it, because they could dumb it down, control it with AI. Kids aren't given books anymore in school. They're given freaking iPads. They can control them so easy, so simple to do. And that was their plan all along. They're genius for doing it. It's evil, it's duplicitous. And the establishment Republicans sit back and allow it to happen because it's all a game to them. So you see, we were a country built on rebellion. We were a party built on rebellion. And we need to get back to that mindset, because it's the only thing to save what's left of this country.
No, you're right. And it's kind of crazy. And it's truly a weird time to be alive, in history and humanity, because nothing's ever happened like this before, especially with AI. And you watch these interviews of like Elon Musk and, in the next, I saw one today, like in the next 3 years, if you don't get wealthy, there's never going to be any wealth left, and like all this, and you're never gonna have to work a day in your life because all these services are going to be there, and like it's just a weird time. It's a crazy time to be alive, going through a shift, but more than ever, like AI is that's a whole other episode or crazy story. But I don't know, like what was it, the mark of when the automobile came and stuff, and it was just that, what is it, the Industrial Revolution? when the whole thing shifted, and all of a sudden people are, horse and buggies. Now it's like the next thing. This is AI. It's a whole. It's gonna change everything. It already is, but it's just like, could you imagine it in 3 or 4 years?
No, it's
what it's gonna be like.
They want to make us subservient and a true
scary
slave class.
And they're doing it. I mean, like I said, this is why when I go back and say, look, what's the more important, Mainers? Oh, who cares? No offense, who cares about your fucking potatoes and pine trees? There's the world's about to freaking like implode or whatever it said. It's just like there's a little bit your main pride. Maybe you could think a little bit bigger, because like if there's anybody left with the brain, robots are taking over. Go back and watch not watch it, but read the Reconnection movement I wrote. That was 10 years ago. That was about AI, right? AI back then. Look at it now. Look at it, what it's going to be in 3 years. Look at the speed it's moving in. Even Elon Musk, I don't mean even him, especially him. I mean, I don't know. You're always weird about him because he's introducing it, but
Excuse me. You like it's just crazy. Like the whole thing is crazy. Like
it is crazy. It's the end of humanity. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've written songs about this, and this was like 10 years ago when I wrote the Reconnection movement and I was talking about all that stuff. Because you see it, I'm just like, we are literally the last generation of humans left, and I you don't think too much about the future ahead, but you do. You think, God, when we're like 10 years from now, or like there's gonna be like no humans left. Look where it's going. Already people can't think for themselves. They have no brains, like the majority of people. And then there's going to be no humanity left at all. It's like even people who do have humanity, we're all distracted. We have to be in the game and the freaking phones and the Twitters and everything. And it's just like, we're so disconnected. We're so disconnected.
They did exactly what they wanted. Like I said, these are MK Ultra now. It's right there. It's just, and people, they have the force that paradigm shift, and that's why you have to use your voice while you still have it, because pretty soon you're not going to. It's bigger. It's all by design. And this goes back to, remember, these people, the Trilateral Commission with the League of Nations, which became the United Nations, with we're in a depression, so let's get ourselves into war. That'll boom us, and we sacrifice some people along the way. That's a win for us. This goes back so much further than people realize, and that's why they're 100 years ahead of us. And we're catching up on some things, but people need to see it for what it is. And we're not so crazy anymore. We're telling you things and we're talking about things that are factually accurate. And you know, this, as the saying goes, you know, the truth doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. That's really what it comes down to. You know, we say these things is backed in evidence-based freaking shit. This is not some new plan. This is not just based off of one election. This has been decades and decades and centuries worth of work to do what they're doing, and they're doing it well. All right? They're doing it well. So people need to wake up. Bottom line. Bottom line.
Yeah. It's crazy. Remember we had the guy Mark Beckman on? You guys were talking all about that. I have his book. Oh, no, where is it? I read some of it. I'm going to read more of it, but
Mark Beckman.
I don't know. You think you can't beat him? Join it. You know,
but he's trying to do the good AI.
Well, because he's saying like there's no stopping it. It's not even like, oh well, I'm just not going to participate. Like it's here. It's coming. It's only going to get worse. And how are you going to adapt in a world when it is all robots? How are we now going to remember? This whole episode I've been talking about God, the lack of humanity. It's only going to get worse. Like, how are we going to remind? What should we be doing right now? What we're doing right here, Voice of the People, and reminding people what this is, what human really is. Because in 5 years, there's going to be nobody like us left. I mean, there's hardly anyone now, but there's going to be nobody.
We're the tip of the spear. We are the resistance.
This is like the time capsule, like back in February. This is February 13th, 2026, before blah, blah, blah. And it's like, remember then there were humans and they're going to look back. Remember, like, you know, like the VCRs back in the day and the tapes, like back then, you know, it's going to be like that when people look, oh, that was oh my gosh, that was the last of the human race. Remember when humans didn't, I don't know, have brain chips and glaze in their eyes and to have phones growing out of their fucking ass, you know, like remember that? Just like we're like, remember back in the day when we played hide and seek and we went outside and people like, you know, talk to each other. Remember that? And they're gonna look back and remember in 2026 before AI and elections when people like humans had like real skin. Like, you know what I mean? It's gonna be like that. This is literally a crazy time. This is a time capsule of again, you don't want to be, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We don't want to be right, but you're right. And the conspiracy theorists and all that, you think it was fun, especially for you, Dan, way longer than me. I was awake for a long time, but you were into way longer. You think it was fun to know about the child trafficking and eating babies and people thinking you're crazy and all this stuff that you saw stuff. I lived stuff through the music industry. You think it was fun? Oh, no one believes you. You're crazy. Everyone hates you. You're trying to warn people. You're seeing it. Even now, I'm not even joking. Like, there are people going to look back and be like, remember the days when people had real eyeballs? Like, now they just have glasses, like freaking robotic, like microchip eyes. Like, it's so scary. That's what's coming. Not to freak people out, but it's just like, these are why I'm saying the relationships, start a movement, be a little bit of a resistance and alternative against it, because it's coming and it's here and it's only going to get worse.
This is what Orwell warned us about. This is what Serling warned us about. The Twilight Zone. They were telling us they were the original whistleblowers. They were all about 15 to 20 years behind the globalists, and they went on a crusade to try to warn the world what was coming. And
no, you're so right. And again, another example. Sorry, Dan. It's like, remember about the people like the Gates and everything try to live forever. They're going to be like, remember those days when humans actually died? And now it's just like, oh, now everybody lives to it. Well, not everybody, only the elite live to 1,000, which I don't know why you want to. Again, it's fucking with God. Like, the humans are not supposed to live forever. It's a cycle of life. You live and then you die. Like, it's sad. And that's life though, right? They're trying to mess with like God and the cycle of life and the human spirit. Sorry, Dan, I totally talked over you.
No, you're good. It's always been what they've intended to do. Remember what Soros said? He doesn't believe in God or the devil. He believes he's bigger than the devil, bigger than God. This is their mantra.
That's
This
what you're
is what
dealing with.
they've always believed in. And this is the fight. This is the battle. And people succumb too easily. And again, you think of, Sterling with the Twilight Zone, he had a show, he had TV time, and he, back then when it was immensely unpopular to do so, he chose to be the sole resistance, but do it in a way that would entertain, use their system against him. He's one of the originals. Why did Orwell write a book and not call it 1954? He wrote 1984. And that was like, what, 40 years ahead of the curve? I mean, in many episodes, they talk about robots taking over humanity. The end of the world, Twilight Zone, 1999, he was talking about. The year 2000, he was talking about. So it's like they were doing this as, yes, it was entertaining, but how much of it has come true?
But that's what I'm saying. We always go back to, it's so much bigger, guys. It's so much bigger than an election. But it's so much bigger than all of this stuff. Like, what's at stake? I mean, and again, is it too late to stop? I mean, I don't think you could stop it, but there's just so much more at stake about life, and literally, it sounds dramatic or whatever, but like the earth, I mean, I guess, does it all just blow up and start again? I mean, I don't know. The consciousness, the shift is so much bigger than petty politics and election. And again, the fact that Trump's in there and he's calling out the globalists and he's trying to, it's our one hope of slowing it down while we're still alive and while your kids are alive and maybe your grandparents and your grandkids and all that stuff, because it's coming. As you always said too, Dan, I think, if I remember correctly, it's coming. It's just about, can we slow it down? Because he knew, he was warning, they're 100 years ahead. It's like wiping out depopulation, wiping out, look at the vaccine, like look at the freaking pandemic. There's more planned. I'm sure it's all coming, and this is why it's so important, and why it's so infuriating, why you get mad, because it's like, oh my God, wake up. Don't you see what's happening? Like, how do you not know? But they don't. Oh, I'm gay. I'm this. Oh, my right. It's like, this is so much more, but this is literally like the existence of Earth and what God and all this stuff.
They want to bastardize and kill off God's creations. That's the troll. That's
so
always
sad.
what they want. And they're pissed off.
They're doing it.
Yeah, and they're pissed off that America hasn't fallen yet. Again, 250 was never supposed to happen. Ever, because empires fall before 250 years. That's the goal. That's the shelf life. So it's very impressive that coming into this time, this celebration, they have somebody like Trump as our president. We have one last chance to stem it.
And the reason we are lucky to have someone like Trump, because in this situation, age works for him for sure. Even though he's older now and stuff, if he wasn't so old and wise and lived through this, he would never know. Someone who's 40 or something like that. I mean, most of our presidents are older, but they don't know. Look, even his dad, back to what was the John Birch Society and all that stuff. Like, his dad knew about the globalists, the Masons, all that stuff. He knew this is a long working plan. And if Trump knew about this stuff when he was 20, I'm not just making this up. I don't know if he did at that age or whatever, but he obviously got into this very young. And if you're close with your dad, I'm sure his dad warned it, all this stuff. He became the president. So, he knew about this plan, and he lived, like, you're only 40 or 42, whatever. 43. You've been knowing about this 20. You're seeing it. But imagine having Trump's he's 80, right? Or maybe almost 80.
79.
He's 80.
79.
He saw this played out. Like, he was 20 when you go back to his old videos, and he knows. He is seeing it play out. It's happening right now. And could you imagine being him? He's actually in control. He's one of the people who could slow it down. That's what it comes down to, because he probably knows he can't stop it, but he could maybe slow it down and save some people.
He's doing the best he can.
That's my 2 cents. I don't know.
And all we do is turn the people who are allegedly for him against him, or use psyops to try to undermine it, because he's the threat to their game and their system.
Again, it shows how dumb they are, and why we get so mad at these influencers. Again, when you really start talking, and I like having these conversations, because it reminds you just how important it is. And they used every tactic, like even you giving up on the Senate race because people are assholes and mean, and we lost it is selfless. It's like, do you care about life? Do you honor God? Do you honor humanity? Do you honor heart? Do you honor soul? Do you honor soul or spirit? That's why we're here. It's not just about gathering shit
Mhm.
and materials. It's not. It's not, again, they may do it again. Perfect. They're great at it. Make it so hard. No, everyone has to can't nobody could survive. Keep them distracted. Keep them just focused on the daily grind. Trust me, we know. Do that. And they're so good at it. Even the
Yeah.
most people with the biggest hearts and passion, they manage to just knock out of the game. You have to keep going. You have to keep going. And there's not that many, but who really, really could see what's at stake. I keep saying the same thing, but it's so important to wake up. And I don't know. I don't know. I think what you're doing, what we're doing, maybe trying to get people to wake up, but like you said, it's just you're so far ahead. And there's so many sheep, and I think they're a
It's an
lost
uphill
cause.
battle.
What?
You know, was an uphill battle. We're the last of humanity stepping up, and there needs to be more. There needs to be a lot more done. Bottom line.
Yeah.
That's it.
So with that said, honey, I think it's time to say goodnight.
Why? We're only 5 hours and 16 minutes in.
Well, because let's take a break from politics and the heaviness of everything we just said,
Mm-hmm.
and talk about one of my new favorite TV shows. That's not new at all. We are watching 24, and I love it. It's so good. Such a good show. So at night, when
It's
we
our
just
time.
tune out from the world, we watch this show, and I just think it's such a good show. Anybody out there in the chat, anyone like that show?
And it's
24. I
coming-
know it's coming back too.
That's right.
But
And
we have to get through these seasons because
yes,
it's
we have
just,
many more to go.
it's funny because like I didn't know it was coming back or anything like that. And I watched, was it Designated Survivor?
Mhm.
We watched that first, and then that was over. I was like, that was so good. And then we watched another, The Honor, The Judge.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, that was so good. And I said, Dan, what else should we watch? And he first said Breaking Bad. He said that one was really good. And he said 24. And I started watching Breaking Bad, and then I don't know. I liked it. I don't know. I guess I just didn't get into it right away. And then I liked the action one. He's like, you should watch 24. So we started watching it. It's just, I love it. It's so good.
It's a great show.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Jack is back. Not Black Jack either. That failed spinoff season. But no, they're gonna finally bring it back. So, and there's so much to see. So much to see.
And it's funny because I know like 24 and all this, that was out like 20 years ago. It's like, you're just catching on and thinking people are like, oh, that was so like 20 years ago. I'm like, oh, I just discovered 24. Is anyone else watching it?
Well, it did go for a long time, but it was, it's been a long time. So that's what makes it great. I know we're cutting into our 24 time. It's almost 2:30 in the morning.
I know, but it was a good show. There's a lot of people on Twitter compared to earlier. There's 58 people in there. So Twitter friends, I wonder if people are actually in there watching, because
there's a lot of people watching still, I guess. And do we have a lot on Rumble too?
I don't know. Let me take a look. But to those people who are watching, again, we are Voice of the People, USA Radio and Television Network. You could continue to watch us on social media because I'm glad you found us there. But if you are sick of the shit and being shadow banned and suppressed, or just paying money to the game and the establishment, feel free to head over to our website, sign up. It's for free. You just don't have to sign up. You don't have to do anything. Just put your email in and you can watch for free. If you liked what we're saying, you want to support us, please, there's a QR code right there. Feel free to give us a couple dollars, donate. If you're going to give it to another influencer who has millions, think maybe they don't need it. We really could use it. We're trying to keep going and keeping this afloat, to put out content like this, to talk about these things, to find other like-minded people, to build this community, really, because there's not many of us out there, and we need those strong people who are willing to speak, who are willing to support each other. And if it's not financially, in another way, share, help us get the word out there. We're always looking for volunteers, people who want to get involved to help us get the word out there, because we aren't part of the establishment. We're not going to give in. We don't sell out, and it's hard when you don't do that. So feel free, if you feel in the giving mood, or what's it, tithing, if you want to, pay it forward. There's a QR code there. You just scan it and you can give any amount you want, $1 or $100. But anything you give, we would really appreciate it. So if you enjoy the content and you want more of it, this type of content, or adding shows every month we're adding more shows, but it costs a lot to run this. So anything, again, we really appreciate it. Head over to VOPUSARadio.com. More about Dan's Senate channel. Everything that we couldn't put on X that was banned on Twitter, that's going to taken down, is all up there. And I did everything myself, and it took a long time. So head over there. If you're on Rumble watching, you can follow us there. Give us a follow. It only takes a minute. But more importantly, head over to our website and get involved. Next week we're going to have a phone line. If you want to call in, that would be awesome. And we're looking forward to that. And yeah, I love all you guys, the supporters out there. Maga, Biker, and Jason. And there's someone out there. Comfort, you will not be favored. Yes. But everyone in the chat room who is here, I appreciate you. I'm Hollis. I'm a musician as well. And I have an album coming out, but it's not out yet. But it's again another album. One day maybe people look back and be like, wow, that was one of the last albums written by a human that wasn't a robot. So we do things with that last ounce of humanness that's still in the world. And I know there's a lot of people out there, but we got to stick together. There's not many, so we got to really make the alternative and get those people together and do good stuff. It's not too late. We got to step up. So that's my closing remarks.
I love it.
Anything for you, Dan? Love you guys all. And remember, I always say this. I didn't say it because I haven't been on a long time. You're never alone. I like to say that because it's true. It's a very oversaturated world. People feel disconnected. They feel like there's not a lot of real people left. But you're never alone. If you ever need anything, we are here for you.
I like that.
Sometimes you just need people to be there and listen and be kind because there's not enough in the world. It's just it's a card. It's a hard, cruel, cold world sometimes. So you're never alone.
Well, and thank you. I'm very glad that you guys got this network up and going. I think it's a wonderful success and it's only going to get better. Amen, brother. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Maga Dirt Bike. And make sure you come stick around for next week's episode of Good Night. I am an influencer. Pay me now. QR code right there. Oh.
Thank you. Go
These are my influencer sunglasses. I don't have a lot of really expensive things. I don't know why. I had these glasses. I got them in Hollywood. I don't know. They're like Gucci. They're actually real. It's the only like expensive thing. And I can't believe I didn't lose them after all these years. So they're actually my snobby influencer glasses. I would never. I think I had extra money or I don't know. I don't know why I got them, but they were like $300. I would never, ever now spend that on a pair of sunglasses. So they're my real snobby sunglasses.
And
which I don't understand why people spend that much money on like clothing, like a $10,000 blouse or something. I'm like, oh my God. Even if I had the money, I don't know if I could do it,
You're funny. You lose things from the living room to the bedroom. So the fact you didn't lose them is amazing.
I know. I can't believe it.
That's right. Trolls have penguins. We have warriors. Yes. Yes. Well, Hollis, you did a fantastic. I'm so happy you're back.
It's great to be back, Dan. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. It's always better when you're on with me. And hey, we did 5.5 hours and it went by relatively quick, like surprisingly quick, actually. As always, I didn't think we were going to go that long, but that's okay.
Well, I had a lot to say.
No, I'm happy you did. It's been a while, Damn it.
I know.
We got to do a vote, people. What nights do you want to see Politi-Shock on? Do you want it 5 nights a week? Do you want it 2 nights? I'm intrigued by that. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe I'll commit to more. What the hell? But
you're definitely gonna be doing more things.
Well, yeah, they don't know about that yet. So what are you doing?
It's that time of the night again when the cookie's coming out. We gotta go eat our food and watch 24 now.
We don't have any dinner for tonight, actually.
We have leftover pizza and snacks.
There you go. Eating like champs. Monday, we're starting our, But anyway. All right, people. Well, let me see if I can play anything.
This is a revolution. We are the voice of the people.
I can. Aw, that's you.
You know what, guys? That was wow. We finally got here. That was.
This is a revolution. We are the voice of the people. Give people like us. There's so many people like me. There's a lot more of us than them.
You take back control. A worldwide, universal platform, community to be heard. You believe the cause is just. You face all the evils of the world coming against you for trying to do something good.
I want the good guy to win.
Aw, wow, that audio is so loud. That was the first thing I ever did. I apologize in advance because it doesn't sound so great. But you should play more. And we talk about AI in that too. Like
I played that before.
Oh, you did?
Yep, I played the 3-minute thing, the end of humanity.
Oh yeah.
So
true. We touched on it tonight. It's like
yes,
crazy.
We'll get into it more. So here's a little ditty for you all. A quick little blast. Only 1 minute and 7 seconds. The power of AI.
In the main election, stakes are high. Susan Collins past her prime. It's time to say goodbye. Dance radio's rising. He's the underdog we need. GOP's got different. We won't let them succeed. Let's make a change. It's time to fight for a brighter future. We'll do what's right. Let's make a change. It's time to fight for a brighter future. We'll do what's right. In the Pine Tree State, it's a crucial time. Janet Mills and Bellows, no more can we lie. Fact is riding while the people lose their way. We need a leader bold to turn this tide this way. Let's make a change. It's time to fight for a brighter future. We'll do what's right.
I love that.
Getting that shit stuck in your head.
I love that one.
Oh my god. That's if Bob Dylan and the Beatles.
I know. Should we put that? We should put that out on the Twitter. On Twitter now, and maybe 16 people will see it.
Oh, that's asking for a lot. I mean, I've gotten like 3,500 people in the last 2 days, and still get all right. No, actually, it's getting like 80 or 100 retweets, but that'll die off soon. Whatever. But all right, everybody. We're at 5.5 hours. This was fun. I love you all, but it's time to go now. Right, Hollis?
Yeah.
Aftershock will be back next week because now, well, this is how it has to be. My baby has to be on the show all the time. So, I prefer that. Thank you. We had good conversations tonight, Hollis.
It was fun.
Yes. I enjoyed it.
It's so funny though to see the free speech project like that now that we actually did it. We're here. We made the platform, and it's just the very beginning, really. But it's like it took so long to get to this point, and it's still just really it's at the fun part where I think people will discover it organically, and it's just the right people will find you. And I always say it's true. It's quality over quantity. I'd rather 10 good people than freaking 1,000 fakes. I don't care.
But wait, Joe before was talking about Steve Bannon selling stuff, and we were talking about influencers. So perfect timing.
Coffee, gold, silver, supplements. Oh yeah. Nothing says fighting tyranny and the globalist like a 10% off promo code. Meanwhile, your favorite influencers are busy jet-setting to galas and balls for 20G a pop, selling you miracle powders and apocalyptic backpacks. While we're over here in the trenches, armed with nothing but a mic, a busted laptop, and a Wi-Fi connection that's one angry squirrel away from collapse. Look, selling truth doesn't come with a brand deal or a yacht party invite. It comes with demonetization, shadow bans, and wondering if PayPal's about to accidentally freeze our account. No corporate sponsors, no billionaire backers, or checks from George Soros. Just unfiltered truth, So if you want to help us keep doing what they wish we'd stop doing, throw a few bucks in a tip jar. Because while they're busy selling you miracle water bottles that promise to make you enlightened, we're over here lifting the heavy weight of reality. So smash that donate button. Let's show the world truth doesn't need a filter or a fake tan. It just needs people who are fed up with the BS. Oh, and don't forget, use our promo code TRUTH for 10% off our upcoming End of the World spandex thong. Coming soon, because why not save the world with style, right?
I love that one.
Anyway. That's always fun.
There's the QR code, guys. Oh, on that side. Everything's opposite.
That's right. Over here.
Right there.
Over here.
Get your End of the World spandex thong.
End of the World spandex thong. We love our promo codes.
We're doing our part to defeat the globalists. So 10% off your panties.
Yes. Anyway. All right, everybody. It's time now. So with that, remember, VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com. Download the app, iOS and Android. Search VOP USA, and you will find us. It's free. Sign up for our emails, or when you enter your email on our website, don't worry, we don't spam. Watch us on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku TV. VOP USA, you'll find us. We are there. And check out everything on the network and join us. We'll be back on Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time, once again for the Rage of Aquarius. And remember, the intro, the song is done by yours truly, Hollis Mahady. Don't forget her website, hollismahady.com. I'm playing to your ego now, influencer. But to everybody and all the new people that have joined, a lot of you stuck around, you sick bastards. So I don't know what that's going to, turn into, but thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good night, Manga Dirt Biker. Love you.
And, for everybody being introduced to me for the first time, hope you enjoyed the spectacle that is Politi-Shock. And remember, July 3rd is 20 years. So as we get ready for a short one, got to get up early and, got a early call. And then my New York Times interview tomorrow. Can't forget that one too. So interesting times here for all of us at Voice of the People. But remember, we're on YouTube. Smash that like button and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Oh!
I can't believe it's still up. I mean, YouTube is still streaming us live, which is really fucking crazy, but whatever.
Just try Instagram next. You're right.
Oh, God, please.
What about TikTok?
Ugh. Anyway, so we love you all. We appreciate you all. And Jason, you can do it, man. Download the app. I'll send you a notification before I send out notifications. All right, not always. I'm going to. I'm getting in the habit. That'll remind you like an hour or two before the show goes on. I'm just saying. But love you guys all in the chat room. Thank you, man. Appreciate you all. Thank you for everything. And, we're on a little upswing right now with everything going on and new eyes, everything else. We're going to make the most of it, take advantage of it. Can't wait to get the Maga Lion show live on the network. It's going to be fun. And all the new content we have coming. So it's a good time for all people, and you're all along for the ride. So.
Okay, Dan, wrap it up.
Yes, that's so loud with the echo. God, that's brutal. But I love you anyway. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. It's not even playing. Wow. I apparently couldn't hear what I wanted to play. So anyway, good night, everybody. I appreciate you. God bless you all. We'll be here again next week for Politi-Shock, live at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and Aftershock. And that's it. I'm done.
This has been Politi-Shock, brought to you by MyPillow.com. Head on over and use promo code VOPUSA or call 1-800-822-5206. You've been listening to Politi-Shock. Politi-Shock is all about waking the masses against the New World Order, the World Economic Forum, exposing the vaccines, actually finding out the truth and reporting it. Shocking. Dan has been a political activist since 2006, holding rallies all around the country. With a stint in heavily censored terrestrial radio, he said F it, went online, and built his own network. You're welcome. We'll be back soon. But in the meantime, hit us up on Instagram, DLive, and Twitch at VOP USA Radio. The website at www.VOP USA Radio. On the Android and Apple apps at VOP Network. On Facebook, Voice of the People USA Radio fan and group page. And on Twitter at official VOP USA. The show airs every Thursday night at 9 Eastern. And the website streams 24/7. To contact, send that email to Politi-Shock at VOPUSARadio.com. We are your third eye. Just in case that second one closes for a second. See you next time on Politi-Shock.
Email us or contact us at VOP USA Radio and on Twitter at VOP USA Radio. Love you all.